Alright. Let's see. Yo, how's everybody doing? How's my day been? I woke up like 2 hours ago-ish. Just made some breakfast, fucked around for a bit. We got stuff to cover. We got plenty of stuff to cover. Hope you've been having a good day as well. I hope you had a good morning so far. I set up some. Hey, what's up, Peter? I set up some. Let's just set these up real quick. I have set up some community guidelines that I think you guys noticed as you were joining in. Hopefully you guys noticed. Let me know if you guys saw like any community guidelines as you guys were clicking through. What else do we have here? Yeah, none of this matters. Yeah, it's nice. Can't miss. Nice. Sweet. Yeah, just setting these up, making sure that people can see them, making sure that people, just making sure, what we doing today, same thing we've been doing for the last couple of weeks. I wanted to, it's Wednesday, right? If you guys want to have a debate this Friday, we can have live debates with chat. I was thinking about making this one a tiny bit more fun than what we usually cover. I thought about making these a little bit more about, like, you know, funny little questions, right? More so just asking more subjective stuff. Again, just working on debate skills. The series finale of The Boys is out, by the way. Be wary of spoilers if you plan on watching the series at some point. I'm caught up with the latest episode. With episode 7, I'll be checking out the final episode tonight, I think. So I'll just stay out of, I'll just do my best to, like, stay out of, you know, Instagram and stuff. I honestly, I barely even been going into, like, the app itself, Instagram, Facebook, like, I barely been going into Instagram itself, so I don't really care. Luffy isn't the hero I expected. Huh, interesting. There were a couple of videos that I think were recommended to me by some of our viewers. We watching the videos today? Yeah. People ask you to react to Swag Kage. Yeah. Bob also asked me to check it out. So we're going to click on the videos. Let's, yeah.
It's time to
It's 5 minutes. Cool. We can check these out really quickly.
If Luffy and Sakura were to fight, who would convict?
Isn't bad. And then, the Swag Kage one. That one is 6 hours long. I'm gonna be so
couldn't stop him is a curveball I never expected. It's also an event that defines basically all of Shippuden. Naruto's primary goal changes from becoming Hokage to rescuing Sasuke and bringing him back to the Hidden League.
Alright, let me grab my headphones. Whoever has this, that Sayori profile picture is goated. Alright, sweet. If you guys hear a lot of wind today, I have a door open and I have my fan hitting me. I need the air, alright? Yeah, since you asked. The fuck is this
I thought it'd be really helpful to have a timeline because there's just so many details being added and things being mixed up. Okay, and we'll go through each.
This is that whole situation that was happening with Abba, right? Yeah. Well, that's fine. Okay, so I think we'll do the videos first. I think I'll get through the videos. You already know his top fights: Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece dead last. Yeah.
Finally talk about Fairy Tail on this channel, and this verse is unironically one of the strongest we've discussed so far. For starters, we have the cosmology of the verse. Fairy Tail has an...
I can't read this at all. This is a really... What the fuck? I can't read this. First, I'll transport Maris and the MF, the motherfucker, to a peaceful world free of humans, the Magicana with transdimensional power, Maris and MF, Happy's world, different dimension, Happy summon. Our history says that Happy was summoned here 1,000 years ago in the future, so I must find a world and fetch him.
Infinite number of universes, and each universe is said to be infinite.
There
are infinite parallel dimensions and
each of these crystal balls contains a different possible future, parallel universes. Okay.
Different timelines. In fact, the cosmology
You could say infinite futures. I don't know about infinite timelines. I mean, I guess, sure.
of the verse is so vast that it even encompasses all the other verses that Hiro Mashima has worked on, including Rave Master and Eden Zero. As for the power of the verse, we have characters like Mother from Eden Zero, who literally dwarfs star clusters, who literally dwarfs clusters of solar systems. This alone, due to the sheer size on its own, would place
wins in a 1v1 the tortoise or the hare. Pretty sure that statement is mistranslated. That's fine. Who wins between the tortoise and the hare? History says the tortoise, but my heart always followed the hare.
At multi-solar system level. The verse actually gets even more insane because we have the fairy tale, the main series that we'll talk about. For starters, we have Zerev, who was going to destroy the whole world and start it all over again. And he's referring to the whole universe, not just the planet, considering the fact that he's saying that he will restart everything and even time itself. If that's not enough, we also have the fact that Natsu was able to burn through time itself as well, which means that he has 4-dimensional power. There is also the fact
Couldn't that just mean that he's just destroying burning the magic itself?
Even halfway through the series, the characters can be scaled to multiversal plus, given the fact that Utier is stated to be capable of creating an infinite number of timelines, shrinking them.
I can create an infinite number and throw them and send them towards one future.
And using them to attack her enemies. In fact, she does that against Natsu, and Natsu in his base form was able to tank being hit by multiple timelines. He is literally being hit by compressed parallel universes.
Infinite number of futures. I don't know. He says parallel universes. I don't know, man.
Face, and
how the fuck do you
quantify
quantify
like it's almost nothing. And I want you to keep in mind that this is a base from Natsu during chapter 225. For context, there are over 700 fairy tale chapters so far, and in each arc Natsu gets significantly and exponentially stronger. This version of Natsu that could eat parallel universes, heavily compressed, immensely compressed parallel universes being thrown to his face, is literally at best a mid-tier in his own verse. This really puts into perspective just how powerful these characters actually are, placing even the mid-tiers at multiverse level. And the fact that Utier can create an infinite number of parallel universes in a finite amount of time makes her multiversal plus, especially when each individual universe is already infinite on its own regard. And Utier in her own regard is at best a mid-tier in her own verse as well, especially in that arc when she was weaker. So yeah, even people like Uzi and Wendy are easily multiversal plus scaling from Utier and Natsu. And yes, this may sound insane, but the verse is actually insanely powerful, it's not to be underestimated whatsoever. Unlike other verses, Fairy Tail has direct and verbatim clear-cut statements to support its tier, no matter how ridiculous it may sound. And even if we were to heavily downplay Fairy Tail, it still has enough feats to be put above most of the other shonen.
Bro quite literally just left this fucking image of Urza and Lucy showing off their assets.
An anime. For example, Celine was able to enlarge...
Oh, thank goodness! Oh, thank goodness, how convenient. Yeah. You know, I get the idea of using sex to sell. You know, I get that. It's a tactic as old as time. If some could say, sex workers are the oldest profession. Not really some. It is the oldest profession. But man, you know, just because Hiro Mashima and I guess the animators do this kind of shit doesn't mean you have to have an image up like that for like 20 seconds.
Moon to a point where it was comparable to a large planet. That moon literally dwarfs our Earth, which means that this is easily a planet level feat, if not a large planet level feat. We have Blue not being capable of creating an actual black hole that works like a real black hole, but of course with a bit of restrictions, and Grandaughter was able
You can't
to
get hate comments if your only audience is a bottle of lotion and a box of tissues. That's funny.
overpower it. And keep in mind that a black hole the size of a coin would have the mass of the Earth, and this black hole is way larger than that.
I don't think we can necessarily use this kind of logic in a series that A has magic and B clearly doesn't even follow normal physics.
Black hole attacks are not always taken seriously because they could work nothing like a real black hole, they could have nowhere near the mass of a real black hole, and they could simply be way weaker. But unfortunately, Fairy Tail has shown way more than enough proof.
What is going on with this Celine? The size of the moon changes when she gets serious.
That it's that strong, so it would make sense for this to be as strong as a real black hole. Of course, there are restrictions, the guy is using magic to not destroy everything, but even so...
You know, his voice, and this is not like an attack on him, but his voice coupled with this picture is very jarring.
Oh, it would still have that same black hole level attack potency. We have
but what I'm saying is that the size of a black... It can be a black hole, but the size of the black hole doesn't really matter if we're not really following real-world physics or science.
In the span of a few
If a series
seconds,
doesn't
which
follow
would give it
just-
immense kinetic
can you really
energy,
say
and Erza was able to counter
works
that.
exactly
I mean,
like
the
a normal black
explosion was
hole
so
from that
powerful that
instance,
it could
that its
even be seen
size
from
would
outer
absorb the
space,
same
and it
amount.
was comparable to a portion of the planet itself. We also have Irene's Universe 1, which is capable of reconstructing the entire planet.
daylight
As for
enveloped
its speed,
the ore.
the Versus Universe
The day... Love it when people use physics to scale, even though the feat was present, breaks physics 10 times. This video goes hard mute paired with... it really doesn't. I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, because some of the best things on the screen are being covered by panels, black and white panels. So if you put it on mute with lotion and tissues, I would personally argue that at some point, as you're staring at Erza, you'll probably be looking at gray. And I mean, listen, if you want to bust it to a dude, that's your business.
one, which is capable of reconstructing the entire planet. As for
All
its
I'm
speed,
saying
the
is,
Versus is actually a bit more tame.
insert
Like, we
Sukuna's
have
move
Natsu
panel.
being able to
Oh
blitz
yeah.
and dodge
Oh,
speed
keep talking like that to me, Aura. Just talk like that a little bit more for me.
attacks which are literally made out of light. We do have Haku being stated to be light speed. No, not that one. But other than that, the verse doesn't really have that much. No, not that one. Made out of light. We do have Haku being stated to be light speed. No, not that one.
It's as fast as the speed of light.
But other than that, the verse doesn't really have that much. Now, we could make the argument that Utyr is infinite in speed because she can generate an infinite number of timelines in a
That's
finite
not how
amount of
infinite speed works. That's not how it works.
time. We could argue that Zverev has infinite speed because he can literally destroy an infinite universe in a finite amount of time as well. But at the same time, I'm not personally a subscriber to that because they wouldn't be hyping light speed for Haku if the characters are truly infinite speed. Make no mistake, that doesn't mean that they are slow because even Wendy in her base form was able to easily outrun the light speed attacks. Wendy has many other forms with many multipliers, and on top of that there are a lot of stronger and much faster characters, so the verse could easily be faster than Light Plus, if not massively faster than Light. So this is it for this video. If you liked it, you can of course like it, share it and subscribe to my channel for more awesome content.
The definitive GT Goku versus Super Goku coming next week. Wow. Bro said definitive as in this is the only video that matters. Gets negged on later. Of all the death battles had their series, they definitely did Fairy Tail the dirtiest. There's actually a lot more speed feats ranging the entire series in the battle. Obscure Tono, who uses light magic when he destroyed the lightning lacrima, is the same speed as everybody else. Yeah. So he scales everything terribly besides the one series you agree with? That's funny.
Victorious. The guy with over 1100 chapters or the guy with a quarter of that? Well, most people would like to
It ended at what, chapter 272? Right? This is definitely not, yeah. I would argue a little over 5th, but that's besides the point.
tell you that this is a one-sided matchup in Wolfie's favor. I'm here to tell you that this is much closer than you think. Or is it? For starters, I'll be scaling Wolfie. I won't get into any in-depth explanations on why most of the scale people use are invalid. I'll just link my One Piece playlist in the description, which covers just about any
Bro said all other scaling is invalid. I'm crying.
Relevant argument and One Piece scale that is invalid. So if you don't see your favorite pixel scale or your favorite misrepresentation of a statement in this video, it's probably been debunked in there. For this video I'll be using a valid Wolfie scale. Starting with speed, Wolfie was able to keep up with Kizaru and seemingly even outperform him in a few instances, which would make Wolfie light speed to wall faster than light. For anyone thinking...
Dude. Let me check this out real quick. Let me check out that playlist real quick. Ah, there it is.
A lot of One Piece fun has been surfacing in some communities lately. It clearly doesn't refer to the planet itself. It more likely refers to how he can destroy society and islands and countries on the surface of the world. The way his ability is portrayed is that he can basically create earthquakes strong enough to shake land and sea, and even crumble islands. The second misconception is
if you're talking about the concept of dark matter, Blackbeard doesn't use that. Dark matter does not interact with regular matter. Yeah, sorry for Paul. Yeah.
That Blackbird's attacks are startling.
Which one, for the King of Curses one? Sure. Sukuna kind of gets doinked by Paulie. Ha! Bro said doinked. I am in tears. Alright, that was funny.
If you're familiar with the so much that light cannot escape. So none of his is that the Aokiji froze an entire sea. The issue here is that the argument assumes that the Aokiji froze the water in the entire world to highball him, which isn't the case. This is literally debunked in the very same chapter when we see a sea that was not frozen, that the Straw Hats were sailing on. Like, that sea was very close to the sea that he apparently froze. So he did not freeze the entire world's water. At best, Aokiji only froze a single sea to create a path for people to cross the
That would mean that he froze 1, 2, 3 oceans in between.
The islands. And this goes without saying, but the world has many different seas and oceans. We don't know the size of the sea.
It doesn't matter, he froze it.
We don't even know
doesn't matter, he froze it.
He froze the sea.
Does not matter in the slightest bit.
People claim that Shinchao split an ice continent, but to split something simply means to tear a portion of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the entire continent was halved. Even
doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be in the slightest bit. We've already discussed this so many times. 1 second, guys. 1 second.
in the anime we see that the entire continent was
I called my mom earlier. She didn't pick up and she was just calling me back right now. Just let her know that I'll talk to her later.
Not split.
Yeah.
Fox's Noro beings in the anime we see that the entire continent was in fact not.
Who gives a shit? He says right here, a terrible amount of force in a single spot in order to break it. Then you combine that with Bon Clay's statement. You quite literally have a narratively implied and consistently implied statement that says that they can manipulate their attack potency. He did not do that.
Not split. Fox's Noro beings are not light speed. The main argument for this is that photons are light speed, The issue with this, however,
No,
is that
it's that it's light. The main argument is that it's light. It's stated to be light 3 times.
Fox's beams are not the same photons that we see in our everyday lives. He describes them as an unknown particle not yet understood by science, and he calls them slowpoke photons. This basically tells us that these slowpoke photons, whatever they are not the same as normal photons,
Okay.
even if they have similarities to them. Therefore, there is no proof that they move at the speed of...
No, that is an assumption. That is an assumption on your end that you would have to back up somehow. Saying so real quick, and just to really, how did you even find this video? It's 3 years old. We were gonna check out this other video. I was just checking out some of his quote unquote debunks, and I'm gonna be honest. The entire they are undiscovered fucking argument is. The basis of the argument is essentially, if it's undiscovered, then some of its properties must not be the same as regular photons. That is a claim. To believe that its properties are different than regular photons to the point that speed of those photons is different, that is a claim. That is a belief. That is based on nothing. This argument is meaningless. This argument is a nothing burger. It's essentially placing the position that because they are undiscovered photons, that their properties may not be entirely the same as photons, and because they may not entirely be the same as photons, they come to the conclusion that speed must be one of them. Let them delude themselves. I'm just saying. I always bring it back to, was Ebola a deadly virus because we discovered it as a virus? Yeah. Kind of over this, they'll dilute themselves due to mastered reverse reading techniques. But that's the thing, right? The point of like a discussion about the Foxy photon thing is that it doesn't fucking matter if it's undiscovered. That's never been part of the argument, and it's not any kind of evidence. All it is that scientists don't know about this photon, and if they were to study it, they base it off of the idea that its properties could be different, therefore its speed may, keyword is may, not be the same as normal photons. The amount of leaps in logic that you have to make from reading undiscovered to scientists have not covered it to properties may not be the same to speed is not the same are all logical leaps. Again, mental gymnastic, mental hoops that are not backed up by any kind of evidence. It applies to no kind of evidence whatsoever. More so, it is just a topic of discussion. Sorry, it's all a disingenuous topic of discussion.
I think that Woofy should be much above light because of some random laser-like attacks.
Random laser-like attacks. Great way of moving the goalpost.
That are never stated to be light speed on top of that.
They're literally stated to be Kizaru's own beams.
This falls because...
How can different laws apply to travel speed and combat speed? It's a special photon, but it's still referred to as a photon. For that to be the case, it has to have similarities between them. For someone to say that one of the differences in speed is assuming. Correct! Correct! Exactly. That is my point exactly. If you ever have somebody bring up this point, you have to tell them, prove that the speed of those photons are then slower. Because if you are basing your entire assumption on the fact, if you're basing your entire scaling or your entire ideology on the fact that the photons are, for whatever fuck-ass reason, maybe not as fast as normal photons, they would have to prove that. Isn't ice cream because it has a different taste than chocolate. Did you see the last thing I tagged you in, by the way? Where? In general, where? On the chat? DMs? No, I have not. Last thing you've tagged me in? Fuck no. I agree, still a photon, but people argue because it's called the slow fruit, and I can literally show you a panel where he states why it's called the slow fruit. Because the slow fruit, whether it's living creature, liquid, or gas, slows down everything. The status of being undiscovered by inverse scientists has nothing to do with Foxy understanding his own powers. That's a non sequitur of doom. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Oh, and yes, I did agree. I did see the Library of Ohara is fan-made. I did see that.
Because even the high tiers in the verse are verbatim only light speed.
You can't see things that move at the velocity of light speed. That's objectively not true because Luffy literally dodges those attacks. Yeah, I think the photons people arguing is called because it's called a slow suffer. Of course, that's the whole point. But that's my point here. It doesn't matter what it's called. It doesn't matter what it's called. It is literally stated to be light and photons. That's all that matters. Everything else is an assumption. I don't care about assumptions. I don't care about opinions. I care about what the author is telling me. This is why a lot of people tend to think that I'm a very, anal and, I don't take other people's interpretations into consideration. The reason is because I don't. I don't care about people's opinions. I really could give less than two shits when it comes to an opinion about power scaling. Because if that opinion isn't backed up by objective evidence, if that opinion doesn't come from the simple fact that it is written and shown in the series, I could literally give two shits. Because if I come down to a conclusion based on my own personal interpretation, and you come down to a separate conclusion based on your own personal interpretation, and there's nothing else to go off of, why do I have to believe you when your interpretation is either just as valid or is just as valid as my own? And if it's just as valid as my own, why the fuck would I even take it into consideration? At that point, it's an opinion. I don't care about opinions. I care about objective facts. The objective fact is that it's called light 3 times, it's called photons 3 times, and there's no objective piece of evidence that states or implies that it is anything slower. It's objectively wrong. The OG translation even says you can't see sound speed attacks, so subsonic One Piece's argument is argument if he uses that. The reason why you can see the beam not moving fast per se is because they want the audience to see it. That's in my opinion. It's the same thing with the Pacifista charging beams. Why do you think whenever we see the characters fighting against Pacifista in real time, not on their legs, not on their knees, not just waiting around for a beam to be shot, why do you think whenever a Pacifista is attacking a character in real time, you see the beams shoot rapidly? Look at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji running towards a Pacifista, and you see how fast that thing can shoot light beams. Look at how fast it can shoot light beams when Luffy's just standing there, getting up, and then he literally dodges the beams of light. You can see it. You can see that they are shot fast, but the only times where a Pacifista beam is shot slow is when the characters are either on one knee, not on one knee, on their knees, or in a stationary position where they're basically not moving yet. That's the only time you really see it. Charge up.
Despite
I think the same for Naruto, which is why he is, I don't say he's lightspeed. It's a statement from 3D2Y that wasn't written by Oda, so we can ignore it. Yeah, but you can also say that 3D2Y is canon. Has a vast space-time. Fantastic!
scaling much above said laser attacks in speed, so we know that in One Piece a laser is not automatically
only in
light
straight
speed.
lines and it can be
With this out
correct.
of the way, we can move to power. We should scale to a similar level of power, if not higher than Aokiji, who throws a C. Although the calculations for this feat vary greatly depending on the assumptions you make, this would generally be about mountain to arch mountain level.
So if it's whoa. So if it's all based on assumptions that one make, what makes you say that it's mountain to large mountain?
If we are fair, with some questionable but not fully outlandish calculations getting it as high as island level.
With not outlandish calculations getting it as high as island level. Jesus fucking Christ, the cope. But he says he froze it into a continent of ice. Oh, we can't use that. This guy's terrible.
There is all being able to cut the mountain, which can reasonably be calculated at mountain level, with some calculations even going as far as the island's levels of power. Although keep in mind that only the top tiers in the verse like Dragon Kaido have resisted walls attacks, and even Big Mom can be damaged by them, so this is not power just anyone scales to. Luffy would also scale to Whitebird and Blackbird, who both managed to shake 2 by them, so this is not power just anyone scales to. Luffy would also scale levels of power. Although keep in mind that only the top tiers in the verse like Dragon Kaido have resisted walls attacks, and even Big Mom can be damaged by them, so this is not power just anyone scales to. Luffy would also scale to Whitebird and Blackbird, who both managed to shake 2 islands. Although it is noteworthy that shaking islands is much easier than shaking actual, countries that lie on continents. This is because islands have much less mass underneath them to keep them steady. But regardless, this should be a mountain to island level feat. The Marineford is quite small, so shaking it is not that impressive, and the individual other islands, they shook are both unknown in size and unknown in distance from the Marineford. So there is no real way to scale this higher than island level without making up some ridiculous and ungrounded assumptions. And there is also the matter of shaking things being much below, destruction, for example. Shaking the universe is only multi-solar system level. So shaking is not an impressive feat. And this is as far as the genuine and reasonable scaling for the verse science. Again, if you don't see your favorite pixel scale or interpretation of a statement, you used to scale One Piece much higher, then it's probably being debunked in my playlist, so go check that out. Now we can far up some ridiculous and ungrounded assumptions. And there is also the matter of shaking things being much below, destruction, for example. Shaking the universe is only multi-solar system level. So shaking is not an impressive feat. And this is as far as the genuine and reasonable scaling for the verse science. Again, if you don't see your favorite pixel scale or interpretation of a statement, you used to scale One Piece much higher, then it's probably being debunked in my playlist, so go check that out. Now we can move on to Jujutsu Kaisen. For its speed, Sakuna performs a relativistic to faster than light feat when he counters Kashimu's electromagnetic waves with his cleave.
You either have rat JJK or say some dumb shit like Whitebeard is Island. Yeah.
This varies being light speed, of course. We know that Sakuna does indeed.
Listen. I am completely fine with Sukuna being light speed, or at least having light speed reaction time and movement speed in extremely short bursts. I am completely fine with that. They're modeled after his lasers. They use the electromagnetic energy like in real life lasers use. This dude really just went through mental gymnastics to say Foxy's light beams are not light speed, and yet... I mean, hey, listen, fuck it, right? Who cares?
Scale to these attacks because after Kashima already fired the attack, Sakuna had the time to chant the attack, then move his body to get...
Oh, what are you talking about? He did give Luffy light speed. He said he kept up with Kizaru, you know, the guy who ate a devil fruit that turned him into light, you know, the guy who logically speaking would be faster than the devil fruit, than the speed that the devil fruit would naturally grant him, but obviously... it would be impossible to consider that a guy who it can turn into light can move it faster than light speeds. It's just impossible. I still can't see shit scaling.
Get in position to fire,
yeah,
and then on top of that
fair.
he fired, and the cliff seemingly blitzed the wave and met it halfway, despite Kashima's attacks being, fired first. And keep in mind that this was a weakened Sakuna that wasn't even at full power. Therefore, in terms of speed, it's reasonable to say that Sakuna is in the low FDO ranges, much like Luffy. So I'd say they're pretty much even, with Luffy possibly having the slight edge in terms of reaction speed, but see more attacking speed. As for power, the most basic ways to scale the verse are using the whole purple, maximum meteor, and flaming arrow feats, which would scale to city level depending on the calculations we use. And well, this is where most people leave the scaling universe. Jujutsu Kaisen has much better scales than this.
Yeah.
To understand the scaling in Jujutsu Kaisen, we need to first take a look at the power system the verse has.
Why did you say Sukuna's name like that? Sakuna? I don't know. Probably his accent. I think it's fine. It's funny, but I think it's fine.
The characters have what is known as cursed energy. Think of this as their ki or their chakra. Using cursed energy, the characters use what is known as cursed techniques. Cursed energy working like the electricity, and the cursed technique working as the tool that uses it. Meaning that the higher the cursed energy, the greater the power. And if we can prove that a certain technique uses more cursed energy than another, then we can also prove that this cursed technique is more powerful than the other technique. Then we have domain expansions. These are terrains created by a user's cursed energy. Usually domain expansions require more cursed energy than a character's offensive techniques, so a character does not automatically scale to their own domain expansion in terms of attack potency. But if we can prove that a technique that another character uses for offensive purposes uses more cursed energy than the domain expansion of another character, then we can also prove that the attack potency of that set technique scales above the creation of the terrain. With that said, Jogo is shown being capable of creating a mountain of boiling hot iron. This feat's creation can be calculated all the way up to a large mountain level based on a wall ball that the domain expansion size is only equal to the part of it that we see, when in reality it would be way larger. Keep in mind that this thing is so hot that it's
kind of hard to follow coupled with a mic quality and lack of subtitles. Apart from auto CC, which is inaccurate.
To be able to turn a normal sorcerer to ash, and a sorcerer is already much more durable than a normal person. Jogo having this much cursed energy is...
You and I both know this is disingenuous, like you said. Mid tiers and top tiers are MFTL. I don't know about MFTL plus. I don't use those terms. I just say FTL or whatever because ultimately faster than light is just faster than light. And anywhere with multi-continental, large, star level, depending on where in these tiers they fall. Yeah. It's fine.
It's not inconsistent because there is also Dagon who is capable of creating an entire tropical island with an entire ocean and a sky in it. Although there is no way to accurately measure this feat, as we've only seen a very small portion of it. And this is where this comes into play because we know that this would scale to the attack potency of characters like Yuta, who is described as having bottomless and limitless cursed energy. And the whole thing about his characters is that he is an extremely powerful sorcerer with more cursed energy than just about anyone else, including Gojo. This would mean that by the narrative of the show, Yuta would have more cursed energy than Jogo, and therefore Yuta's cursed energy scales at least at large mountain level. And in Jujutsu Kaisen 0, a much weaker and less experienced Yuta is already seen learning how to strike with more power than the entirety of his cursed energy reserve.
Don't know if you caught this, but I'm rereading Bleach right now, and shit you not, Yamamoto has less durability than East Blue Buggy. Slight over-exaggeration, there are relative. How did you come to that conclusion, Marcos? I'd love to hear how you came to that
He's literally stated to go beyond the limits of his own cursed energy to strike, giving him at least large mountain level attack potency. This would also, by the way, scale to Geto, who was able to survive being hit by Yuta, who went beyond the limits of his cursed energy. This would also scale to Sakuna, who was able to casually grab Yuta's blades and block attacks from him and even withstand them, and is said to have twice as much cursed energy as Yuta even before he transformed. And the creator verbatim saying that Sakuna is stronger than Awakened Rika, who is basically Yuta's cursed energy. And given how just a few cursed techniques drain Sakuna's cursed energy with reserve, which is significantly higher than Yuta's, which on its own regard is much higher than Jogo's, it's fair to assume that all Sakuna's techniques pack at least as much of a punch as Yuta's techniques, if not much greater, considering the fact that Sakuna's physical attacks alone should scale above Yuta's attacks, so realistically even a severely weakened Sakuna should already be large mountain level casually. Furthermore, cursed energy is compared to nuclear and fossil energy. It's established that cursed energy can replace all other sorts of energies worldwide by having the Jujutsu sorcerers power the world by themselves worldwide. And keep in mind that there aren't even that many Jujutsu sorcerers, with there being only about a few dozen of them. And it's even said that Gojo by himself can power an entire nation. And this is obviously speaking long term, not short term, because the whole context in the plot is that the characters can replace all other source of energy forever and make the world clean, like the other energies would no longer be needed. This is a massive feat given how much energy is required to power the whole world, and especially given how little Jujutsu sorcerers exist. And do keep in mind that most of the Jujutsu sorcerers are literal wall tires who scale nowhere near the top tier.
Listen, I'm not gonna say that anyone who argues Island Level One Piece in 2026, what's up Shinigami, who argue Island Level One Piece in 2026 should be banned from power scaling. I mean, let's be honest. We've seen the takes at this point. Can I send the panel and explanation somewhere on Discord? Post it in general debate. Post it in general scans. Post it in the general scans portion. I'd love to see it there. Right here. General scans. Just tag me in the first comment and then just go down from there.
Here, so we know that most of the energy would come from the likes of Gojo, meaning that Sakuna scales to most of that power. So overall, in terms of power, I would have to say that Sakuna takes this. The reason being that casually powering a whole nation, a whole big nation like Gojo seemingly can, is a feat that...
I'm not sure how to feel with him since he insulted Christianity. I'm a Christian, by the way. Well, that sucks. Listen, I might not personally believe in any gods, but at the end of the day, like, I don't like this idea of people insulting other people's religions. I don't like that shit, dude. Damn. So, he insulted your Christianity? Well, that fucking sucks. Viavanki said Naruto was stronger than Jesus. I mean, listen, I don't know. I heard Jesus turned water into wine and he walks on water. I don't know. And he came back to life. I don't know how that translates to, like, you know, him being able to blow up a meteor, but sure. I mean, listen. I just don't take it too serious. Just don't take that shit too seriously. And if you insulted your religion, I'm really sorry about that. That sucks. Literally, they could just want to imprison them and just use them for battery for life. Nothing implies that they produce this much energy in a single blow. Yeah, exactly. Also, Gojo, for example, even if we were to take the can power the whole country thing true, I mean, what's the confines of it, right? Does Gojo, for example, does that mean that Gojo's just powering the entire country, like, through and through? Does that mean that all of his energy, is that a byproduct of, like, let's say, like, the 6 size? Because he can use up energy at an infinitesimally close to a rate to 0? Is that including all of Gojo's energy, or just the energy that he can, like, skillfully use because of the 6 size? Like, what are we using, right? I had to talk with him once, and he debates very disingenuous and relies on insults a lot while never acknowledges mistakes. Yeah, I can see why you guys don't like Vanki, or Ki, I guess.
It's much better than shaking 2 Y1s with your strongest attack. I would say that creating an iron mountain is much more impressive than freezing a sea or lifting a mountain. I want you to keep something in mind. Jogo's feat is actually much greater than what we calculated, because the calculation does not account for the fact that creation scales much above destruction. To create something out of nowhere, out of pure energy, is...
Mai creates a rubber bullet from nothing using energy. Rubber bullet equals 14 grams. Energy to mass conversion, 1 point. Okay, that's... What do you mean energy to mass conversion? The fuck does that mean? What the fuck are we talking about?
Is in actuality much greater than to simply destroy something. It's much, much stronger. So in fiction, when a character creates something, the calculation you see are almost always an extremely low-bot version, which is another reason why I would say that Jogo's mountain creation is actually much greater than the feats we see in One Piece, and by a long shot on top of that. So no matter how we put it, Sakuna is actually much...
I like how they use a calculation, but they don't even take into consideration the fact that cursed energy doesn't have a 1-to-1 scale with any kind of other energy that exists in the planet. You can't just make up a random value. You can't just use a random values for some other shit just to make it. Matter holds, a whole E equals MC square stuff. That's fine. That's completely fine. I don't know how the fuck that applies to a fictional series. How much... Are you telling me that Mai from JJK has mountain levels worth of attack potency because she... Or has mountain levels worth of energy because she created a fucking rubber bullet? The rubber bullet is still a fucking rubber bullet. What the fuck are we talking about? It's one of the consequences of relativity. That's fine.
This is not even the
that's
best
fine, sure. That doesn't mean anything to me because it's cursed energy.
The entire time we've been very tame in terms of scaling Jujutsu Kaisen. Brace yourself, because this is where we start for real. Firstly, the method that we use to scale Yutas.
He relies on fanfiction. Sukuna is too fodder for One Piece. JJK. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sukuna solos every verse out there. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's my god. That's my god right there. That's my king. What are we talking about? That's my guy. Let's not say he's fodder in One Piece. Let's just say he is not a top tier in One Piece, and even then, he would still solo all of One Piece because I said so. Whoa. Let's be honest here. Sukuna solos everything. He solos Dragon Ball. He solos, the fuck's that other show called? Sailor Moon, Don. He solos all that shit, bro. Sukuna is Omniversal, bro. What are we talking about? He's Omniversal Premium Deluxe Edition. What the fuck are we talking about, bro? JJK is not way slower. People just are completely downplaying JJK feats. I had a conversation with Gege Akutami. He said Mai in the very first. He said Mai when she was first appeared and she shot that bullet at Maki. His scaling was wrong. He told me himself. I had a conversation. Trust me, bro. He said Mai's bullets actually traveled at 50 billion times the speed of light, and that was on a massive low ball. Like, come on now. You forgot to gargle at the mention of Sukuna again? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, I forgot. I had to make sure that my king's balls were sweaty enough before I start to gargle them.
Attack potency above domain expansions can also be used to scale him above the black hole that Yuki made, since it is said that the black hole...
Sukuna's a Ryoshu has a cool sword. Who gives a shit about a cool sword? Is it a black blade? If it's not a black blade, it's just Mihawk upscale. And if it's Mihawk upscale, then Sukuna gets normal upscale from there.
Created to her own cursed energy. And going by the narrative, Yuta has more cursed energy than Yuki, and Yuta can also strike beyond the limits of his own cursed energy in terms of attack potency, therefore scaling him above the black hole. Yuki's black hole is verbatim stated to work like a real one, and it's said that even a black hole the size of a coin is as massive as it, including a statement that says that the black hole would have blown up the entire world, it not being stopped.
I got a multi-plus Gojo and Sukuna argument from Thine, and it's not bad. That's funny as fuck. We can see the glaze on your lips. Check Discord. I got you in just a second. I got you. What I love about cursed energy is what we see that every curse technique applies its own layer of logic to reality. Kenjaku's technique contradicts Makito's, and yet both can exist, yeah. It is a black blade that the edge is black for some reason, but is the whole blade black? It's not? Crazy. The argument for Thine for multi-plus Maharaga, that's funny as fuck. What do you think about the statement that Gojo can power an entire country? I'm too deep on the mechanics. What does that statement mean? Does it mean from like one go, one night, multiple months, multiple years? Is it because of the 6 eyes? Is it without the 6 eyes? Does Gojo not power it because his cursed energy output and efficiency would be a lot less? Is it based on efficiency or is it based on something else? You know what I mean? Could Yuta power an entire country because he has twice as many reserves as Gojo, or is it because Gojo has the 6 eyes that he can do? You know what I mean?
This would mean that statement-wise, Yuta scales above a parent busting move, make him at least parent level, and correlation.
Sukuna doesn't actually use the blade. That's where you're wrong. Sukuna doesn't actually use the blade. When does he ever use a bladed weapon? He usually uses his slashes, because his slashes are even on a higher stage than black on the color spectrum. They're colorless. You can't even see them. That just upscales them even further. What are you talking about? Get over yourself.
Wise, he would be watched planet level due to the sheer size of the black hole. And well, a lot of people want to deny that the character scale to Yuki's black hole.
Alright, I'm over this one. This dude's scaling his shit. Not him, but the scaling is shit. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Alright, what's the bottom 10? We're gonna put this one at,
The big three. Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, a group of landmark anime and manga that all played a pivotal role in shaping Shonen Jump's identity into what it is, but within close proximity to be how this video is going to work. The roster of fights on this list will be composed of every fight in Naruto, every fight in Bleach, and every fight in One Piece, with the following exceptions. I'm not going to be talking about any movie fights or filler fights. To be on this list, the fight had to have happened in the manga, or be a special exception like some of the stuff exclusive to the Thousand Year Blood War anime. When it comes to One Piece,
not really. He didn't use the weapon itself. He didn't use the blade itself. He just used it to basically bring down lightning on Kashimo.
As of the date of this recording, it's still ongoing, and I expect this video to take many, many months to complete. So to keep this from being a total nightmare, I'm just going to stop at the end of Egghead. Next, for the purposes of analysis, I'll be considering both a fight's anime version and its manga version. In cases where one version of a fight is significantly better than the other, I'll try to be gracious and put as much stock into the superior version as I can. Finally, I think many of these fights warrant a full video essay's worth of analysis on their own. But I have to be practical here. Even if I only spend 30 seconds talking about each of these fights, the video will end up being over 3 hours long. So I can't provide as much analysis as I'd like to, but I'm still going to do my best to mention anything I consider essential to evaluating these fights. I think that covers everything that you should expect from this video structurally, but there is one last thing I want to say before we get started. This video will be full of spoilers. There's no way to avoid that. But I'm going to be giving each fight its own title card, where I slowly read out the names of everybody involved. So, if you hear a name that you don't recognize and you don't want to be spoiled, pause the video and fast forward to the next fight. That should keep your experience as spoiler-free as possible. Now then, without any further ado, Let's
Can you
start the
prove to
count.
me that me was stronger than Sukuna?
Number 370. Team Guy versus Team Guy. So, in comes the winner of the Worst Fight Award, and it's from Naruto. Now, if you really want, you got a bone to pick with Naruto or something, I guess you can split this up into 4 fights, Guy versus himself, Neji versus himself, etc., etc. And in that case, Naruto goes from simply receiving the Worst Fight in the Big 3 award to the Worst 4 Fights in the Big 3 award. No matter how you want to categorize it, this is really bad, too long, way too boring, simply not good. Even though I'm not going to like any of the fights I've got to talk about for some time to come now, none of them feel as pointless and hollow as this one does. You can just straight up skip this. Your viewing or reading experience won't change if you do. Like, I get it. Guy, Lee, Tenten, and Neji needed to be preoccupied at this point in the story. Otherwise, I guess Sasori and Deidara would have gone down too easy, but I would have preferred if, like, I don't know, removing the tags triggered a Genjutsu or something like that. Or, you know, if they weren't even there, if this is the type of stuff Kishimoto was going to have them do, anything.
You know, making this, I was thinking about this fight before. I was thinking about that fight. Like, there's a lot of things in early Shippuden that you could honestly write off as just Kishimoto not knowing what to do with the characters, bro. I genuinely do believe it. It really just is Kishimoto not knowing what to do with the characters.
369, Luffy versus Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. I think this placement might end up getting me in some hot water, but I'm not sure. I can't really tell if it has fans or not, but what I can say is I don't think anybody's got this in their top 10 One Piece fights ever, and if you do, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work for me. I do like the setup of Little Garden, and think that the Dory Bragi story is pretty engaging, but I really could have done without this Mr. 3 Miss Golden Week fight. Now, the reason I have it second to last isn't because I think it does anything particularly offensive. I don't have any serious story issues with it or anything of the sort. I just find it really, really boring. By the end of the fight, I felt like the story was just crawling along. I was so ready to be done and move on to Alabasta. And it's not even that long, especially not in the manga, which is where I was first exposed to it. But it felt pretty long to me. I just thought Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were so boring. And while way later in the story, Mr. 3 got to do some stuff that changed my mind about him, here I just couldn't get down with either of them. Maybe I'd feel better about this fight if it happened in Alabasta and not on Little Garden, but I get why Oda didn't do that, so I don't really know how to fix my issues.
Yeah, it's painfully
what I do know
average.
is I've read this part of the story 3 times and watched it once, and every single time it's been a bottleneck for the experience. Seeing as whenever I get to it, I have to fight the urge to drop the series
No, I'm not
completely, and
cracking the
this
doll
video
from
is supposed to be
Bloodborne. I don't
an
even know what you're
honest
talking
reflection
about.
of my thoughts. I think this is where the fight has to go. Number 368, Kabuto and Team 7 versus Oboro. Now I think we're back into agreeable territory. I don't think there's a soul alive that likes this one. I don't have much to say about it either, honestly. It sucks. Chunin Exams doesn't need it. Just a blemish on an otherwise great section of the story. Number 367, Mifune versus Hanzo.
Bad pacing, I mean, it's an
This is
average
another
fight.
one where I'm just sitting here like...
Here's the thing. If a fight is extremely average, I mean, you have to put something at the bottom, and if a fight doesn't really do anything particularly interesting or impressive, why even give it a high placement to begin with, you know?
What do you even want me to say, man? Who cares? I guess to reach for something of substance.
I don't
This is pretty
dislike the idea of like
disappointing
One Piece
because
having
you'd
average
think,
fights.
based on all that's said
Fine.
about Hanzo during the Pain arc, that he'd be like a big deal. But he loses a one-on-one fight that takes less than a chapter to someone we know nothing about. That sucks. Number 366, Darui and Team 10
Honestly,
versus-
Hanzo being like this massive problem within the context of the Naruto story. You know, a guy who was so powerful that he was essentially the reason why the Sannin even existed in the first place. They were the only 3 to like survive his onslaught or whatever, even though it was all off screen. To then just see the guy basically lose to Mifune, a guy with a sword that isn't a shinobi, isn't a special whatever, blah blah blah. It kind of just goes to show that like either the Sannin before they were named the Sannin were all kind of trash, especially since none of them really have any feats before that, or I don't know, Kishimoto probably dug himself into a fucking hole and he said, yo, I kind of wrote this guy to be very powerful, but we're kind of going into the war and bringing this guy in, like, all I really gave him were some sides and some poison, blah, blah, blah. To be honest, I forgot that fight existed. I recall it every now and then. Very sporadically, but I recall it maybe once or twice a year.
Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I'm an Inoshika Cho fan, but nobody cares about Kinkaku and Ginkaku. This is a pretty cool team-up, too, so it's a shame that this fight kills the pace of the story at a time when the story can't afford something like that. Too drawn out, too boring, and what it adds to the story by existing is negligible in comparison. Number 365, Choji versus Dosu. Yes, I'm seeing what you guys are seeing. This is the second fight from the Chunin Exams, and the 5th fight from Naruto, not just in the bottom 10, but the bottom 6. I don't want to give the impression that I don't like the Chunin exams, because I do. And I certainly don't want to give the impression that I don't like Naruto, because I do. But where else am I supposed to put this? I guess it's funny. It doesn't take up too much time, and it's not supposed to be a great fight. But I'm not going to say it's good because it's supposed to be bad. No, it gets to sit right here at the bottom. Number 364. Zoro versus Pika. This is like the embodiment of the pacing issues in Dressrosa. This fight starts around chapter 740 and concludes around 780. Now, Dressrosa shifts focus from event to event pretty frequently, so it's not like this is all we see for 40 chapters, but there's so much running around, it takes so long to finally wrap up, that by the end, I would not say I was still immersed. It has a cool finish. Zoro looks awesome as usual, so I'm not going to put it at the very bottom, but I wouldn't call myself a fan. Number 363. Zoro versus the Meow Band brothers. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say something very important. Let it be known, I am a Zoro guy. I love Zoro. He's my favorite Straw Hat, and I am not putting these fights in the bottom 10 because I don't like him. That being said, I also don't think this one is very good. I don't really like any of the Crow stuff. I think that Syrup Village is probably the worst chunk of East Blue, and as far as the fights go, this is the low point of that low point. I doubt
Is Syrup Village the worst point of East Blue? Would I agree with that? I'm not gonna really put too much weight on like the whole Kobe Alvita stuff. I don't really care for Logtown personally. I don't really care for Logtown. Baratier feels like it drags on a while. Baratier does drag on for me. I could see Syrup Village. I could see Syrup Village being like a boring arc. You know? Like a boring island to go through while we were sailing through East Blue. I don't know. Is the worst arc? Like, out of East Blue, I don't know if I would call it the worst arc, but it definitely is up there. I'd say, like, the only ones I'm really, like, interested in, as far as, like, East Blue goes, maybe Baratier? I don't know, it is very long. I'm not gonna give, like, Orange Town anything crazy, because ultimately, like, Buggy shows up and leaves very quickly. We do deal with Buggy relatively quickly, so I think that's fine. I didn't like Zoro's, I didn't really care for, like, Zoro's whole introduction thing. I felt like, I don't know, that was kind of boring. I think the only part of East Blue but to be fair, the only part of East Blue that I can say I genuinely just care about is basically just Kokoyashi Village. Anything that isn't Nami's Island, that isn't Arlong Park, I basically don't really care about East Blue. It was pretty long for not accomplishing much. Okay. Actually, yeah, because you had the whole, like, backstory with the dog and everything. Yeah. I'm only thinking about, like, the Buggy stuff. I'm only thinking about the Buggy stuff. There's the whole, like, old dude or whatever, then they have to, like, capture Luffy, then they capture Luffy, then they save Luffy, then they get blasted, then Luffy finds the dog, the lion or whatever, and then he runs in to fight Buggy, right? It was something like that. Is an Ant Island. Luffy is an Ant Island. Ant Island... SJW victim in the web novels? Cool. I never slandered Chocho. I was just saying, like, the dog part does take it a while. Not even Zoro versus Mihawk or Sanji's backstory. Those are, like, good points of it, but, like, the rest of it was just kind of long, man. Like, I would probably say Baratier is the second strongest out of East Blue, but beyond that, it might be that, then Logtown, then... Yeah, it would be that, then Logtown. It would be, for me at least, it would be Arlong Park, Baratier, Logtown, Orange Town, Syrup Village. Not even Syrup Village. The stuff with that Syrup Village, then the stuff with like Kobe and whatever. No, we only like the stuff that involves Nami. It's not because it involves Nami. It's just because it was like the most heartfelt part about all of East Blue. Before that, One Piece to me doesn't feel like One Piece until the Arlong arc. To me. Yeah, like, people don't... I don't know if anyone really cares about Luffy versus Don Krieg. It was just a guy with guns and weapons, you know what I mean? So I remember in the anime filler involved Reverse Mountain with some Devil Fruit guy. Just the Nami outright kills him doing a leg sweep off the ship. Yeah, I think Romance Dawn is my least favorite from East Blue. Romance Dawn is... Yeah, it's fine. I think that's fine. I will say, though... And you guys might disagree with this, but I've always believed that early One Piece, I'm talking about everything prior to Water 7 and Enies Lobby, is a slog to get through. If a lot of Swag Kage's decisions or a lot of like his rankings come from like the lower, at least as far as like the lower stuff comes from like those early portions of the series, I think it's fine. If we were talking about everything with like the Enel's priests, if we're talking about like, I don't know, Enel's priests, if we're talking about half of the wait time in Alabasta, if we're talking about, I don't know, and Little Garden wasn't really boring to me, but at the same time, I'm like, Little Garden was fine. The stuff with the assassins in Whiskey Peaks. I do have a soft spot in Drum Kingdom. Did you actually watch Don Krieg? Did you actually watch that? Huh. Anime or manga? Both manga and anime. I haven't really watched One Piece, at least early One Piece, in years. Chocho or Shushu is top 100, specifically in the 80s, and who isn't in that fight? That's right, Sengoku. Crazy.
Doing this, I'll be summoning a bunch of Zoro versus Butchie and Siam shooters in the comments, so I think we can safely move on without much elaboration. Number 362, Sanji versus Absalom. Surprised it took us this long to get to Thriller Bark, honestly. I don't think I have to defend this one. Nobody likes this arc, and this is the worst fight out of the whole thing.
Nobody likes this arc. The arc was great. Looking back at it, the arc was fine. Well, at least from a power scaling perspective, it was fine.
On being really boring, it's a textbook example of right message, wrong messenger. Somebody definitely needed to put a stop to
I think
Absalom.
he's counting anime-only adaptations or something Oda kept in the cover stories, like Cracker versus Blackbeard Crew. No, I think he's talking about anime and manga. He said it.
He's like the freakiest, weirdest.
We're not gonna watch the whole video. I'm gonna skip
which
through
is fine for a villain, but Sanji being the
where,
one
like,
to do it
bottom
is
center.
King Von once said in gun violence type of situation. Number 361, Omaida versus Parduok.
Ah, there we go.
All right, about time Bleach showed up on the list, and this is definitely Bleach's equivalent of Choji versus Dosu, two of the sideliest side characters going at it in the midst of many far more interesting fights and plot developments. There's one scene I remember thinking was kind of funny, but other than that, I don't have a lot to say about this fight. If not for a break, but this fight is one attack, one alien.
Yeah, this one was very
in the same list as Luffy versus Kaido or whatever, but this is ranking every fight in the big three, so I got it. It's hard.
Hi, yeah, what up? What up, One Smart? Thriller Bark is one of the two arcs that made me cry. This is blasphemous. I mean, people are allowed to not like Thriller Bark. I didn't care for Thriller Bark for the longest time.
Really a fight. I think it's lucky. Usopp Pirates showing up to bump it up. This Nami versus Khalifa. Before I get into this,
Really? This fight is this low? Bro is actually telling me that Bleach's early fights are better than this. Oh, great. That's crazy.
I have to spoil the list a little
Swag.
bit. So
I donated $5 once, Swag. What are you doing to me? It's all good.
Get the wrong idea. It's going to be a while before I talk about another fight from Enies Lobby again. And I mean like a long time. I love Enies Lobby. It's my favorite part of the series, but I have a bone to pick with this fight specifically. It, and you know what, while I'm at it, Khalifa as a character are blemishes on an otherwise perfect run of chapters. Like, I really wish Oda could just be normal, but he's such a freaky dude, and he can't help himself when it comes to his female characters. And I just really
What? Bro, if I don't hear the same exact thing for fucking Yoruichi, I swear to fucking God, I might unironically unsubscribe from this dude if I don't hear the same thing from Yoruichi.
Really wish he could have taken a vacation from the freaky stuff just for Water 7 and Enies Lobby. But
Why?
that was never going to happen
it?
because it's Oda we're talking about. So instead of making the one single woman in Cypher Pool a normal character, he decided to make her run around accusing everybody who talks to her of sexually harassing her. Then he gave her a soap-based devil fruit, because of course he did.
Yeah, but it's all within the point of fucking... I don't know. I think that Oda having Khalifa say everything is sexual harassment is the sake of a gag. Maybe you don't find that funny. And I think that's fine, right? I think it's fine if you don't find the whole, like, sexual harassment bit funny. I mean, but come on, even having your own boss mention your name and you saying that's sexual harassment, like, what do you mean? Like, that's kind of funny. Like, it's basically a gag on the whole thing. He's basically parodying the whole idea of, like, people who just blatantly state out something is sexual harassment when, like, nothing's happening, bro. Like, she literally just stood there and she says that's sexual harassment. He's like, for existing? Like, come on. False accusations, well, at least in the context of this, false accusation. False accusations in real life are not funny, but I mean, come on now. Within the context of this fucking story, I don't even remotely think that Oda, especially at the time that it was being written, was trying to be fucked up about it. Sekuhara desu. I cannot even remotely put this low.
And decided that in the middle of her fight with Nami, for no reason, she needed to be naked, taking a bath.
Maybe he didn't watch this fight the right way with one hand and a bottle of lotion, probably.
And then you got Nami looking at her like, oh, wow, she's so sexy. I wish I had a secretary like that. It's all really, really, really weird. I guess it's supposed to be a joke, right? But I don't think it's funny. It just makes me uncomfortable. And it sucks because I love getting to see Nami fight. I don't think she needs to fight every arc or anything, but generally Oda knows what he's doing when he gets her. They're typically well-implemented, engaging, and don't mess with the
I'm not even going to try to fight it.
Why?
If it makes him uncomfortable, then yeah, you know what? Can't even fight that. Can't even debate that. I get it. The Fire Force stuff makes me uncomfortable. A lot of the fairy tale stuff, to be honest, is a bit much. So yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna come at him anymore. You know, this is completely reasonable.
Her fight in any slobby be normal. And even aside from all the weird stuff with Khalifa, I think that this is Nami's worst fight regardless. There's not nearly as much going on as there usually is. I'll admit that there's more to it than a lot of the fights I have placed above it, but they don't have any of the weird problems that this one does, and it's getting a lot of points deducted for that.
Fair.
Shura. This is a fight between two random outputting versus Tamago. This is the same situation as last time. These are two nobodies, and exchanges here. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp versus Satori. I just think this was boring, and it takes way too long.
Yeah,
I think the
can
best
see that one.
Maru and Choji versus Sai. As a scene, this is a fight.
The fact that he doesn't have Sakura and Ino below any of these is crazy to me.
Character introduction for Sai, and it's neat being able to see his Super Beast Scroll Jutsu for the first time. But as a fight, I mean, come on, this is way too short. Definitely one of the weakest in Naruto's catalog. Not for being, like, offensive, like Team Guy versus Team Guy, but for feeling too incomplete to be rated any higher than this. Number 3 is Zoro versus Pika, in the sense that there's a whole lot of running around, a lot of one dude chasing another dude, but this one's not nearly as long or poorly paced, so I've got it quite a bit higher. Like with the last one, I don't find this one
Bro really said
anything.
pocket
I don't
sand.
hate it, but I mean, like what am I gonna do? Put it higher than this? No way. Number 352, Kenpachi versus Kiriko. I don't even know if it's fair to call this a fight. Here we just have Kenpachi one-shotting a total nobody, and 352 out of 370, so I'm not saying this is, like, great or anything. It's definitely not. But, you know, I'm just surprised that it's not at the very bottom, all things considered. Laboon. This only made it this high because Laboon's really cute, and his exchange with the Straw Hats is amazing. One of the most memorable parts of the series, especially the early series. But the actual fight here is, I mean, aside from, like, Gaara versus Dosu, action-wise, this has to be the worst one so far, right? So, though, this one gets saved a little bit. I mean, it's still in the bottom 20, but it gets saved 150. Chopper. I think this one is a little bit better than the Ordeal of Balls. It kind of has the opposite problem in that it's too short to be particularly memorable, but I'll give it the edge over some of these other ones because I like Chopper and it's nice getting to see him fight. Gotta say, I'm surprised that it took Fishman Island this long to show up. This is probably my least favorite out of all the Fishman Island fights. It's hovering somewhere around here on the list for sure. If you want, you can split this fight into two because I know it starts off as Usopp versus Daruma and Chopper versus Dosun, but since they eventually converge into the same fight, I decided to just combine them. And either way, neither of them are going to make it any higher than this. Number 348, Frankie.
No, we're not watching the whole
video.
video.
That Frankie shoots. I like Brook's Song of Uryu and Orihime versus Jirobo. This is another mostly inconsequential fight from the Soul Society arc. It's cool getting to see these two use their powers against somebody more threatening than the Hollows running through Karakura Town, but this Jirobo guy's still a random. He's nobody's favorite character, and the fight's not particularly flashy. Of it. I don't know if I should even count this fight on the list because it's literally just one attack, but it's a cool enough character moment for Sanji that it made it this high. So I guess I'm fine with it. If you don't think this should be here, I get it. But I think I have to include it because this isn't going to be the only fight that ends in one attack on this list. Number 344, Ikaku versus Mo. So I guess now it's time for me to admit that I'm not very fond of the Fullbring arc. I don't like hate it or anything, but it's Bleach's low point for sure. Now there are some fights from this arc that I think are pretty good, but all the side ones where the weaker members of Execution fight against the Gote 13 I could totally live without. They're all really short and inconsequential and feature some of the weaker choreography in the series. I hate to spoil what's probably my least favorite member of Execution. Number 343, Renji versus Jackie.
Progression.
Very similar thoughts here as last time, and like Rukia versus Riruka. There are a couple reasons this is higher than the last two. The first being that I'm a fan of both characters. Riruka is one of my favorite.
Okay, I will always say I do love Rukia's facial expression right here.
Of Execution, and I'm a big Rukia fan too. Riruka's backstory is kind of nice too, I guess, but the actual fight part of the fight, it's not good. I don't have strong feelings either way. This is the last of the Fio is feelings of Bruckshire. Chigo, but I actually think the choreography here is better than any of the Fullbring arc fights we've talked about so far, and I can also appreciate the way that this fight sets up a bit if Ganju ended up mattering, like, at all, but he fades into obscurity pretty shortly after his introduction. Yeah. I still appreciate this fight for the purpose it serves and because I do think it's pretty fun, but there's no way I can move it up at all. It is the Millipede Hollow. This is another really short one, and I think I'm doing it a favor by even putting it this high, but I don't know, man. I like Kaon a lot, and I think this mini arc is a lot of fun. Number 338. Sai, Kankuro, and Amoe versus Sasori, Deidara, and Shin. Like I said when I talked about this in my video ranking every Naruto fight, I think I'm okay with this fight being this high, because unlike with a lot of fights in the war arc, there's something to believing that some of them could actually die. They didn't, and they continue to not die in fights that take place later in the arc, but some of these fights are vessels for minor, cool character moments. It's nice seeing Kankuro get his get back on Sasori and Deidara, and Sai, shockingly, despite being nobody's favorite character, gets a couple of cool moments here. So we're still not in, like, good
how the fuck is Sakura versus Ino higher than any of this
territory, but we're Amakiri effective at what he's threatening. Number 300. I don't want to repeat week 2. Robin looked really cool, especially at the end. That's enough for me to put it over the last of the big song. That will right.
I just want to see
beat people up. Richie really helped with grunts. Sells fight. Look, that's for cool. Only find hundreds of people threat. Versus is important to it. One verse is out in the full Anji records. Nice against no verse. This one Chigo because it's short of this. Too short. Sign about it. Sense Kashi with fighting by kicking it at him. That's so cool. Like, look, I can't move it lower. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
You're gonna
another really short Orochimaru. Him giving her Orochi distant verse might be prized for me.
I'm just trying to see where Sakura versus Ino
fine
is.
For what it is, but not escaping the bottom 50. I think that actually the art higher amid the fight. Meet the at the impress very away that he did. I think it's a sound short, but any stat. I'm not. Wait is because pretty really combined. It's just cheap person Itachi down Tabito over. It shows number thing about it me the deadly interest of going on the enemy and the background, the huge earthful and there. Now this and Bragi really compelling. But we barely see any of this fight. It's like a couple clashing. So versus and the murder moments plus this it's people as somewhat general important still like and appreciate what this fight is trying to do, which is why it's all the way up here, even above fights that it may have sounded like I was being more positive about. While I have plenty of issues with it, I think this is still a good spot for it.
No, it's not gonna help if I go through that.
Number 3.
Video in like 20 minutes. Sweet. Let me know when you post it.
Mind blow. Very. I'll give this fight better ones in a row. They're not funny. No. First, the powers. No. Definitely. It's all because of the but not row, particularly in Bodhi Jump. But if it mid-fight, like how no Iker and shows Guru. But I prefer the Urahara stuff. It's the story training. How to put this and on. That strong, giving it bone versus exactly this my own for the best. Pretty memorable or anything. Is a maple. The trade not still one-on-one victory, but I don't think I can put it any higher than this because it's pretty minor, especially compared to all the stuff surrounding it. But like I said, it's nice that Usopp gets a moment like this at all. This is the right moment in the story for something like this to happen because it really helps the straw. Number 2 story moment 170. 10-10.
I already did.
Versus Temari. Our first fight to break out of the bottom 100 is one that's only one panel in the original manga, which may get me into some trouble. I think I'm in the clear though, because most people are probably thinking of the anime version, where 10-10 and even Temari both get up to all sorts of craziness that isn't there in the manga. The fight's quite good. It legitimizes Temari as a threat, further legitimizes all 3 Sand Ninja as a collective threat, and gives Temari a little bit more characterization. This is all at 10-10's expense, of course, though. And depending on how you felt about her before this, that might really sting, because it's impossible to take her seriously after this. I find this less annoying than when Sasori did it to Kankuro, though, because 10-10 didn't really have any credibility to lose at this point, whereas Kankuro spent all of Part 1 getting set up to be one of his generation's best and brightest. 10-10 had no such legacy. So I'm cool with sacrificing her at the altar of Temari. Now, if I can say something a little bit controversial, as a scene, I think I prefer the manga version to the anime version, which may sound crazy, but as I said in my Naruto fight ranking video, this panel conveys all the same stuff and serves the same narrative purpose as its anime counterpart, but it's just way more efficient. Plus, it's pretty funny. You could even argue it makes Temari look a little bit better than the anime version does. This is essentially Kishimoto saying, you don't need to see anything else, the 10-10 got her ass whooped, which I can appreciate. That said, because it's only one panel in the manga, I can't rank it as high as I would like to, because this is ranking every fight in the Big Three, not every scene in the Big Three. Number 269, Zoro and Tashigi versus Monet. I love Zoro, I love Tashigi, and I love the way they interact with each other. I've been rooting for them to meet up like this ever since they first met all the way back in Road Town. I want more of this. Waiter, bring me more, and bring it now. The fight here is pretty standard. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think we can all agree Zoro has better fights than this. It's really just carried by the dialogue and character moments. Like, have you ever seen a wild dog that doesn't bite? Stuff like that is why Zoro's the best. Number 268, Luffy. Reasonable. Decent. A little bit scared to say it. Don't be too mad at me. Sakura versus Ino. Now let's all calm down. Nobody needs to be unreasonable. I could do a whole lot worse than this You know that, and I know that.
No,
I know
don't.
that this is a hot take. I get it. I know I'm supposed to put this in, like, the bottom 10 or whatever, but I'm not. It's not even in the bottom 100. In fact, this is in the top 2/3 of the list. I get it. There's no need for outrage. Like I said, I could do something way more controversial than this. The list could have Luffy versus Lucci or, like, Gaara versus Lee down here if I was really crazy, but I'm not, so let's all calm down. This fight is good. It is. Now, before I talk about why I like it, let me get my issues with it out of the way, because there are reasons why it's not higher than this. Well, one reason, really. But it's a pretty big reason, and it's the flashback. This sucks. This is a huge pain to watch or read every time I get to this fight, and it's in both the manga and the anime. This does a lot of damage to the pacing. And it also sucks that these two have a rivalry based solely on their feelings for Sasuke. That sucks. You got me there. Now listen, I'm a big-time Kishimoto defender. Other people online will tell you this isn't the case, but I think he handles his female cast pretty well, especially for a Shonen Jump author. This is not an example of that, but everything else about it is awesome. So first, this is a more fully realized fight than a lot of the others that are around this point in the list. I've been writing about how a lot of them are like a chapter long, if even, but this one's about 3, give or take. It's a fully fledged fight, and it's great. Ino's mind transfer tactic is really smart, pretending to have like this crazy meltdown in front of everybody based on something that her opponent did earlier in the exams so that she can paralyze her. That's pretty smart. The inner Sakura gag becoming like a real tangible part of the world is also great, and I honestly wish that it stuck around after this.
I would, if anything, argue that actually makes the fight worse. Why? Because Kishimoto essentially added a tangible connection between Sakura's inner personality and the effects that it can have on jutsu, and essentially did nothing with it from there on out. He basically wrote in a specific plot point. He specifically wrote in a plot point like that to then just never do anything along with it. So it essentially just made it a... what do we call that? A moment of plot armor, I would argue.
Double spread of these two punching each other at the end is very pretty, and speaking of, the anime also adds a hand-to-hand section at the beginning of the fight that I'm a pretty big fan of. There's a lot to like here, man. Like, I know everybody hates this fight for some reason, but I'm willing to step up to the plate and defend it like this. I am not moving it down, and that's the end of that.
I heavily disagree with the placement, especially after I saw this.
Could rank these fights the coolest for us on seeing him really like that more. Sanji versus Gin.
Not this one.
Fight only exists to give Chad something to do. You take him out of this arc, you take Mosqueda out of this arc, nothing changes. All the Hueco Mundo business basically stays the same. But I'm okay with it.
You swap out Sakura with literally any other able-bodied character in early Naruto. Literally any character, any trained shinobi. Literally any single shinobi in Naruto's class is put in Sakura's position. Nothing in the first 245 chapters changes. What are we talking about?
That justice for Chad. That's what I think. You know, I'll take what I can get as far as Chad is concerned. Because this poor guy, up until this point, and quite a few times after this point, he gets treated horribly by Kubo.
Treated horribly? He doesn't do anything after this fight. What do you mean treated horribly? He doesn't do anything.
Just awfully. So him throwing down with an Orin car, even if it's for its own sake, is something I approve of. He puts out a great performance here too. Taking Mosqueda out by punching him into the wall so hard it caves in the shape of a skull is awesome. Keep up the good work, Chad. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Number 244. Uryu versus Chiruchi. This serves the exact same purpose as Chad versus Mosqueda. This is just here for Uryu to have something to do during the invasion of Hueco Mundo. And while Uryu certainly didn't need something like this the way Chad did at this point in the story, his fight is just better. At least I think so. Chiruchi is just cooler than Mosqueda is. She demands more of Uryu than he did of Chad. The battlefield feels more tangible here. Both of them make better use of it than Chad and Mosqueda did in their fight. And I always get a kick out of seeing Uryu's Quincy powers. They're super cool. Like the last one, this fight didn't really need to happen. It feels a bit fillery, so I'm not going to put it too high, but I am still happy that it happened because it's always nice to see Ichigo's friends put in a little bit of work. Number 243, Luffy versus Captain Kuro. I'm not a big Syrup Village guy, really, and I think Captain Kuro kind of sucks. His plan's terrible, he's just Number 20.
Alright,
Yamamoto,
we're gonna finish this up.
Despite the fact that Yuhavak kills him here, this is the coolest Yamamoto has ever looked in Bleach. And
No,
that's
it's not
saying
rage
a lot,
bait. It's
considering
just his
how he's
opinion.
consistently portrayed. We get plenty of the best lines in the series out of him here, and this is the
Shax versus Reinhard with which red hair would win? I don't know who Reinhard is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know who you're referencing.
First time he shows the audience his full power.
And just as a quick thing, even if you tell me who Reinhardt is, I have no scaling for the guy anyway, so I wouldn't give you an opinion. I can't give you an idea of who wins if I don't know what any of the character scaling is.
Is Bankai, and he just theories. When you going for those dead, find out is Kizaru. Speaking purely from a visual standpoint, I think this is my favorite fight in One Piece. It looks so good. And the way Luffy and Kizaru's abilities are portrayed is consistently creative and impressive. It's also just nice to finally see a one-on-one fight between one of the admirals and one of the Straw Hats after so long. Something else that's nice is that, like his former peer Aokiji, Kizaru brought an internal conflict with him to this fight. He's having a hard time with what the world government asked him to do, and this brings a textual richness to the fight that I wouldn't have expected from a battle between Luffy and Kizaru had I tried to imagine one. I think this is the crown jewel of Egghead, and like I said earlier, from an animation and choreography standpoint, probably the crown jewel of all of One Piece until further notice. Number 18. Sasuke versus Deidara. That this is a fight within
I'm not even surprised by this one.
In team format. Most of the high summer is a payoff to a really old interaction between Ichigo and Old Man Zangetsu. One of my favorite instances of foreshadowing, not just in Bleach, but in any of these series. The route where we, the audience, see our first Aus Valen. Number 16. Sasuke versus Danzo. So, first things first. This is one of the most gratifying victories in the whole series. No matter what you think of Sasuke or what you thought of Sasuke, Danzo is such a good, effective villain, both on a character level and in terms of the way his abilities interact with Sasuke in this fight. The Izanagi arm, in addition to being horrifying and making Danzo even more hateable than he already was, between his mortality, really favorite scene hit pride. And telling me that I have it ranked way too high. And, you know, maybe there is a world where this is extended into this huge Goku versus Frieza style multi-episode climax, and everybody agrees unanimously that it's the best fight in Bleach. But I'm not sure that's how things would have turned out. I like how short it is. This is the single most dominant performance in all of Bleach, period. And Ichigo puts this performance up against a guy who you'd think has no business being humiliated like this. And I don't think extending the fight would make this gap in power any clearer. Like, as soon as Ichigo shrugs off the Hado number 90, you get what's going on here. Aizen is done. Also, I'm not breaking any new ground by saying this, but Dangai Ichigo is the coolest he's ever looked, and the final Getsuga Tensho is my favorite attack in the series. Ichigo's cool factor is helped out by some
This move did nothing. I still believe wholeheartedly that this move does nothing. I got you.
Dialogue and directing. Climax 4 of analysis is 2. It's also pretty the
Yeah, this fight was pretty good. This fight was pretty good.
Look. Dude, the list is just stacked. It's every fight in the whole entire Big 3 rank, okay? So number 13 on the list isn't so bad. The fight's very good. It might be the worst case of a dead horse on this entire tell you. It's got top tier coordinates. You've also walking straight sim. I definitely get why this fight has the well. I'm going to have Kenpachi fight somebody who can literally do anything. And that kid is still going to lose because Kenpachi is just that strong. There are a lot of great lines in Bleach. So when I say this, no, I don't say it lightly. Kenpachi telling Grimmy, your puny imagination can't create anything I can't cut, might be my favorite line in the whole series. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I love Kenpachi so much. This is why everybody loves Kenpachi.
Why didn't he just turn Kenpachi's bones into cookies?
Halfway through reading this fight, I was on my feet, pacing around my room, manga in hand, screaming at Kenpachi. I was so excited. Number 11. The Allied Shinobi Forces 4th Division versus Madara, any villain in the Big 3, particularly likely. I mean, all you have to do is look at the fight to understand what I'm talking about. The stuff that Madara does here is so self-indulgent and ridiculous, so over the top, literally the entire time, that I don't know how any of these other guys are supposed to compete with this, especially considering that this acts as a payoff to hundreds of chapters of build-up. And, you know, you'd expect the guy who gets talked about and teased for that long to be strong. But, I mean, dude, it's just a series. And Allied after that. Storytelling. As it is. Call a 13 without.
This one's pretty good.
No. When I was putting this list together, I really did try to keep all these fights separate. But keeping track of everything and making calls based on what I should and shouldn't count ended up being a nightmare. So I decided to do one piece of solid.
He said in the video that he would do anime and manga fights only. They both have to be part of the source material, and if he likes one version over the other, he will probably take in the version he likes more.
A huge team battle, and as a result, it made its way into the top 10. To a lot of people, Marineford is as good as One Piece gets. And while I'm more of an Enies Lobby guy, I can totally see it. The Summit War is chock full of series highlights. So much of the best stuff in One Piece happens here. Take your pick of any of the fans or the audience into the time. What made blank? to Goku versus Frieza. It's a huge final battle between a villain that a gauntlet of people has already tried and failed to defeat, and our hero who has just unlocked a legendary new transformation. This is one of the definitive anime manga battles of the decade, rivaled in anticipation and popularity only by Gojo versus Sukuna. It's the climax of a huge setup spanning multiple arcs, and a monumental turning point for the series on the same level as the Marineford War I just talked about. This fight is, among many other things, meant to convince the audience that Luffy is worthy of becoming one of the 4 emperors now, and it lives up to its importance, its ambition, and its scope. This was the most engaged I remember being by a One Piece fight since the only other one I have yet to talk about, and I think that's largely due to how well it was set up. Every time Kaido was mentioned before this, all of Luffy's defeats, all of the Odin stuff, everything with the rest of the samurai, everything to do with Joy Boy, so many prior events and plot threads feel like they're coming to a head in this fight, and it is unbelievably rewarding. Gear 5's grand debut is also a slam dunk. It's used so well in this fight, and while some of my favorite uses of its abilities come from elsewhere, I don't feel like I could have asked for more from its introduction. It's an incredibly creative, imaginative form, and it's also one that exudes power. The series does a great job conveying both Luffy and Kaido's immense power, and making the fight feel like the clash of titans that Number 6, Ulquiorra Canopy of Las Noches is beautiful and complements the tone of the fight well. The location also uses subtext to convey a progression of power, as these guys literally have to break through the ceiling in order to continue their fight, almost as though they're figuratively breaking through the previously existing power ceiling of the other Arrancar. It's cool stuff. The fight itself is spectacular, without a doubt one of Kubo's best. The action set pieces here are unbelievable, the banter between Ichigo and Ulquiorra is top tier, and while Mugetsu Ichigo is my favorite transformation in the series, the immediate runner-ups are both present here. This fight really delivers on all of the promises Kubo makes throughout the arc to give these two a huge climax.
This is unironically probably like the best arc in all of Bleach. Like I know people really fuck with Soul Society. I think Soul Society is boring for the most part. It's just full of a bunch of fights where Ichigo just gets stronger. I hate it whenever people use subtext with anything in Bleach.
This fight really delivers on all of the promises Kubo makes throughout the arc to give these two a huge climactic battle at the end, and is a worthy finale to the Hueco Mundo half of the Arrancar arc.
Yeah.
Number 6. Sasuke versus Itachi. The plot reaches the fight that Grandaughter and his running plot, especially considering, like I said, piece of airball GD series, its head, it's a little lobby. It's best for him to this never a brief. Of these fights, I want Naruto to do it because I want to be fair to these other series. But moving this down,
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Anyway, this is another
hot take. This fight was kind of boring to me. Hot take. This fight in portions is kind of boring to me. Naruto showing up, peak. Naruto taking out the Osteropath, peak. But the tempo of the fight feels so slow, in my opinion. The Arrancar arc is by far the arc with the least amount of writing issues. I think so. I think my biggest thing with this fight is just that, like, the pacing of the fight just feels very slow in many cases. You know what I mean?
Another instance in this video where I don't even know where to begin. Basically, everything about this fight is perfect. There's so much to say about it. Like, first of all, this is basically the finale of the first half of Shippuden, and it does an excellent...
I'm so lonely. All to the other Viltrumites are scared of me. They even named me Conquest. I don't have a name, only a purpose.
Job at it. Kishimoto placed a lot of focus on the Akatsuki as a group throughout this point of the story. So Naruto fighting against the person who everybody believed to be its leader is a natural conclusion to that setup. We've got all these different plot threads converging and being paid to get the information that leads to Naruto's survival and eventual victory here into his hands adds so much weight to this. This is also Naruto's ultimate opportunity to prove himself the way he's always wanted to. He's the last line of defense for the Hidden Leaf against Pain, and he gets an entrance that conveys that. This is still
I feel like I honestly wouldn't be I honestly think I'd be probably like a good like C-list, D-list actor, like a voice actor. Cuz I think I have like decent range. My only problem is that I don't really like know how to maintain the voice for in a consistent way, but I feel like if I had like actual like voice acting lessons or whatever, I could probably do a good job. You should voice over the Meat Cannon video. I don't like the Meat Cannon's art style, dude. It's kind of gross. No one wants to be my friend. They think I'm unstable. They send me from planet to planet committing atrocities in their name. And as I get better at it, they fear me more and more. I am a victim of my own success.
Talked about as one of the all-time greatest entrances made by an anime character, and it's only one of many iconic.
Stand ready for my arrival.
moments from this fight. You've also got Naruto one-shotting one of the paths of pain to save Tsunade, Pain's iconic cycle of hatred speech, Hinata's declaration of love to Naruto, Naruto's transformation into the Six Tails, Pain's Chibaku Tensei, Naruto...
Hinata's declaration of love ended up meaning nothing at the end, though. Like Kishimoto did nothing with that. Kishimoto did absolutely nothing with Hinata's declaration. No conversation, no follow-up. We have to get a whole fucking movie, dude. Conquest. I don't even get to get a real name. Only a purpose. I am capable of so much more, and no one sees it. Some days, I feel so lonely. I could cry, but I don't. I never do.
Meeting his father for the first time, the Rasengan that ends the whole thing. Like, with a lineup of set pieces like that from this fight, what more could you ask for?
It's not a perfect fight. Aight, bro, stop the moaning. Alright, how about you stop? Just release the new one. You said
Ichigo.
you haven't watched...
Don't get me wrong, I really liked him for the first 150-ish chapters of the story. But ever since I read this fight, he's been stuck close to the top of the list of my favorite Bleach characters, and even close to the top of the list of my favorite shonen protagonists. This is, of course, thanks to a lot of what he does in this fight, like making one of the best entrances in all of Bleach and showing off an incredible new design in the process, offering up some of the best trash talk in the series, and backing it up with one of his best performances. But it's not all thanks to him. A big part of why he clicks with me so well in this fight is his opponent, Byakuya. Byakuya is both portrayed in and implemented into this arc perfectly. I can think of no better final boss for Ichigo than Byakuya, even setting aside the fact that he's the one who kidnapped Rukia and plans to execute her. He's such a well-constructed...
Yeah, I have seen Conquest fight. I'm on episode 2 or 3 of, like, the new Invincible season.
...class Soul Reaper. This immovable obstacle, one that feels impossible to overcome. Sakuraku.
Yeah.
No discussion.
Yeah, the last 2 were just Naruto versus Sasuke. I know that. Let's,
The Sorcerer Killer versus the Legendary Hitman. These two characters naturally garner comparisons because they both represent the peak of physical combat within their respective stories, relying entirely on their bodies and battle IQ rather than gimmicks or flashy superpowers. In this video, we will go over their stats, then play...
Ichigo is boring if you... How do I put it? Ichigo beats the shit out of Byakuya, ruined by the internal power scaling of the series. I'm gonna put it like this, right? Sorry, I'm biting my nails. I must be stressed out about something. I'll put it like this. Ichigo is a boring protagonist if you are expecting a lot of visual flash from the main... If you expect a lot of visual flash from your main protagonist, or at least a lot of complexity in the sense of their combat style, Ichigo is very simple. It's big slashes, hard sword swings, cutting his opponent, and a giant beam of fuck you energy that bails half the time, bro. Is JoJo Big 3 level? In terms of hacks? Yeah. Ichigo is not an... Like Marco said, Ichigo isn't offensive. I think the biggest thing about Ichigo is that, like, he's definitely a punk with a heart of gold, you could say, right? He wants to help people. He's very no-nonsense about a lot of things, but he's also a kid. He just didn't add nothing. Hey, and I'm the dude from yesterday who was debating people. What do you think about the durability feat of Naruto in the last, where he stops the Hollow Moon cutting attack? I think that he poured all of his chakra into his right arm and he didn't really do it in base. I mean, you can literally see that his arm is fully charged up. Do I think he can tank the moon explosion off of, you know, base form? No. Do I think that he needs all of that power charged up? Yeah. That's basically it. If you think that Naruto is moon level, I think that's fine. I don't really have an issue with it. I would personally argue that Naruto characters have, on average, lower durability than their highest form of attack potency. But, you know, if you want to say that Naruto one-shotting Toneri because he put all of his chakra into his, what was it, left or right punch, and one-shot Toneri with it, if you want to say that Naruto's, he tanks it before charging his chakra into his fist. Yeah, but he tanks it with the chakra mode active, right? Yeah, he tanks it with the chakra mode already active. Naruto versus Yeah, he tanks it with he tanks it with the Ninetales Chakra mode. Again, I have no issues with him. Right, Reinhardt is a character from ReZero, the video title explaining Reinhardt's power. I don't want, no, I'm not gonna check out a video right now of a series that I haven't really fully watched. I'm checking this one out because Guys takes is a member of the channel and
As what is essentially the pinnacle of his verse, Taro Sakamoto scales to
another
every
scaler
physical feat in his series. Starting with his overall strength and destructive power, Sakamoto operates entirely through extreme physical conditioning, martial arts, and environmental leverage. His attack potency sits between large building and multi-city block level. We see this clearly when he stops the collapsing upper structure of Tokyo Tower using just a steel cable. While his destructive power is impressive for a normal human, his speed is much more impressive relative to his overall scaling. Operating in the hypersonic ranges, his baseline reaction speed is consistently shown as he intercepts modern firearms and in one instance, deflected a bullet shot at close range with Candy using the no-look approach. When he enters his prime form, his travel and combat speed scales even higher, allowing him to easily outrun a moving train and outpace elite combatants. While some fans scale his speed to Kandaka's sub-relativistic speed, their fight proves he does not directly scale to it. Instead, he bridges this speed gap using his battle IQ and containment skills by trapping Kandaka in a confined elevator to neutralize his momentum. His reflexes and ability to predict his opponent's moves allow him to read body language and the environment, basically letting him strike exactly where his enemy will be. This focus on predicting moves rather than relying on senses explains why dodging a laser beam later in the series should be considered aim dodging rather than FTL movement. It's too much of an outlier feat to be treated as a main stat. In terms of normal resistances, he relies on his shock-absorbing fat armor to survive massive explosions, but he is still bound by standard human biology. Even while being the peak human, he has no cellular regeneration and remains susceptible to fatal organ damage. Toji's physical form is the result of a heavenly restriction. This is basically a binding that completely erased his cursed energy at birth. In exchange for having 0 cursed energy, he was granted a physical body.
Yeah, I got you, Marcos, I got you.
When it comes to strength and general attack potency, Toji operates at the large town level. With raw physical strength alone, he beat the strongest duo at the time, effortlessly beat the special grade cursed Dagon into a pulp, and easily cut through Gato's toughest curses. Special grade sorcerers are said to be able to single-handedly overthrow a nation. While Toji isn't officially ranked as one due to his lack of cursed energy, he stands firmly on their level, if not above. This is complemented by his durability as he scales almost directly to Awakened Maki, and tanked and Awakened Gojo's Reversal Red with minor injuries. In terms of speed, Toji operates between Supersonic Plus and a highball hypersonic range. His travel speed is fast enough to sprint across the sea without breaking the surface tension, and his combat speed allowed him to effortlessly slaughter swarms of Shikigami midair before they could even be affected by gravity. He also scales to an Awakened Maki who could perceive and dodge an opponent moving at Mach 3, and proceeded to get stronger later in the series. While some fan calculations highball his speed to the sub-relativistic or massively hypersonic tiers, the narrative proves he does not directly scale to those, and most of those claims can be debunked. Toji fights using Predator-like battle IQ and heightened senses. He reads the environment, air density, and his opponent's body language to predict their movement. These are all perks of his mastery over his soul, and by extension his body. This focus on anticipation over raw speed is exactly why feats like dodging electrical discharges or escaping blue are instances of aim dodging, rather than burst-defying speeds.
I don't know if I would agree with that, because he visibly sees the lightning come at him. Kaido is not even perceiving nor touching Madara. No limbo clones are needed. Can you, Blue Nine Lobster? Did you see the community guidelines? If you wanna stick around and not get timed out or muted, I need you to prove to me why Madara is so fast. He's not even perceiving Madara. Can you give me like an explanation real quick of like how fast you think Madara is? Do that for me real quick. Thank you. Because otherwise, you're just saying a boatload of nothing to me.
By swinging the split soul katana from a blind spot, Taro is fast enough to react as he grabs a metal rod to block, but the sword slices through it, barely missing his apron as he backflips away. Sakamoto realizes that this weapon possibly ignores conventional durability, or is special at least, so he does not try to block or counter it directly. Instead, he switches to a high-speed offense barrage to keep Toji from swinging freely. This launches Toji into the wall as clouds of dust piles. Toji swings his chain to destroy the surrounding structures and trap his opponent. But as you probably realize, that doesn't go according to plan. Taro is essentially the anime king of improv. Turning the collapsing wreckage into weapons would be child's play.
Because he said so? True! I should have thought of that. I should have thought of what Blue Nine Lobster Grunt would think before I ever made a video.
To slip past Toji's wider weapon swings, targeting specific pressure points to shut his body down. However, Toji reads the fluctuations in air density and temperature caused by Sakamoto's movement, allowing him to track his position. This allows him to cut Taro off with a heavy kick, sending his fat ass crashing down. The legendary Hitman barely blocks it, but his muscles are sore. He understands that if he takes too many direct attacks, Toji would pull an ace on his ass. At the same time, he realizes that Toji is reading certain conditions to predict his movements, so he grabs some dry ice from a nearby store and smashes it into the mall's sprinkler system. This creates dense fog that messes with the temperature and
was it anime only fate? Got you. That's why. Okay, that's fine. So you're using manga only? All right, I respect it.
He drops into his slim form for a stat increase and starts blitzing through the mist. This catches Toji.
Is Sakamoto stronger or faster? Quick question about Sakamoto, because it is a series that, like, the more I see about it, the more I'm, like, interested in at least, like, giving it another try. So, for Sakamoto, right, easy, the Raikage is as fast as light, hard to argue, but sure. Which Naruto had blitzed the Raikage, the same Naruto that was going at Madara, to which Madara reacted and got faster, each 4, And how do you quantify that speed increase? How do you... Oh, he's not speaking really fast. I just have the video at 1.5 times speed. It's not him.
of attacks, targeting his pressure points and other vital areas. But Toji, like we all know, is a sly asshole. He tracks the blow and diverts it to his left arm to
give it
anchor
another
Sakamoto
try.
in place, and uses his free hand to drive a split soul katana through the hitman's chest. He focused on Sakamoto's speed and lured him in by forcefully tanking all those hits, then used the slightest opening to counter with a lethal strike.
Actually, I'm watching it at a 1.5 times speed, so it's not actually 2 speed.
Now, this is just a scenario and what I think could happen, but I do believe that Toji wins more times than not. Obviously, not everyone is going to
He's
agree with
probably using the clip from the show. Well, actually, that's true. He did use it, right? Wait. I'll go back here real quick. I will say that I've noticed more and more often that, like, I've noticed more and more often lately that, like, as far as like, you know, discussions over like anime characters and stuff like that, if anime adaptations and manga adaptations can clearly have different scaling.
and a high-balled hypersonic range. His travel speed is fast enough to sprint across the sea without breaking the surface tension, and his combat speed allowed him to effortlessly slaughter swarms of Shikigami midair before they could even be affected by gravity. He also scales to an awakened Maki who could perceive and dodge an opponent moving slaughter swarms of Shikigami midair before they could even be affected by gravity.
So if it's anime, did this happen in the manga? That's true. Let me look back. Let me look at that real quick. Did the rabbit thing happen in the manga? I don't recall. It could have, you know. I think it's fine. So it would be the Dagon stuff, then Choji, then Toji just shows up. Yeah, isn't that anime only? We're gonna check it out in just a second. So he goes through the rabbits, attacks Megumin. Yeah, no, the entire Megumi versus Thing fight happens after Sukuna gets revived, right? Inumaki winning Rabbit Secret Technique. He charged instinctively. I don't have any cursed energy left for a domain expansion. My soul advantage. Things might distract him. Yeah, no, that was anime only. Yeah, but it was more consistent with the speed. It still falls under supersonic. Alright. Has Blue Nine Lobster Grun made any other comment, or did he just say the one thing about Naruto's speed scaling and then just say, well, Kaido's just slower because of these things, like, or Madara's just super fast? Can you also react to domain expansions versus Naruto? Not right now. I'm done with that. Okay. Well, he says that it's more consistent with the speed scaling. I don't know. I don't really care. Huiseng is essentially imprinting your personality on another, and since it's only quasi-copying, the subject doesn't become the original person 100%. The current iteration of me is just a stranger who's inherited all the past me's memories. Take Edward, for example. Edward put up the best fight out of anyone the current me fought. Seriously, he was strong, no bones about it. Then what about Gilbert? His catalog specs are even higher than Edward's. Gilbert, his younger body is holding his mind back, and that makes him immature. Ooh. You are no warrior? You're not even worth defeating? Damn. He's not following up. Why not? Get back here. I can keep fighting. Why is this happening to me? I would have never fucked up like this as Edward. What the hell's changed? I inherited Edward's memory and personality. I am Edward himself. Unguard. These guys are getting going too. Damn, this is tense. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries, man. I do disagree with the not using Choji's lightning thing, but I'm not gonna try to fight you over it. It's fine. If you think it's more consistent to say that he's not lightning, that he doesn't at least have lightning fast reaction time. I mean, cool. I don't really care. Good video though. I like the little breakdown. It definitely made me want to check it out. Give ReZero a try as well. The story's amazing. I don't see many power scalers talking about it. I'm not interested in ReZero. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. A guy constantly dying over and over again. I've heard so many bad things about it. That's not enough to that's not enough to necessarily keep me away from it. I mean, I do check out every now and then Rent a Girlfriend, even though I have zero fucking clue what's happening in that story. But you know, maybe in the future. Yo, Tamari 6. Real quick. Just stop at the back and forth. You guys keep going into this whole back and forth about burden shifting. It's you guys are just going in circles. Just agree to disagree and leave it be, all right? Please. These guys are getting too serious. Tense. Both Toa and Arashiyama. Not sure how you're going to get quantifiable improvements on the speed unless you're using calcs. Simple. You either try to find narratively implied multipliers, because calcs are absolutely meaningless. Throughout each arc, Madara gets a stat amp. Throughout each form? Yeah, how much is the stat amp? Because because you say that Madara earlier reacted to what's-his-face Naruto? Okay, how about this? The feat that you're referencing, the quote-unquote feat that you're referencing, essentially means that you somehow believe, with no evidence to even remotely back it up. Yes, no evidence. You have no objective evidence. You cannot prove this whatsoever. You are seriously sitting here and telling me, you are seriously going out of your way to sit here and tell me that right here, Naruto's clone standing right in front of Madara Uchiha, yes, this clone right here standing right in front of Madara Uchiha can jump up into the air and fall down at the speed of light, which I do not believe in whatsoever. I have no reason to believe it. I have no reason to entertain it. There's no objective reason for me to believe that Naruto, especially a clone that went from a standstill, jumped up into the air, and then falls down, is somehow traveling at light speed. So, A, Madara's not light speed because of that. B, Madara gets an amp from Hashirama's Sage Mode, making him at least 10 times stronger. Yes, that's kind of how physics work. I don't care about how physics work, because Naruto doesn't follow physics. The moment that these characters, quote-unquote, start moving at light speed means that physics is out of the question. Oh, I don't read Rent a Girlfriend. I don't read it. I just look at the last chapter every couple of weeks just to see what the fuck's happening. And I don't even know what the fuck's happening. Could you tell me how Sasuke's teleportability works and if Observation Haki can perceive it? Yes, it can perceive it. It's based entirely on intent. Long story short, Sasuke's ability, Amino Tejikara essentially works by allowing Sasuke to switch between two objects. Any two objects, essentially, with light speed, falling speed is crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. How do you prove that that he falls down at light speed? How the fuck do you even come to that conclusion? You're telling me that he jumps into the air from a standstill at light speed, maintains that momentum as he reaches the peak, doesn't slow down, no, maintains that momentum as he goes up into the air, but somehow still slows down and then falls down without having the ability to jump or push himself off of the air, and then then picks up the speed again? Why should Naruto not be falling at the speed, more so diving into the air? An airplane can do that. Yes! Which means that whatever speed he's falling down at would be different than the speed he jumped up at. Yes. How do you fall down from the sky? Because gravity's pulling you back down. So if gravity's pulling him back down, the most you can say for Naruto is that he's falling at the speed of gravity at 9.3 meters per second, or whatever the fuck the speed of gravity is. I have no reason to entertain the idea that he falls down at light speed. Prove that he falls down at light speed. So A, that's that. B, the 10 tails multiplier. Even if I were to give you that the 10 tails were 100 times, 1,000 times amp through narratively implied multipliers, I can unironically get Kaido to 270 times faster than that. So, and that's through in-canon multipliers. Would be a funny power? Yeah. Now, back to the other thing that we were referencing. I'll check, by the way, Marcos, I will check out your scaling. I have it here. I am gonna check out the scaling when I'm done with this. Now back to the other question that we had. 9.8, I don't know. Oh, 9.8, my bad. 9.8. Thank you so much, guy. How the fuck did you get in? It flew away. God damn it. How the fuck did it get inside my room? I had a door closed. This little motherfucker. I have a rip in there. My net has a rip. That's so ass, dude. Fuck, I have a bug flying around in my room now. God damn it, dude. If I see it again, I'm gonna kill it. FTL Freefall is actually OP as fuck. Yeah. Take your time. I was just rage baited by the one video. Bleach catching strays for nothing right now. Yeah, no, you're fine. Unrelated to this, but is this a temper thing? Because you sound very irritated. It's not a temper thing. I just talk in a very exacerbated way. Usually I talk in a very exacerbated way. Don't take it any way. I tend to get, if I get heated, I'll get a bit louder, but in general, you're fine. I'm not mad. I'm not anything like that. This is just how I talk. This is literally just how I talk. Do you think Akainu could kill the Ten Tails? Can the Ten Tails tank magma? Living magma. I mean, attack potency-wise, I believe it. Yeah. Okay, 6. Do me a favor, just stop engaging with the conversation. Is the title Sakura Can't Solo? Yes, the title is Sakura Can't Solo. Yeah. Anyway, I forgot what the fuck we were talking about. Something about light speed, Naruto, whatever. Oh! Observation Haki and Sasuke's teleportability. Yeah. Sasuke's Amino Tejikara let's basically think of Law's Shambles, except at a much smaller range. Sasuke cannot teleport an individual past a certain range. I think it's about, like, I would say, like, maybe, like, around, like, a short to mid-range. Anywhere around, like, what? It's definitely less than 100 meters. I mean, Madara was able to, like, literally get so far away from him in the moment that he flew out when Sasuke just directly looked at him. And he couldn't catch him after he was... as soon as he was about this distance worth away, Sasuke already could not reach him with his Rinne Sharingan. So, yeah. How is Luffy 270,000 times the speed of light? I got you right now. Okay, so second gear is at least a 10 times amp. Okay, simple. I'm gonna lowball Luffy, alright? I'm gonna lowball Luffy. Luffy is light speed at multiple points in the series. Multiple points in the pre-time skip, right? I'm gonna lowball Luffy. Lowball and say that by Marineford, he is at least light speed. Because he dodged a beam of light after it was fired. Yes, lowball. I'm gonna lowball that, right? What is better to have, Sharingan or Observation Haki? That depends on whether or not... Okay, if you're talking within the context of the verses, Sharingan allows you to put people under Genjutsu. Sharingan allows you to see technically in the middle of the night. Sharingan allows you to see at the microscopic level. Observation Haki gives you a more consistent form of prediction and precognition in the form of... in the form of Observation Haki. It allows you to essentially sense your opponent's abilities and attacks based on intent. Depending on the person, you can also sense the person based on the emotional spectrum. Your range, if you train it enough, your range can basically be the entire size of an island. So you can not only see farther, you can sense people and their numbers without the need for Sharingan. You don't need to make direct eye contact, unlike the Sharingan. It doesn't let you see at a microscopic, at a cellular level. It doesn't let you see at a cellular level, but... yeah, I would say it's basically a stronger form of precognition without the ability to put people into illusions and without the ability to see at a microscopic level. I guess you could have also want to throw in Izanagi and Izanami, but at that point you're losing your Sharingan, right? Getting the best forms of the Sharingan requires immense trauma. Thank you, I take my future sight. Yeah. Would make sense to have pre-made Word document for Luffy speed scaling. Yeah, no, I know, but fuck it. We never have it, so whatever. So, Luffy dodged the beam of light after it was fired. Second gear is a 10 times amp. 10 times amp. Fourth gear is a... several times amp beyond his limits. Jesus Christ, you guys are still going back and forth. Can you two just stop? Because you guys are just going back and forth in a circle. You guys are just saying, you haven't proven your point, blah, blah, blah. Can you guys just stop, please? Let's try to reinforce the idea that if a conversation cannot reach a conclusion and it's just becoming a back and forth, an endless back and forth of you haven't proven, burden shifting, just leave it at that. Who is winning? Who's who or Dofi? Who's who is curb stomping the fuck out of Luffy? One Ryusei Kazan is devastating the Shinobi Alliance. Wait. I saw that little fucker flying here. Whatever. Okay, so beyond its limits, several can mean 3 to 5. 3 to 5. So at least a 30 times amp. 30 times amp, right? Okay. Guess what? I've proven my point. Okay, so post time skip Luffy should be on the lowest metric possible, at least as fast. Second gear pre-time skip Luffy. I am lowballing, right? Which means he's 10 times FTL, right? On a massive lowball, right? On a massive lowball, right? Okay, so now we have Luffy at 10 times FTL on a massive lowball. Cool. Here's where it gets interesting, right? Here's where things get a bit interesting, right? Right? So, Luffy gets PTS, Luffy gets is 100 times FTL. Is 100 times FTL in second gear. 300 times in third gear. Sorry, 300 times in fourth gear. And then, by the time of Wano, not factoring in Doriki or any potential amps, he gets speed blitzed and one shot by Kaido. Speed blitzed and one shot by Kaido, right? So, now that he gets speed blitzed and one shot by Kaido, by the time of the rooftop, his current base is stronger, faster, and more durable than Gear 4. Ian, I need help with Luffy versus Thrag. I need help. Okay, so what's up with Luffy versus Thrag? I don't know Thrag scaling, so I'm going to be honest with you. I am the last person who should ask. On Oda Curry, I don't know what Oda Curry is. When all the women in the world leave the planet in 2027, January 1st, then it's time to have men next? What the fuck are you talking about? So, Gear 4. So, base rooftop Luffy should be 300 times FTL. Which means, with second gear, he is 3,000 times FTL. With fourth gear, he is 9,000 times FTL. And then he unlocks Advanced Conqueror's Haki and completely outperforms his rooftop Gear 4 self, right? Which means ACOC is at least a 30 times amp. He fights Kaido again. He comes back. He fights Kaido again. He runs it back with Kaido. Stronger than before. Now implementing ACOC with everything, which means Gear 4 ACOC Luffy with Gear 4 ACOC Luffy is 9,000 times 30 equals... Sorry, oh, sorry, not 270,000, 27,000, my bad. 27,000 times the speed of light times FTL on a massive low ball. FTL on a low ball. There you go. What are you typing out? I wasn't paying attention. Somebody asked me how I got Luffy to 27,000 times FTL ranges in One Piece. Because some guy here said that, like, even if I give... I told some guy here that I was yapping about Kaido not being able to see Madara, that even if I said Madara was some random arbitrary value of FTL, if he's some random arbitrary value of FTL, and then you say that the Ten Tails amp is 1,000-fold, he would still be 27 times weaker than Kaido. Yeah. Because losing the king isn't fun. The character isn't fun to play against. I know this from personal experience. Bro really posted... Anyway. That's basically it. Thrag is pretty ruthless. Okay, so what was the question? Sorry, just got here. Let Eon finish the show before he gives you an answer on that. There's an argument that their attacks are blunt and act like blades, though. What's the argument that their attacks act like blades, though? That's true. They tend to not use that move early in a fight. Luffy can pull the win before Trag's decides to. Thrag is so pretty ruthless. Immediately sees punching doesn't work, he would switch. Not saying he would win, but it's not enough. I also think Luffy can one-shot... I also don't think Luffy can one-shot Thrag. Alright. The argument my mutual gave me for star level invincible sounds decent. Luffy's still stronger though. Alright. Madara is Kaido's dog? Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Madara gets swatted like a fucking fly. While I'm at it, let me just check this out. The context of the scene is that Wonder Why sucked all of Yama's flames and was about to explode because Yama damaged them enough. The flames were about to, as Aizen states, turn the tiny town to ash. This is clear AP statement, in my opinion, and Yama was clearly damaged. Yama does the arm sacrifice thing after this passes out. Another thing, Ichigo's stronger than Aizen with just physical damage and damages him with the same type of damage. I don't know what any of that means. This confirms that the book is infinite inside. Them being susceptible to burns doesn't deny this. Sorry about that. The only way to escape Mondor's books is to burn them. Hey, it saved me from ripping my arms off. Thanks, Jinbei. Supposed to be meeting you, the person too. Just look at how many other prisons were kept inside that book. The imagination and span of the world of books is infinite. Big Mom has many powerful followers. Okay. Room Shambles says hello. Okay. That's enough of that. Thanks for that. Boa are more turtle-style fighters, if I had to say, so which one of them will break the balance? Last time I fought you was when I was in Purgatory. I won that match, and I'm playing this win as well. Here I come. Swing, dove. He dove under his arm. Spins him around. Whoa! He grabbed onto the... He stepped on the tree and used that to bounce off of it. Unbelievable. He used the tree as a foothold. We're not in the ring this time, and when it comes to using the terrain to your advantage, I'm second to none. Cool. Fantastic. That was so interesting. Alright, let's check out So You Weren't Into Me, and then we'll check out, we'll start doing some Sabaody Archipelago runs. We went on all the ones I wanted to go on. What do we do now? I forgot to add it to the guide, but I wanted to check out the souvenirs. Sounds good. Okabe? Where'd he go? Wow. He was here just a second ago, wasn't he? Could it be he's lost again? Aki-kun's always been bad with directions, so that's why he got lost the other day too. I'll try and calling him. He's not answering. Should we split up and look for him? Let's do that. He's even getting lost in an amusement park. That's kind of funny. Where'd he go? Wah, there he is. Okabe, why are you making some little girl cry? Rishina, good, you're here. I thought I was going to get the cops called on me. What happened? I dropped my phone and came across this lost child while looking for it. I was looking around to see if her parents are nearby, and she started crying all of a sudden, so I wasn't sure what to do. I see. He's clumsy but also kind. Did you find your phone? Not yet. Oh, let's look for her mother first. Don't worry, this guy isn't scary. Why don't we look for your mommy? Okay. Do we look like we're married? Yeah. Oh, I see. If I were married to Okabe, we come here on our weekends with our child. I'm sure he'd be a great dad. Wait, why am I even thinking of that? We found them pretty quickly, huh? Yeah. Thanks, Nishima. You saved me. You saved me once again. Mm-hmm. But you haven't found your phone yet, have you? All right. But I'd feel bad making everyone wait even longer. Let's meet up with the others first. Yeah, okay. I'm sure it'll be faster if you look for it with everyone else, Pol. Nishina? Okay, she is kind of cute. But I want us to be alone a bit longer. Do you feel the same, Okabe? Don't you like me, don't you? This is our chance, you know. Tell me how you feel. Someone else might swoop in and take them, you know. Gulp. I have to do it. Okabe, Fireworks? Wow. Looks like a parade has kicked off. There you are. Nishina-senpai, you should have contacted us as soon as you found him. Oh, right, sorry about that. It seems he lost his phone, huh? About that. I just found it a little while ago. Thanks, Sano. When did you have the time to do that? Let's hurry up and watch the parade. Alright. Sorry about that. What were you going to tell me, Nishina? I'll tell him next time. Oh, okay. I love the little pouting look. Alright, she's cute. Check the DMs. Sure. There's no way to assert Kaido above Roger or Whitebeard or any of the old gen. No, Kaido lost to Joy Boy / God, literally. Okay, what about it? My apologies, I completely left out the Yama jumped on Wonderwise to reduce the explosion. That's why his durability is what I'm attacking. The AP of a town is a tiny town. What in the slop is that? It's called So You Weren't Into Me. It's a series about a guy who is extremely fucking dense and has like 3 cute girls essentially going after him and also his cousin. And no, I don't know if she's his 3rd cousin, but my own headcanon tells me that she is, so that I can at least continue to watch the series without feeling weird about it. I love the concept being so fucking out there. He's saying Kaido lost to Joy Boy / God and not Luffy. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised by takes like this in the slightest bit. Okay. We'll read until like 2:30, and then I'll start working on Naruto versus Luffy. Naruto distinguish between their space travel and combat speed next to the Viltrum. Next to the Viltrum feat, that's what people mess up with most, like 80% get it wrong. The giant mushrooms suddenly appeared in the forest. There are more and more of them by the day. They grow so big, they knock down the trees, and they spread weird spores everywhere. At the rate they're growing, they'll overwhelm the town. Please save our town before we're crushed by enormous mushrooms, Lady Witch. Of course. On my name as Toge Ice, the Silver Snow Witch, I vow to... Whoa! Giant mushrooms! Think they're fly agarics? Amanita Caesarioids? Caesaroids? Maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that. This key guy on stream from earlier said that the comment in one of his videos that Gaara wipes out the One Piece verse. I mean, he's allowed to believe that. I would disagree with him wholeheartedly. I don't know how the fuck it would prove it, but sure. Boy, how many people could the cap or stem of just one of them feed? Ichi, that's dangerous. Hey, Kumugi, do you like your mushrooms grilled or sauteed? We've got some delicious mushroom to harvest. Should have gotten a child harness. Blizzard blows Regina. Whoa. That's quite the excessive confidence, Ichi the Witch. The more of you I see, the more I know I'm right. Someone as crude and lackadaisical as you, a public face of Mantinel? No, utterly unacceptable. You are aware that this is a contest, correct? Should you somehow manage to acquire that mushroom magic before you will be announced to the world as the first male witch, and as a member of the Mantinel Witches Association. However, if I acquire that magic first, you will promptly be transferred into the association's school, the Mantinel Magic School for Girls, and registered at its research facilities. Your future is riding on this contest. Are you prepared to handle it? News to me! All I heard was that we were hunting giant mushrooms. Ha! Cooking utensils. I see someone forgot to tell me the details. I figured it'd be quicker to come here and show you instead of telling. By the way, once you're transferred into the school, I will personally oversee your education. I'll spend 12 hours a day, every day, hammering the basics of spell casting, magic, history, and all other essential subjects into your head. In 3 years, you should be a perfectly respectable witch. But when will I go hunting? You won't. Fishing? You won't. I refuse! I love this. Maurice said in response to Six saying that he was beaten by Luffy. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I see it. I see you, you little bastard. I fucking see you now, you little bastard. And you're not a fast flyer either. Ha! Get fucking crushed! Get fucking curb stomped, you stupid ass fly. I'm faster, stronger, more durable. My hacks are more crazy. What the fuck are we talking about? Dude, I am great at killing flies. Dude, flies, mosquitoes, I'm like their fucking natural predator, bro. I am great at killing those fucking things. Anyway, what were we talking about? You think Whitebeard was using his fruit when he clashed with Roger? When they clashed ACOC versus ACOC? No, I don't think he was using his devil fruit. Is there an example of it? Congrats, you were fly level? Fuck you. I'm above fly level, actually. Okay, I have full confidence in my inability to sit still for 5 minutes straight. Feral children belong in the woods, so you're aware you're feral. And Kumugi'll teach me magic. I don't need you. I will? Then let's settle things, shall we? Okay, then let's settle things, shall we? Advice and assistance from the team members is permissible. Descaras will be allowed to advise, but that's it. The only ones allowed to acquire the magics are yourself or I. Is this acceptable? Yeah. Enjoy your last days of freedom. I'll prove to everyone just how lacking you are as a witch. Let's go. Hey, Toge Ice. Eon over fly, fly speed, mosquito speed, Saitama speed, Eon over Saitama. See, I'm telling you guys, I'm outer. How far do you get into the Tournament of Power? I'm soloing Zeno. Fuck the Tournament of Power. I'm soloing Zeno and everyone else there. The Grand Priest, literally every single individual in the fucking context of the story, I'm soloing. I close the book on them. I turn off the TV. They cannot do anything to me. I feel like I talk like Andrew Tate when I talk like that. The mushrooms aren't over there. Let's go like nothing even happened. Hey, Toge Eyes, the mushrooms aren't over there. Over their way. Let's go. Like nothing even happened. Superbly done, Lady Toge Eyes. She's still just as bad with directions as she was in school. How could you not see the giant mushrooms there in sight? What are we going to do, Ichi? I mean, challenging Master Toge Eyes of all people? Hunting is typically a one-on-one match between hunter and prey, but it's not unusual for two hunters to target the same prey. If death for death is fulfilled, then the other hunter becomes the hunted, that's all. I will not be outdone on a hunt. Weird. All of a sudden, a part of me really feels really bad for Lady Toge Eyes. Besides, I'm an expert at mushroom hunting. You better give this your all. Prove that you're an outside dog, not an inside one. Oh, what? We're gonna get this over and done with so I can I make Miss Big Mouth McClutsy Ice kneel. Don't forget me. Ooh. What the fuck? Ichi! What's wrong? Aren't you coming? Yeah. Hoitake Forest. Well, looks like we're up against another gaudy magic, and she isn't exactly trying to be subtle about it either. Eon goes high diff with Boo in the written test for the trading exams of the tournament? Fuck no. How would closing the book or turning off the TV be indexed to beating the character? Because they can't interact with me anymore and they cease to exist as far as my own perception goes. There we go. And still loses to beans? I choose to not eat beans. I don't lose to them. I simply choose. Someone said only Zeno is universal or multiversal in DB. That's insane. Luffy's only millions into the speed of light. Eon was betrayed and locked into the HTC for 1,000. What the fuck does the HTC mean? Toge Eyes used her magic to make a wall of ice blocking off the town. The mushroom's reproduction has slowed down at least. I bet she plans to freeze them all solid and get the magics from there. Delineating a field of battle is a basic tenet of magic hunting. That's Master Toge Eyes for you. She knows her basics. She's probably headed deeper in. You think you might as well announce yourself too? I'm Ichi the Witch. Don't tell me introductions are really necessary every time. If it hasn't shown itself after all this fuss, it's probably one of the timid ones. Eek! Don't surprise me like that. The way you were just standing there made me think you were a tree. I had no idea you were human. Let me guess, you're witches? How dare you freeze so many of my mushrooms? What do you want? We're here to hunt you. Me? Oh, I see. It's time. It's that time already, huh? I mean, then that means you three are big fans of mine. Sure. No, we're the exterminators. Just because you don't accurately perceive them doesn't mean that they no longer exist by that logic. I don't exist. No, but I'm interacting with you right now. And here's the difference. Here's the difference, 6. I can literally one-shot Zeno the moment I turn off the screen. Oh, look at that. Zeno no longer exists as far as I'm concerned. His entire perception means nothing to me. He cannot do anything to me. He cannot interact with me any further. I turn off the TV. Are you passing a geometry test? I passed geometry in high school, so yes. Exterminators? Well, yeah, smothering a forest in mushrooms, especially this close to a town, is a big pain in the butt. That's a human hater magic thing to do. A human hater? Me? Why? Were you listening at all? How can you not get it? But they're mushrooms. What's wrong with there being big mushrooms around? I mean, every living creature adores mushrooms, right? They're worshipped as gods. Doesn't everybody offer the holy ritual Shroomy Shroom dance at least once a week? That makes no sense. Shroomy Shroom dance? Sounds fun. Anyway, you're a nuisance, so we're acquiring you. What? I had no idea that mushrooms were so unloved. That does it. If you don't love them, then I'll make you all into my Selim mats. Alright. 6, I'm not arguing with you, I'm not debating you. I one-shot the thing, that's the end of the discussion. I am the Kingdake magic. Not everything has to be something that you have to fucking fight because you disagree with it. Jesus Christ. For my trial, you must cut the stem and harvest them. I am the Kingdake magic. For my trial, you must cut this stem. Okay. That's if you can catch them. They're not a source of One Piece scaling. I love magic mushrooms, hyperbolic time chamber. Ah, right. I'll do extensive research. There's probably a lot to go into it. What are you guys talking about? Guys, takes Earthrag is very powerful. He's just a very basic power-wise that can't beat Luffy's Devil Fruit and Haki via hacks. You can't catch me. I'm gonna run, turning people and animals into mats and spreading mushrooms everywhere I go. Anyone who doesn't worship mushrooms doesn't deserve to live. Jesus Christ. It ran into the mushroom forest, so we have to look for it. That little thing in all of these mushrooms. Maybe one more. Good. The ice barrier is fully deployed. As for the magic, Master Toge Ice, Team Descaras has made contact with the magics. It looks like this height, approximately 6 inches. Acquisition method is to sever the vine attached to its body. I see. Well done on covert operations. You may stand down. Yes, Master. Wait a moment. Dignified, disciplined, and beautiful at all times. That means maintaining a neat and tidy appearance so as to not shame the mantle of the Witches Association's name. Am I understood? Yes, Master. I wonder how this contest is going to go. Who do you think is going to catch the mushroom magics? Good question. Ichi the Witch does bring a unique perspective to hunting magics. You'll never know what it'll do next, and that makes him fascinating to watch. But Toge Ice is no easy opponent to defeat. She specializes in ice magic with 16 magic acquisitions to her name. She's like Descaris, has a natural gift for magic. Few were surprised when the two of them became the youngest girls in Mantonel's history to earn the full title of Full Witch at age 11. Wasn't she 14 when she installed the association's magic security system? Between Descaris shenanigans and Toge Ice's I'm just gonna call her Toge Ise. Unending attempts to rein her in. We hadn't a single day of peace and quiet back then. Now that we do, no, not that we do now either. Toge Ise cares more than anyone about the good of the Mantonel Witches Association. Shirabane Dona, if anything ever happens to me, I think I'll nominate Toge Ise as my successor as president of the Mantonel Witches Association. It's not an ad hom. I'm not insulting as a refutation because there's no argument to refute. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You didn't read Wano. You're not a source of One Piece scaling. I did read Wano. W ad hom. I believe she opposed debuting Ichi the Witch of the World out of concern for how that could affect the association's future. It's her way of expressing her loyalty and care. Considering how freewheeling the other witches are, I think she'd make the best choice of leader in my absence. What about me? No. You aren't even interested? Descaris? Out of the question. Of all of the many magic prodigies we have, she's the most dedicated, studious, serious, hardworking, and least egotistical of them all. That is the Silver Snow Witch. Chikutoge Togeise. Okay. Huldra? Whoa. Dignified, disciplined, beautiful. Am I clear, everyone? Yes, Master. She's so cool. She's a strict teacher, but her lesson seriously. Take her lesson seriously, and you will learn her students. Her students love her. Though, well, We freeze every inch of the forest solid. Yes. Master, she can be a bit of a meathead in combat. Okay, how's Ichi the Witch going to counter this? I can't wait to see. So far, she's one of my favorites. So far, she's one of my favorite characters. My mushrooms are getting frozen. Oh no, what do I do? They're taking all of my places to run. And if I don't have anywhere to run, then he'll find me. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Found you. Yeah! Alright, how? How does he always find me no matter where I hide? I thought witches were supposed to be, like, attacking us with big flashy spells, so who the heck is he? Tonight we have mushroom soup. Maybe one more chapter, this is pretty good. In this world, mushroom hunting is no pleasant hike through the woods. It's the most dangerous stroll you can take. Huh. There are mushrooms that instantly inflame the skin only with a touch, and others whose spores cause immediate breathing problems with a single whiff. Wow. Randomly grab any mushroom you find without any idea of what you're doing, and to be blunt, you'll die. I nearly got myself killed a dozen times before Minakata taught me how to tell safe mushrooms from poisonous ones. The crucial thing to keep in mind is to be prepared. Cover not just your arms and legs, but your eyes and mouths too. Stomping and thrashing around your mushrooms is a bad plan. We beg your forgiveness, Master Togeise. We had a protective barrier up, nausea, dizziness, irritated skin on the arms and legs. Focus your efforts on healing yourselves. Spores that are strong enough to punch through standard protective spells. The magic is powerful. It is more powerful than Whoa, Master Togeise. Freeze to death. Durandala. Okay. Slimy, clingy, and utterly inelegant. That does it. I am through being gentle. This magic needs to be taken down in one go. Now and fast. Damp nooks, the bases of trees, mushrooms like to grow in. I can spot the places it's likely to hide pretty easy. Tracking it won't be difficult at all. The rest comes down to speed and timing. The problem is that it's quick and it's hard for us to move fast in our protective gear. Which means we set up a trap. Kumuki, I need to ask you of something. Me? The hunting horror, the mushroom murdering maniac. I do want tons of followers, but I don't need this intensive stalker things. Are all humans like that? Maybe they really do deserve to get turned into mycelium mats. But first, somewhere I can rest, somewhere it's safe to sleep. Fluffy, soft, with lots of mushrooms around. A peaceful, quiet place to sleep is all I want. A damp, gloomy, hollow in the ground, humid, lots of dead branches, roots, dead leaves, fallen. It's perfect! A mushroom couldn't ask for a better bed to grow in. The reek of rotting vegetation, the dank, gloomy air, this bed, it's the most luxuriant bed ever. Red-cap mushrooms on this branch, purple spores under the leaves would look lovely too. Bitty caps on the roots, doom spores, hollow tapping. I'll grow all kinds of mushroom turns into the bed mushrooms. Ichi! Okay. The instant the magic is caught, I'll use the leg booster boots to strike fast. We only get one shot. It all comes down to pure speed. What the? Bloodlust? Whoa. Helgana. Swallow it whole and freeze it solid. That magic is mine to acquire. On the honor of the Mental Wish Association I have. Ichi, cut the vine? Huh? Ichi, where are you going? It wasn't them. The cold shudder I felt. The sudden extreme blast of bloodlust. Whoa. Ching, you're a magic. Ooh, you're a magic. Ooh. Whoa, things got interesting. Have you seen a post about Guy versus Deborah? What do you think? Nope. Guy versus Deborah? I don't know how Guy dodges all those light speed attacks. I really don't know how Guy dodges all those light speed attacks, dude. Year 5 turns into Nika. There's no argument. It becomes credibility. You're providing no argument. Saying Year 5 makes Luffy technically Joy Boy is like saying Shiryu is technically Absalon. Just throwing a tantrum at this point. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm saying he's Joy Boy, in my opinion, because he laughs a lot. If he's not, I think you guys are just asking for semantics. This manga is getting quite interesting. Also some good art. I agree. Yo, Uroro. What happened? Why are you like that? Is this some new game of yours? No. Deplorable. You know them? Unfortunately, they're literally the last one in the world I wanted to run into. I tried to lie low and cover all signs of my presence so I wouldn't be noticed, but no. Some feral idiot's dumb bloodlust radar had to go off. Why'd you run toward them instead of away, you nutcase? I'm not a nut. I swear not a single good thing has happened since you acquired me. Acquired? You Ororo by that little mouse? Weave. You react to bloodlust, an unusual biological response. You mouse, look at me, what do you see? I see death. Tell me, how many people have you killed? Whoa, what's that? Where are we? When did we get here? And what's that thing? I had no idea. I saw Ichi dash off somewhere for who knows what. The Master Togeise showed up, froze the magic mushroom and acquired it, and then the next thing I knew, I felt like we'd been bounced off of something. Scopia. The villagers are all still within the dome. Only us, witches, and cadets were kicked out. Discaris, this is that barrier. Discaris, come back! Togeise, answer me. Master Monigold. This is Togeise. We just encountered an entirely unforeseen... Calm down, Togeise. Listen carefully. I'm issuing Code 0, an S-tier magic warning. An S-tier magic? We just received a prophecy from the Association's Oracle on the 6th day of the 6th month at 45 minutes past the 2nd hour. In other words, in 15 minutes, the eastern town of Hoitaka and its surroundings will be warped out. Warped out? Then yes, that magic, we know nothing about it. No, it's not its powers, not its acquisition trial, not even what it looks like. All we know is that it appeared 15 years ago, and with absolutely no warning, a chunk of mountain 3 miles in diameter, including 2 towns, was warped out in the blink of an eye. The Association's greatest enemy have been hunting it for years. If Aurora is the king of magic, then this one is the ability to carve out and warp chunks of the world, is the god of magic. We named it the World Hater Magic. You asked me a question earlier, how many people I've killed. You misspoke. You should have asked, how many am I going to kill? Kid, activate me now. That magic is no joke. We need to get it far away and fast. So it is a magic. One wrong move, and I'll wind up vaporized right along with you. We've got to get out of here before something or someone triggers it. Understood? Wait. You're not gonna. You there, magic. My name is Ichi. Ichi the Witch, and I'm going to hunt you. I hope you're ready. Oh my god! Oh, this is good. Oh my god, this is good. The robot is almost light speed, not light speed. We ain't dropping that. Oh, right. You're right. Where do you scale double his speed? His attacks are light speed. His movement speed is almost light speed. He literally uses light. Only one more? Yeah, just one more. A male witch? There, I introduced myself. Now it's your turn. Brainless idiot, how stupid are you? Hey, wahaha, pay him no mind, okay? He really is just a dumb, know-nothing kid. I'll give him the scolding of his life, I promise, so let us go. Hey, I'm not dumb, whatever. It's of little consequence. This isn't how I was told it goes. Ororo, if you don't want to get erased, I'm about to begin. What the fuck? Babong? What the fuck? Lanceman? Advance? What the fuck? No mercy, that nutcase. Those things warp out everything they touch. That's an advancing line of death. Jesus Christ, this thing is crazy. What the, where's this wall come from? We can't get through, we can't get out, let us out. Eon, your mods are banning people for saying Kaido over Whitebeard? Who the fuck is banning people for saying Kaido over Whitebeard? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Like, we're not... Okay. Silky Brook, what are you talking about? What do you mean they're banning people for saying Whitebeard over... Kaido over Whitebeard? I mean, sure, Kaido over Whitebeard, who cares? Why? I think he meant in my Discord? No, he insulted people? It's the mods? Okay, what happened in the Discord? Let me do this first. Let me separate the stream view so I don't... Because, that isn't a separate thing. Screen capture. Give me a second. We'll just keep it to Ichi the Witch for now. Yeah, let me check them. Here or on Discord? Never insulted no one? Okay, rules of the stream, break room, rule breakers. Okay, let's see. When was this? The guy insulted people's intelligence multiple times. You can back this up, Aster? At Tal posted this image. Yeah, enough said. Multiple times, mind you. He even said, okay. What was your name on Discord, Silky? What was, Wait, where the fuck was this happening? What channel was this happening in? Somebody tell me right now what channel this was in. What channel was this in? In the debate server? Okay, in the debate server. Okay. Server, his name is Baru. Where? Okay. Which channel in the debate server? Which channel in the debate server? Eternal Dreamer, not the N-word, sorry, but turns out he meant Niger as the country, okay. Text debates, okay. How long ago was this? Baru? How long ago was this? Yeah, the text debate channel, but what, just now? 2:14 p.m. Jesus Christ. You guys are going at it back and forth. Okay, okay, this is just going on for a while. Yesterday? Okay, so you said it was just now. Where can we vote for... Okay, Bora. So this was you. You're Bora? 20 minutes ago, probably. And said his name is Bora. Where can we vote on the... to remove you from society? You can't. This ain't a democracy. I just don't like getting my hands dirty, making you consider it. Okay, okay. Let's get past Goku Genshin Impact. Okay. I would agree. Click to see the attachment. I don't like to get my hands dirty. You're making me consider it, though. Monkey. Bro folded Fasting Kizaru. I can agree. Fasting Kizaru gets KO'd. Why? Okay. What's racist? Monkey is an animal? Okay, you should not be calling anyone a fucking monkey. I don't care what the context is. We're not going to accurately say that it's disingenuous and not just use the word monkey on somebody. Sparta, alright. I'm not insulting, I'm just dropping a descriptive adjective, add logic. Okay, true, we can debate it. Debate Kaido over Primebeard. Okay, is your opinion not biased, though? Extreme diff to Whitebeard, everything is biased. Right, base Quado swamps. Is it the story is objectively true? If everything was 100% clear true, then nothing would fall into interpretation whatsoever, never in any case, then debates wouldn't exist. You know, that's the exact reason why 99% of debates are cross-verse. In verse, everything is clear, not necessarily. Kaido lost massively to injured fatigue. Luffy fastly surpassed logic of Whitebeard, yet in Elbaf. Strongest creature. Kaido, Roger, Unbeard. What do you all remember? Understand? What, can you say that? No. The fuck you mean no? He isn't. He had the title of strongest in Roger's era? No. What do you mean no? No. Okay. He was using his fruit. He was sick. No proof of him using his fruit. Don't need to. Also, Roger's rival was 3v1 Mr. Runbeard. He didn't bother coughing up blood while bending his back. Things his garbs backed up by feet. He killed himself. Okay, let's not do that. Coping harder than Admiral Tards. I don't like the word. Everything that happened in Goon Valley is 1G upscale. Goon Valley Peak. Okay, I don't like the use of the word Tards. Let's not use that. Meaghawk's mom was a hoe, though. Shit was crazy 20 years ago. Alright. Sure. So, you mean to tell me wasn't dying of an incurable disease? Bruh. Doesn't matter. Logic was sick. Show me the statements. Strongest runner in the world versus strongest disappointment in the world. Got him. Okay. You called me a LARPer because I said that he didn't use his devil fruit? Sorry, but he's in great shape. I'm afraid this man's in peak condition. Can you read, though? Can you track a show or a manga? Not only that, but... Doing career... if I'm doing cancer therapy and progression, the doctor said I'm in great shape, I'm cured of cancer. Can I just leave the hospital prove? Pretty obvious. Who cares if Rogers... yeah, your comprehension skills are high. Burrow, why? Fuck you mean, why? Being toxic, he's being toxic, old chat. How have I been? Agenda maxing? Bro, I'm a pro. Okay, when did I know and insulted you? LOL. Dude, some other guy just joined us. I've never seen your face, but you know it makes cortisols, don't you? Reddit mod, don't mind. Get your facts straight, keep quiet. Don't tell me shouldn't be kicked. It seems to hear, and Leon, I seem to hear being toxic. We don't know. We don't allow that here. Shouldn't they be kicked or something? Where, son? I didn't just say yesterday. He's been here since he introduced his AI girlfriend. Fuck you. How am I taking a stray? How the fuck do I take a stray from this? You guys are having a back and forth and I'm taking a stray somehow, but you guys calling my girlfriend AI again? What the fuck? Why are we acting like you own the server? Ball knowledge. Uh-huh. You can call it Rage. Are you a mod? If so, check out this guy is lying. The facts are being stated. Oh, yeah, it's not that. I diverted the topic. I can't divert anything. Simple question. Rage Bane, Roger was sick. Would you consider this? He was using his devil fruit. Roger was sick. LARP, LARP. No, but only knowing Roger was sick. Legendary LARPer. We're talking about Whitebeard versus are we now, bro? I guess I'm talking about Toxic because I'm not new here. For saying I'm not new here. Yeah. Still didn't respond to my last comment, by the way. Now you're showing your true colors, mods. Is this a Whitebeard Glaze server? Okay, we're in like that. Kind of like you're being acquitted. I mean, he is wrong. Same here. Kaido versus Wins versus White Prime Beard. Okay. One of the dumbest takes I've seen in a while. God 2, by the way. Same guy who said Joy Boy fighting Kaido, not Luffy. God 2, by the way. Same guy. Uh-huh. Showing you true colors in the Whitebeard server. Uh-huh. Someone to make him sell the last laugh. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna put it like this. They banned me at that point. Okay, got you. Listen, I will say this, Silky. I will say this. You shouldn't be calling people Admiral Tards. If people disagree with you, I will say this. If people are disagreeing with you, it doesn't mean that the whole server, for whatever reason, is filled with quote-unquote Admiral Tards or Whitebeard Glazers or whatever. You just have a different opinion. Let's grow up and just accept that if you want to interpret something to be one way, that's fine. But if somebody's interpreting it to be another way and the crux of both arguments essentially fall under the point of interpretation, then neither of you two is right. It's just you believe you're right. All right. If you can promise me, and I'm taking this very seriously. I take a promise to be very seriously. If you can promise me that you don't go in here, you don't try to like be combative, you try not to be as combative as possible. Try not to be combative, try not to call people tards, try not to say reading comprehension or blah blah blah. If people disagree with you, just leave it be. And if you feel like the back and forth is getting to the point where neither of you two are getting to a discussion, please, for the love of God, just stop replying. This goes for everyone else in the server. This goes for everyone else here. Just stop replying. I was telling Six and Tamari earlier. They were going at a back and forth about each of them just shifting the burden of proof onto the other. I don't care who started it. If you guys are just getting to the point in a conversation, if you guys are literally getting to the point where you guys are just going in circles, just stop it right there. Agree to disagree. Leave it at that. Shiny Manju1. What was your... Shiny Manju1, what was your, what's your thing on Discord so I can try to see it or whatever? What's your profile picture, at least? When did he tell you to keep quiet? When did he tell you to keep quiet? I'll try to be like that, I promise. Alright, if you can try to be like that, if you can promise me that you'll try to be just a bit more mature, and just, if you guys... Listen, if you think that Kaido is over Whitebeard, I don't personally care. I literally could give less than two shits, but it's not definitive. I just want you to understand it's not definitive, it's not objective, it's just an interpretation. If you view World's Strongest Creature to being more than World's Strongest Man, I think that's fine, I think that's okay. I think that's perfectly reasonable. If you think that he's stronger than Prime Whitebeard, I don't personally care. It's not that deep, it's not going to be that crazy. I'm going to put up the link to the Discord. Just please, guys, just please learn to just let go of a conversation. None of these conversations are going to be the magnum opus. None of these conversations are going to be the end-all be-all conversation of the power scaling topic. No, you're fine. If you think Prime Beard solos, you're fine, Amatsu Kamiya. I don't care either. None of these conversations are the end-all be-all. You guys are not going to convince yourselves, especially if you're just basing your arguments off of some level of interpretation. Here's the Discord link. You can be back. Just please be respectful. All I'm saying is please be respectful. Like, for example, if you think both are Loki victims, their only argument was Roger and Whitebeard are equal and told them Roger was sick back then, that's fine. If you think that Roger was sick back then and they post up a picture that says he was in top physical condition or whatever, just say, well, I still think that his sickness coming into play. If you guys don't want to agree with that, that's fine. I'm still going to believe in it, and just leave it at that, dude. Also, Aura and Tamori, again, you guys are doing this whole back and forth credibility ad hominem shit. I just leave it be, guys. It's just that I don't know how you guys have the energy to have these back and forths, dude. It just seems so fucking exhausting. I'm willing to let you guys back in. Here's an extra 4. There's an extra 4 people that can join in. Here. I'm willing to give a bit of leeway here. It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Let's be mature about it. We can be young adults. We can be treated as, if you guys, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm willing to treat everyone here as a young adult. I'm willing to give everyone here the confidence to know that we can grow as people and we can become more mature, or we can at least take things in a way where even if we're not going to be more mature about it, we can at least say, you know what, leave it be. It's not that important. I believe this. You guys believe that. Let's just leave it be. That's it. But this is me putting my faith that you guys can grow, all right? This is my faith. This is me putting in faith that you guys can move on from this, grow from this, just learn from it, even if it's a tiny little bit, right? Because the next time that next time you hit me up saying, yo, I got kicked out of the server again, I'm gonna be honest with you, and catching strays is a classic in the community. Can be squabbling over car models and insert Eon eats beans in his vehicle. Classic, man. Yeah, no, fuck you guys. How the fuck do I catch strays? This is some bullshit. Rocks, my name is... Okay, got you. So, what exactly did he tell you? Can you... It expired, the link is gone? Okay, I'm gonna send another one of these. There are 5 uses. As soon as you see the comment pop up, use it. As soon as you see the comment pop up, use it. There you go. 5 more uses. Alright, sweet. Where's this wall coming from? We can't get through. We can't get out. Help. Let us out. Please let us out. Let the children out first. Sounds like the villagers have noticed. Okay, kid. As dumb as you are, even you have to realize that over there is bad, right? At this rate, we're both toast. Use Lazud. Use Inazuri. I don't care which. Just activate me already and get me out of... Huh? Finally decided to attempt to leave, little mouse? No. Never in my life have I gone into any hunt thinking I couldn't possibly die. It didn't matter if I hunted a rabbit or a wolf or any other more vicious animal. It's all the same. When it's death for death, death has no size. All there is the pure desire to kill. Looking back, that instant our eyes met, my heart leapt. I'd be catching strays too. You aren't alone, Eon? That's crazy. Prefer you can catch this can of beans instead of a stray. Yo, alright, you know what? That's a 5-minute timeout. Fuck you. That's an actual 5-minute timeout. Congratulations. I want to hunt. You, those monsters, I want to hunt you all. Links aren't working. Does the link work for anybody else? Jew. Okay. It seems this guy wants to make me mute. Get your facts straight or keep quiet, because expressing myself and being able to express my intelligence as it does loosely tie with emotions. My preclinical culture would shut down if I speak. I think this guy's indirectly insulting my intelligence, trying to threaten me to not have a voice, let alone... Okay, I see where you're coming from. We'll leave it be. Just don't tell anyone to keep quiet, and it's a public forum. By the way, this is a public fucking forum. Alright, I'm gonna try this one more fucking time. If the links are being used up, there are 25 people here. There will be 25 uses for this. You literally cannot tell me that this link doesn't work. If it doesn't work this time, I'm just not putting up another one. Just to make clear, yeah, no. Okay, everything is fine. It's the same as I've always done it. If you cannot get in, I agree, a ban was harsh, but I don't know why we should have a conversation. If somebody you disagree with enters the chat, you explain to them why you disagree. If you don't want to have a conversation, that's completely fine. If the crux of the conversation basically boils down to a genuine opinion, it's fine. Just leave it be then. Why not they flip a coin, 6 or Tamari? Why not have someone flip a coin and each says which is heads or tails? Why can't I can make a decision? It may help. Because it's not that important. We shouldn't have. You should have a conversation, but the point is, you should have a conversation, but there comes to a point in every single one of these conversations, or at least most of them, where it boils down to an opinion. If the crux of the opinion is an interpretation versus another interpretation, Whitebeard is sick. Sorry, Roger was sick. Roger is not sick. Blah, 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 blah. If the opinion boils down to an interpretation, at the end of the day, it's either I choose to agree or I choose to not agree. I choose to concede the point, I choose to not concede the point. We'll just boil it down to luck on my entire grandma. I mean, it doesn't matter. The conversations eventually just... The problem that I have with a lot of these is that... And the problem that I have a lot of these, Aster, and the reason why I say to a certain point, you just have to let it go and you just have to say, fuck the conversation, is because a lot of the time, these conversations essentially boil down to, as I've been seeing with Six, Tamori, and Aura, it just boils down to either after pushing the burden of proof, shifting the burden of proof to the other person, or it boils down to just this back and forth that is completely exempt now from the actual conversation at hand. If the conversation at hand is that Luffy is Joy Boy, it wasn't an opinion, he claimed something and I argued back. What was the claim? The claim was that Roger wasn't sick. The claim was that Roger wasn't sick, right? That was the whole claim of this bullshit. Right? That was the crux of it. What was the crux of it? That Roger was sick, and then that you guys posted some images and statements that said Roger's in peak condition. Roger, he's in great shape. Just give up. We've been with Rogers for ages, and he never be able to stop. Rayleigh, some, I have faith in order. Roger is almost up. I'm afraid that this man's in peak condition. So then just take that and say, listen, this implies that Roger is at his strongest. You're saying that he's not because of X, Y, Z. If it's not implied in the series, then you have nothing to base it off of, so your opinion is wrong. There, just leave it at that. As a statement of him being sick. Right, Roger has a statement of him being sick, but they're also saying that it's in peak condition. So again, it basically boils down to, do you believe that the sickness is taking effect, or do you believe that the doctor from the crew is right? Again, it boils down to your opinion. And if the crux of the argument boils down to that opinion, then you're both just having a back and forth about which of you two thinks is right. And at that point, I stop caring because, again, it just boils down to interpretation. Anyway, you magics are always surprising me. You're massive, you're challenging, you're creatures I've never seen before. I can't wait to think of a more exhilarating hunt than this. Okay, anyway, I'm over it. I'm done. Uroro amplification. Now, what? Snow? A glowing fish? Uruwashi? Now charge? Holy fuck, these things are huge. Holy fuck. Charge? Boom, 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 boom. Kumugi, don't look away, don't even blink, yes. And don't you dare stop writing, yes, master. Get every detail in writing, don't overlook even the tiniest speck, yes. Endless ink. Kenpeli. Record everything, that's the only thing you can do now. Understood, master. Yes, master. Now charge. Boom. Okay. He froze all of it. They stopped. Look, the monster stopped. Yeah, we're saved. Ching. Breaks right out. Huh. What utter arrogance. So you temporarily halted their advance. So what? It means nothing. If you think that's all it takes to hunt me, you're a fool. Aw. You've so much wrapped around your neck, you thought you might be hiding a weak spot. Guess not. What? He stabbed himself in the leg to forcibly stay awake? Well, where is it? What's your weakness? Your head? Your limbs? Your heart? Or is this another one of those things with ridiculous conditions? What do I have to do to hunt you? You're out of your depth? If you used a Roro to breach a hole in my barrier, then maybe you might have gotten yourself and some of the dross in that town free. A few would have been saved, but now, because of your hubris, everyone dies, beginning with you, little mouse. I'll warp you beyond recognition until nothing remains. Explode. Lapta? The only one going down is you, here and now, you insane excuse for a magic. You're... who else? Everyone's favorite, uber-talented badass Discaras. Ooh. He also claimed me a LARPer because of my claim, and when I provided proof, I asked him to prove me wrong. He changed the topic and called me a LARPer again instead of admitting he was wrong on that specific topic. Okay, so then in that specific topic, Silly Brook, if you're still here, let's do something. You are not to call anybody a LARPer, and you are not... And one thing that I'm going to make clear within these debates, what I'm going to make clear, and something I'm going to add to the server debates and rules. Let's see. Use channels for the intended purposes. Please don't talk in scans or send scans in gen chat. Please be respectful about debates and any disrespect for insulting and any warning. And it happens again, you'll be timed out or kicked. Wait till the debate is over before you talk or interrupt someone. If a verdict of a debate is given by a judge, I don't care about that. There is a new rule to stop debates from dragging on for too long. There is a pause in a debate that is longer than 2 days. A judge that was present for the debate will give a verdict given into account. And no judge is present. An extension will be granted for the second debate. All right. Judge given a roll. Common sense rule, please do not judge your own debate. If you join in a Discord, we ask you to mute out of courtesy. All parties will be informed. Here's a new one. In addition to Rule 2, don't talk scans. Don't talk in scans. However, there is an exception attaching an explanation to what it is. And here is another rule. We're going to add Rule 15. Rule 15. No pushing the goalpost. No pushing the goalpost. If a point or a topic of discussion is not answered or debunked, then you... The scalers are not allowed to switch the topic of conversation No moving the goalpost. No. There we go. From here on out, I'm here. I did not know Roger was sick at the time of the Whitebeard clash. Listen, dude, all I'm saying is don't change the topic of conversation. I'm so sick and tired of people doing this shit where we all of a sudden, where we're talking about Kaido versus Whitebeard. Then we have to bring up Whitebeard versus Roger. Then now we're bringing up a completely separate fucking topic of conversation that now is completely irrelevant to the original fucking point. I don't care. Stop doing that. If somebody, like for example, and this is just because Aster is right about something. If you bring up a claim and you provide proof for it and the other person tries to simply switch the topic of conversation to something completely separately, you're not fucking doing that. You're going back. The person that brought up the point, you have under every right to simply not answer and to say, give me 1 second, guys. Making a Black Blade is the infusion of Haki into a weapon until the point that Haki just doesn't leave it anymore. You can't just make a Black Blade. You have to literally infuse a blade with so much Haki that it becomes a permanent Black Blade. Like, if you think, like, I don't know about skill, because skill as far as One Piece Go essentially boils down to the most subjective topic possible. There's nothing to base it off of. You're just saying one has more skill than the other. If you want to say that Rayleigh has more utilization of any of the 3 types of Haki over Mihawk, sure, that's fine. But it's also kind of unquantifiable to an extent, and the biggest defining feature here is that Mihawk, as far as we know, is the only character besides Shuzui, not Shuzui, that's the name of the blade, besides, Ryuma to ever make a black blade within the context of One Piece so far. So, yeah. I'm streaming right now. If you guys want to ask me any of these questions, you guys can just bring it up in chat. Someone else would also bring it up.
Alright.
Alright, have a good one, boys.
Alright, man.
With so much paint that it can't come out with soap or bleach. Alright, people are gonna move it regardless. At the end of the day, it's not deep. Yeah, it's really not deep. It's a black blade. Yeah, and Ichigo's dog shit weak. Anyway. Alright, Descaras, I finally get to see her fight. I've been waiting for this for a minute. Out of the way, she just kicked him away. That's so fucking nutty. You broke through my barrier. You must be rather skilled. Just skilled? Nah. I'm the world's greatest, most powerful witch. Good to meet ya. Most powerful? For all that, you're rather plain. This is cutting-edge fashion, thanks. 15 years ago, a section of Polaris Mountain got warped out. I assume that was you? Who knows? I don't recall which parts of where I've erased. What kind of kin die there? What, did your kin die there? Revenge, anger, hatred, sadness. They're all worthless emotions. Everything vanishes into nothing eventually, but if you want to continue this fleeting, painful existence of yours... Holy fuck. Then try to stave off your imminent death, which... Holy shit. Oh. Ho! Descaras just brought out a stand. What the fuck? Okay. Shoot him down. Iskandar. Whoa! She just sliced those things up completely. Sheesh. Are all you older magics deaf? I told you I'm the most powerful witch there is. Crash down Alexandra? Whoa. I mean, come on, seriously. Using a spell you're already lost with once again? Talk about dissing a girl, jerk. I lost? Yeah, just a second ago, duh. To that snot-nosed feral kid. Look at you, the world hater magic itself. And the noobiest of noob witches with this whole whopping 2 spells had you shaking in your boots. Terrified that he might actually get you someday? Weak. I love her! Oh my god, I love her. Ichi the Witch, I'm going to hunt you. Nonsense. Golconda? What is the trial to acquire you? Speak. My trial... Whoa. You actually fought back that time. Golconda's spell that makes the target say everything. I will get your acquisition trial out of you no matter what it takes, but since I've got you here, let me experiment a bit. Let's see what works, what doesn't, and what you hate most. I said you were plain. I retract that statement, Witch. How many magics have you acquired? Who knows? Lost count. I love her. Aw, were some of them your friends? Whoopsie, I'm sorry. Oh, I love her so much. Ooh, Descaras is great. Ooh, I want to hug her. Where am I? I thought things just vanish when they die. I'm not dead then. My knife was not enough. That magic wasn't the prey today. I was. Boy, the end around here tastes great. The plants all look healthy. The soil seems rich too. It's like the perfect mountain, my personal paradise. Look at this guy. I can't take it anymore. That feral brat is terminally stupid. He hasn't done one smart thing, not one. Yeah, you said it. I warned him. I told him to run away. But he did. Did he? No, he ran straight at that thing. He's such a magic slave driver. Though, like, to be totally honest, I'm seriously happy I got to be one with you, Lord Ororo. Don't say it like that. It's weird. There he is! Feral human be gone. The power of magic compels you. Feral human be gone. You're going to fillet us again, aren't you? I can be convinced. Whoa, what a welcome. A magic circle? Basically, this is your inner world. When magics are acquired, they typically go to live inside the witch's inner world. You were KO'd in reality, that's why you're in here with us. Knocked out? Then I'm not dead? Yet. They're really going at it They're really going at it out there right now. You could still end up collateral damage. They want to watch. It's hilarious. Whoa, Ish, you're a tough one. I could say the same to you. I'll acknowledge that you're as powerful as you claim, but merely being the strongest isn't enough to affect me. Give up, Abyssal Witch. Okay. What if we add a second prodigy to the question? Durandala? I would rather not, but now's probably the time to test it out. Mushroom Burst, Mesylvane? Ignite, do much. Took you long enough. Your handwriting is atrocious. It took this long because I couldn't read your note on breaching the barrier. Are you sure you didn't just get lost on the way? I've never gotten lost. Ever. Liar. Uh-huh. The villagers have all been evacuated. Reinforcements should arrive shortly. You're outnumbered, Magics. You are outnumbered, Magic. Are you sure you shouldn't be the one giving up? Despicable. Any more of this is meaningless. What are you trying to do? I appear, I warp, I leave, that's all. But as my destruction continues, one day eventually, I'll have destroyed the whole world. That is the sole reason I exist. Don't worry, I'll return soon. Very soon. Hey, get your face off the screen. We can't see it yet. Just wait. One day, I swear, I will hunt you. He's just like Ichi. He is just like Ichi. You can even tell that, like, the way that his hair shapes is completely the opposite of what Ichi looks like. Hey, kid. You're gonna end up a sacrifice? I am? Why? I'm sick of trying to explain things so your tiny brain understands. When you wake up, ask the insufferable witch. She's got a duty to explain it to you. See ya. Don't come back. Again? Okay. Where am I? Yo, the feral kid finally awakes. Discaris. Cut loose and then conk out for 3 whole days? Why don't ya? You'd better thank Kumugi later. She watched over you the whole time. So, I was out for 3 days? Yep, the spell finished healing you up while you were snoozing. Can you move? Yeah. Come with me, we need to talk. I'll get straight to the point. The region around Hoitaka was wrecked in half. Literally. Lots of people were injured in the mad dash to escape, but the village itself didn't suffer any major damage, and no one was killed. The association is working on both repairs and investigation as we speak. Destroyed, half destroyed, and now repairs? The Magics, he said he was going to destroy the world? Alright. We call it the World Hater Magic. I need to talk to you about it. Whoa, who the fuck is this? Welcome, our beloved Messiah. You're what? Too close. Never mind you. Is this a rule in the association that all witches have to make a wacky entrance? Yeah, this is Jikishirone. I'm the Oracle Witch. Good to meet you, Oracle. Are you human? Wow. Nice Discaris. Nice. Discaris keeps you around for a reason. You're sharp. Jikishirone is a special case. She was previously in a coma for a decade, but then one day she woke up. Not only that, it was like she'd become a whole different person. Finding humans who, for whatever reason, are unable to move, forcing them to acquire it, then possessing their bodies for itself. The body may be Jikishirone's, but the one who's talking is the prophecy magic. I'm no human hater, though. I'm super cooperative with humans. Okay. Yeah, about that. The last one had Monegold Livid, you know? She said a prophecy that only showed up only a few minutes prior is no prophecy at all. But that's how it goes. I'll share my prophecies with you, but at times of my choosing, in exchange, I'll be nice and stay cooperative. That was our deal. I'm being super generous sharing my prophecies with you, witches. I really think you ought to be more grateful. Hate this thing. Anywho, that's enough introductions. Let's get down to the brass tacks, okay? And by the way, I mean your and the world's hater fate, our fate. Not to brag or anything, but my prophecies are always completely and totally accurate. One day I receive the prophecy, the worst prophecy imaginable. It will be known as the World Hater Magic. No witch will ever acquire it. And on a certain day in the future, it will destroy the world. All living things will be warped, twisted into unliving abominations, and when no one remains in the world, will reach its end. However, there is one ray of hope that may overturn this future. It lies within the one who acquires the Aurora magic. The light will challenge the World Hater magic. Should the light win, the world will be saved. And that is you, Ichi the Witch. You're the light humanity has been waiting for. The Messiah that will save this world. Messiah, yep, you're going to acquire the World Hater magic and save the world with your death. Upon acquiring the World Hater magic, the light will bring peace to the world, and at the same moment, the light will be gutter out and die. Sorry, but that's the full extent of the prophecy I was given. That last bit only came to me recently. You're gonna end up a sacrifice? I see. You aren't gonna say no, are you? I mean, it's just your life against all living things in the world. It's a no-brainer, right? Go on and bravely march out to your death, heroically giving your life to save the world? Okay. Hey! All that fiddly stuff about prophecies and messiahs aside, if my choice is to just plain die or to die while taking out my prey, then my choice is clear. I'm going to take down my prey with me. We can think about all the fussy details as we go along. Who knows, maybe it'll work out on my end. Yee, so cool. That's our messiah for us. By the way, don't call me that. Okay, how about Mr. Hero? No. Ichi Peachy? Absolutely not. Wait, why is this? Sascaris has an issue with this. Interesting. Fuck, I can't get off of this, bro. The reviews for the boys are already splitting. It's fine. Should he acquire the World Hater magics, Ichi the Witch will die? That is not the prophecy we heard before. You said that the one who acquired Aurora the Magic had the potential to acquire the World Hater too. Yep. This is kind of an add-on to that. Because, maybe it's because Ichi the Witch finally encountered the World Hater, but the prophecy came to me just yesterday. It's piping hot, fresh out of the oven. But it's no biggie. Sure, one human dies, but the whole world is saved. No need to change anything, right? Humans are so picky. This topic is hereby classified. Only the 4 of us present may know, speak of it to no one else, except Ichi the Witch. He is to be informed as soon as he wakes. Understood, Descaras? Okay. One day. You're hitting the bottle quite hard for you. Don't look at me to cart you into the infirmary when you pass out. Don't need you to baby me, Miss Busybody Ice. My name is Toge Ice. Are you that drunk already? Hey, alcohol's for getting drunk. That's why you're here, right? One needs to be drunk to handle all this nonsense. A good mushroom-filled day to you all. This is a truffle. These are splendid mushrooms. Really, they are. It's a pleasure. My new roommate's pleasure. Boing, boing, boing. Because that mushroom is running amok in my magic circle. After all the effort I went through collecting only the most elegant magics, ensuring if it stayed dignified and properly, happy to hear it. While I'm on the topic, the Hisame magic was supposed to be mine. I was about to go out to acquire it, but you had to waltz in and steal it. You snooze, you lose. Aw, too bad. You have always been too freewheeling, and you've always been way too into doing things by the book. It's important to do things by the book. Well, at the end of the day, you acquired that mushroom. You won the bet fair and square. Stop. You know what we saw? I'm not so imprudent that I'd insist on pushing my opinion now. Not after that. I heard from the Oracle about this connection to the World Hater, and I certainly didn't expect that we'd encounter that magic so soon. Surely he was born under a special star, and that is precisely why I'm concerned about you. I worry that the more you spend time near him, the more he'll come to remind you of Libro. Dang it, Libro, are you reading my spell book again? You aren't going to get anything from it. Give it back already. What's so interesting about it anyway? My baby brother's so dumb. I'm well aware you want to stop the World Hater more than anyone, but you're the kind of person much too kind. But you're a kind person, much too kind. And being around him gets to be hard. I'll swap places with you anytime, Des. Huh. You really are one nosy busybody chick. Yo. I lost again? Sit. What's this all about? Eat. What? You sharing food? Are you too sick to eat? Want me to chuck this at your face? So yesterday, that stuff about how if you acquire the world, you'll be saved the world, but you'll die. You know that crap prophecy? Are you sure? You really sure you're okay with it? I don't mind. Aren't you afraid of dying? I don't want to die. Heck, I'm only alive because I refused to die before. I don't know what it is, but I just can't seem to wrap my mind around the future. For so long as I hunted and hunted, desperately trying to survive just for that day, no matter how hard I think about it, all I can do is hunt and live for the day, for today. That's the only way I know how to live. Trying to plan for the future just makes my brain hurt, but hunting magics is fascinating. I do want to try and resist the prophecy, but Ichi, I want you to be my family. Oh, she's so I love Descaras. Descaras might just become my favorite character in the show. In this fucking manga. Who is better, Bob the Builder or Handy Mandy? I have no fucking clue. Bob the Builder? I know who he is. He's not the Messiah, he's just a naughty, naughty boy. Alright. Each, I want you to be my family. You what? Let's not start panicking. Listen carefully, because I'm going to talk about the future stuff that's so hard for you. The how and why are irrelevant. At the end of the day, I dragged you away from your mountain home. Not only that, I will make you fight against tons of monsters. I'm even sending you off to your death. Thus, it's my responsibility to provide you with everything you'll need. First among those is a home. A home is a place where you can come back to no matter where you are in the world. Even if you don't think you need it, you do. Write your name on this. That's all you need to do for now. Mentor? It's a mentor-pupil blood contract. Among witches, the bonds between teacher and student is thicker than blood. The pupil becomes master's blood. The pupil becomes their master's blood, while their master shares their blood with their pupil. There, now the two of us are as good as family. Family? Family. Now that that's taken care of, clean this up when you're done. Huh? Then draw a bath for me and file all my reports. I want you up before I am in the morning too. Make breakfast for me and then wait respectfully. Wait, what's all this? Oh, did I forget to mention the mentor-pupil contract is more generally called a slave contract. The pupil has to obey the mentor in all things, and I say you are to wait on me hand and foot. My orders are absolute. I didn't know that. I didn't tell you. With this, you're officially my dog. Come back here. I take it back. Bring back that paper back here. Pretty sure she made a quick getaway. No matter where I am, a home that I can come back to. Family? Discaras, what have you done? Sawi, this is not something a mere Sawi can fix. You're kidding me. An actual mentor-pupil blood contract? A mentor-pupil will make a blood vow, casting a spell that chains their hearts together, while the pupil cannot refuse their mentor's command. Should the pupil die, the mentor will lose their life as well. The nasty old relic of witchcraft that only uses the name mentor and pupil. Nobody uses it nowadays. Most people consider it a curse. Did you know that when you cast it? Why? You heard the prophecy? Easy. I don't want to be some crappy adult who dumps the world's problems on a kid's shoulder and then kicks back and relaxes in their peace their sacrifice creates. Don't worry, I'll ensure we're plenty prepared in the worst case happens. Because that dumb mutt only knows how to charge in head first and get himself killed, I'm gonna make his leash good and tight and train him up so he's powerful enough to blow that stupid prophecy out of the water. After all, now we're family. Yo, I knew this was gonna be some bullshit. You know what's crazy? As I read this portion right here, I literally thought to myself, right on this page, I thought to myself, this is going to be one of those things where by the end of the series, Discara probably, like, dies or something, right? Like, now his and her life are essentially linked. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I didn't know she knew how to look like that. Yo, I am crying. So, we just got a new prophecy from Jiki Shirone. What's this all about? Another new one. Supposedly came down just this morning. Jiki Shirone herself is worn out by so many prophecies in a row that she's taking a vacation. Magics can get tired. The human body it inhabits was never the healthiest, okay? To prepare for the battle against the world hater, travel to the joyous land of Bakugami and acquire the magic which slumbers there. That's a nice and concrete prophecy. Is that magic one will need in the fight? It says, do so, and you shall receive a stalwart companion who will fight beside you. A companion? I'm sorry. There, it's okay. Now be a good little small fry and tell me how to acquire you. Cool. Alright, that's enough of that. We read a lot of that. I basically wasted most of the stream just yapping with you guys and just talking about that. She was actually my stepsis. What the fuck? A little brother-like relationship with his little sister? A little brother-like secret relationship with a little romantic comedy where siblings with a misunderstanding begin. Kira, my stepbrother, was brought into my life in high school after my parents remarried. He's a cute boy. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Akira, it's time to sleep. Get off of me. 5 more minutes. When I realized we were having siblings, I foolishly misunderstood that I was going to have a little brother. Hey, Aniki, want to sleep together with me? I never thought that Akira would actually turn out to be my stepsister. What kind of sick shit is this? What kind of sick shit is this? Yeah, you're joking, right, Jan? Whatever I do, Akira, that's my futon. As for why the stepsister of mine became so attached to me, it happened not too long ago at the beginning of July. Speaking of which, a foreigner spoke to me. The train station, I couldn't handle it. You did good. Taking English classes would be a waste of money. It's a good idea. Then remarrying is okay, right? Well, if it's remarriage. Nice reaction. Dad, are you serious? Is this a prank? No, it's not a prank. I may have pranked you many times, but I never lied to you even once. Who is the unfortunate woman who fell for my father? That was close. If I talk about the woman, it would just ruin the mood. I met her on a set photo shoot. Her name is Miyuki Tominaga. Pretty cool. She's a freelance makeup artist. She's a pretty cool person. How long has it been? It's almost been 2 years. 2 years? We've been dating for 2 years behind my back? Well, you're insensitive, you know? Okay. Well, you're going to have a sibling. A sibling? Did you say that right? Yeah, already out of sync. Is that true? Really married? Of course. A sibling. I look forward to it now. If only I had asked him to confirm if it's a brother or a sister. You got some urgent work ahead of time. Yeah. You there? What's wrong? Whoa, a pretty boy. What's this? Wait a minute. Do you have some business with me? He's totally being worried of me. Wonder if in trouble. Are you lost by any chance? Yeah, well, so what are you gonna do? Would it matter? Are you trying to hit on me? No interest in picking up boys, though. If you were talking about this pretty boy, it's possible that he's gone after approachable, but same-sex sex. I'm not interested in you in the slightest bit, so don't worry. Are you really just going to show me the way? That was my intention. Well, in that case, I'll let you talk to me. What a cheeky guy. Well, looks like he seems to be in junior high. So where do you want to go? What's the coincidence? I was in my restaurant. So you're really hitting on me? Look, we're here. It's true. Sorry for doubting you. What's wrong? Bring you in. He surprisingly has a cute side as well, very much so. You're the one from earlier. He's my little brother. So I'm Ryuta Majima, you are. I'll say this. I don't want to get too familiar with me. And uncle, too, please do. I'm sorry, child only talks in his manner. This is my child, Akira. Come in here. Hello. Be nice and gradual for me and my son, I hope. Let's sit down. Okay. After that, we needed silly talk. It seems that my younger brother despises me. I wonder if he's against the remarriage. Hey, what is it? Don't worry, I'm opposed to my mother's marriage. I'm not opposed. Okay. Respect. Two different things. Mendel's law have nothing in common with blood. Usually families are blood related. Family, I want to become a good family to you. You understand that? Stop calling me you. You can just call me Akira. Let's get along. Oh, hey, Dad. A little more alienable. Ryuta, sure, Dad. But I'm actually my stepsister. I want to become family. Ryuta was kind, but I guess he's a little weird, but is actually my stepsister. If I'm going to have a brother. Oni-chan. Good morning, Ryuta-senpai. Hey, Hinata-chan. She's become more mature again. Yeah. My big brother has always been under your care. From now on, likewise, please take care of me. Pardon the intrusion. I'm just saying, just got home. Thank you. Yeah. What's wrong, Ryuta? Something on my leg? Miyuki-san, I'd wish she'd be more modest. You're taking your hands off. Okay. I'll call you Aniki. Okay. I transfer the exams. Yeah. Okay, this is not as weird as I thought it would be, right? He doesn't know that this is actually a chick. What does he find out that it's a girl? I'll make you my wife next time for sure. Is this supposed to be a proposal? I don't want to marry my brother. Akira's transfer went without a hitch. Are you okay? Don't be silly. Yeah. Opai? Abrupt. Akira, you were actually my sister, not my brother. That's right. After all this time. In Columbus, fortunately, there was an India sailing by west. Okay, why the fuck are we talking about Christopher Columbus right now? I'm stuck, step bro. Japan, seriously, what the fuck? I'm really sorry. Wait. In 1492, Columbus set out to reach India by sailing west. However, he ended up arriving not in India, but in the New World, America. Though he accomplished great feat of discovering the New World, he died of a misunderstanding that it was India. In 1984, the Berlin Wall. East Germany government's politician Schabowski misunderstood the government's intention and made a wrong announcement. The border between the East and the West was open due to the history's greatest misunderstanding. That's right, this is a misunderstanding. However, it's a misunderstanding that should never have happened. The brother-sister misunderstanding. I'm really sorry, Sai. Don't tell me. You thought I was your brother all this time. I'm sorry. It's fine. I misunderstood all these. I misunderstood a lot of these things too. I can't keep what happened today a secret. Yeah. That's right, the dark history thing, Miyuki-san. Are you free? Do you need to talk about something upstairs? Tell me, did you tell them about the incident for yesterday? Did you tell them? That's right. Thank goodness. Akira is not to blame for anything, but the way using I, Boku, and the way I dress is not girly at all. Besides, it was me who agreed to the bat thing. Akira not blaming all these things. It's me who's weird for not noticing after spending 3 weeks together, that's all. That's true. If that's the case, can we please just continue to be the same as before, playing video games together, letting each other comics, going shopping, like how brothers do? Of course, I'm fine with that. Aniki normally sit much closer. That's right. I think it'd be difficult to continue the same way before you're my sister, so you're a girl, and I just think I'll start a consciousness. Then, if you get even closer to me than you are now, then you won't be conscious of me, right? Aniki, you said it yesterday, didn't you? I want to get even closer with you. That was... That was... Those words weren't your true feelings. No, they were my true feelings. You said to me, even more relaxed around you, was the only limited for when I thought I was your little brother. No, that's not it. Then why don't you look at me properly as your sister? Could it be, Aniki, that you're getting embarrassed because I'm a girl? Please be a little more gentle with me. Well then, I'll have Aniki get used to his lovely sister more. Aniki, hurry up. Oh, this is getting weird! What the fuck? What the? I'm done. I can't do it. I can't read more. I can't read more. No. That just got... Okay. I know they're not related, but Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell is the... Yo, what is good with Japan, bro? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Alright. Yeah, let's get back to One Piece versus Naruto. Let's get back to some actual real man's work, right? Something that doesn't something that could be argued to be morally fucking terrible. It's never safe. Why is the screen black? Oh, right. I forgot to switch the things from before. Right, my bad. Right here. My bad. There we go. I had to. I closed it. And basically just opened this back up. All right, One Piece versus. The screen went black. Yeah. The screen went black because it was specifically focused on that one thing. The screen itself was focused on or was like tied into the one thing. 1 second. Open this up. How many pages do you guys think we'll be done with before we finish like One Piece? I was about to make a Family Guy reference. Alright. Now we have Sabaody Archipelago. And let's make this there we go. Sabaody Archipelago. Sabundi Archipelago. Copy. If it's one-on-one, always bet on Tyson. You guys think Mike Tyson can beat Kaido in a fight? You guys think that Mike Tyson would fuck up Kaido or no? Or am I just bugging? Sabaody Archipelago. We made it to Sabaody. Yeah, we made it to Sabaody. Shit's about to hit the fan. Alright. In the wide's worst of Giguk, Wincest. Tyson has Conqueror's Hockey, so yeah. Interesting. Alright. Fuck me, I have to bring up Sabaody up on this. God damn it. 490, right? We'll do like 489 first. Save into the covers page. Oh, we already have this. Sweet. Skeletons, I'm so happy to be alive. Laboon. Alright guys, farewell. Try not to get annihilated. Don't talk like that. It's bad luck. Okay. If you see my mama, give her my regards. Let's meet again, Namizo. Okay, the thick mist was also abundant that day. Everyone's gathered, chalking tail, those mysterious waters like veils. It's called the Gallant Men of the Straw Hat Pirates. It brings tears to our eyes. Meanwhile, it's happy-go-lucky. It's okay, Luffy. If we take a detour, at this point it'll... a little thing. We need to reunite. You mean about Ace's paper? It's okay, don't worry. Oh, it's alright. Even if he's in a pinch, he wouldn't want me to worry. Ace hates to show any weakness. I'll go to help him. He'll just scold me. Besides, we're rivals in the big pirate picture. Ace has his own adventure. The Vivre card shows when a person is in a weakened state, but it also reverts to its original size if he gets better. If I see him, that's the time. That's the time. That's why Ace gave me this paper, right? Zoro's been cheers, cheers, cheers. Alright. Let's just download these pages to throw into our Sabaody. Let's go up by one. Sabaody, 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 Sabaody. Red line. Have to be extra careful. Let's gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship up Inks's brew. Dot it up from ocean sky, done it ocean wide. Yo ho yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Flying Fish Gang, They created an arrow, so we should just follow them. I still have a lot to learn. I'd be, alright, I'll steer. The directions 4 o'clock. Are we sailing to go? I'm worried. Hachin sounded weak. Okay. Okay. Just download these. Mike Tyson's a human, Kyle is a drawing, so yeah, we solo fiction, man. The fact that it is fiction to us means that its entire ability to interact with us revolves around the idea that we choose to interact. Sorry, Cammy, I had no idea he was your friend, so you won't help rescue him? Hachin, yeah. Okay. Here. 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 So, not that. This. 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 Nope. Nope. All right. Not this. Let's put this back here. What? Okay. Let's go back. Alright, cheers. Bartholomew, even with the power, you let them escape. You better have a good explanation. I'm the one who has to report to the top brass. That's my grandson for you. Be quiet, Garp. You were given clear orders to exterminate a lot of them, yet you failed to even bring back the head of Straw Hat Luffy. This is a grave situation. I realize that. Relax and Goku. Luffy may have brought down Moria, but he's not the type to go blabbing about that fact. Kuma, don't tell me you felt compassion. Alexa, stop! Felt compassion for those pirates just because they were injured. Your act of mercy won't make them change their course. Even their log post leads them closer and closer to Navy headquarters. Yeah, probably. I've got some tea leaves. Break out some crackers. Let's have a snack. Shut up, Garp. Something's falling on us. The rain candy. It's yummy. I heard why it's candy. Okay. It's raining candy. A sea raccoon. It's gonna transform. Run. Is that a frozen chat? No, chat's not frozen, just nobody's yapping. Okay. The chat got shut by Inumaki's tech. Yeah, no, just nobody's yapping. I mean, that's fine. Ah! Would you do it with the Murgo's wet? No, I'm not doing it with a fucking wet nurse from goddamn thing. No, I don't want it. No, nothing from Bloodborne. No character in Bloodborne. I don't care what they look like. Yes, I'm going to be discriminating against... Yeah, we are just boring. You guys aren't boring. It's just nothing much to talk about right now. I'm just getting back to work. The Sneak Snake current. Hold on, they're going through. Look, what about a tune? We're here. Yeah. You guys had it easy. It took me 50 years. Yo ho 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 ho. We've reached the halfway point. Twin Capes, where we met Laboon, is on the other side of the world, connected to this wall. I'm glad we got this far without losing anyone. I can't see the top. This thing is huge. Okay. The Straw Hats reach... After several days, the Straw Hats reach... the red line. Straw Hats reach the red line, which means they have traveled halfway across the planet. Sorry for spamming. I thought they didn't go through. Anyway, when will you scale Neil? No, I'm not. Ask me that one more time, see what happens. Ask me that one more fucking time and see what I do. They traveled halfway across the planet. Chopper says he can't even see the top. If you could take any Devil Fruit's powers and all you had to do was piss them off and take their enraged attack at max power, knowing you would survive, who do you take? Luffy. I wanna tank a Bajirang gun. I wanna tank an island-sized fist just to say that I could. Or Thorheim. Or Loki's Thorheim. I just want to be able to say... I just want to be able to say that I tanked a giant island-sized dragon's blast. I think that would be so fucking funny. I think it would be way too fucking funny for people to sit there and be like, whoa, that's the guy that literally took a giant island-sized lightning blast. I'm tearing up. We've been through so much. When I was just a baby, I came from the South Blue via Reverse Mountain, but that was over 30 years ago. 5 years ago, I came from West Blue to this ocean. If we sail around, the other half of the world will encounter the wall one more time, and when that happens, I'll be king of the pirates. We have to be extra careful. The sacred land of Mary Joa, home of the Navy headquarters, and the world government is really close by. Wahaha, this pool is so much fun. Not nearly enough, I'm still soft. I must get stronger, I'm still too weak. Okay. Neil? The answer... Okay. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to fucking do this, Leon. Leon Alberic? I'm gonna be so fucking honest with you. I'm just not gonna scale it. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to have to say it. I'm not gonna scale Neil from Raldi's Crack House. I'm just not gonna do it. No matter how many times you ask. I'm just not gonna do it. Pay me like $1,000 and I might do it. I must get stronger. I'm still too weak. You know, no. Scratch that. Pay me $10,000 and I'll do it. I'll make a fucking hour-long video about the scaling. I'll even add extra shit in there just to pad out the timing. Thought Ian was about to drop his own max power attack. Nah. It's not that serious. Zoro. Zoro is doing one finger handstands. Finger push-ups. One finger handstand push-ups. With 4-ton weights. Bro is casually pressing with his fucking fingers 4 tons. Robin Luffy report. It's good. It's pitch black everywhere. Mixing something funny. This is no laughing matter. The pressure will crush us like a tin can. That's monstrous. Hey, Shark Submerger has a max depth of 5,000 meters. Be careful. The ship is making funny sounds that we passed the 5,000 meters. Oh, is that it? Why? No. Watch out. Will be eaten. Doesn't sound like it's going well. Nami made a nice tart of horror pears. They were growing on Thriller bark. It looks yummy. I don't want to go. We're still in a bind. Delish. It's like Sky Islands all over again. Even if we know which way to go, we don't know how to get there. How do we get to Fishman Island? We've resurfaced. No, we get to see the bottom of the sea. Is it really Fishman Island down there? Yeah, it was my first ride in a submersible. If we had gone deeper, we'd have been crushed. According to the log post, it's definitely below this point. No good. I should have spoken more about it with Lola when I had the chance. Is that thing from the deep? It followed us? A sea rabbit. Growl, you think you can beat me out of the water? Gum rifle. A giant sea rabbit larger than the Sunny. A giant sea rabbit larger than the Sunny gets one-shotted by Luffy. Somehow it didn't seem so big. Compared to Oars, it was nothing. It spewed something out. Huh? A fish? A person it can't be. Totally is. Eek! What happened here? I crushed a human. I'm sorry, you're alright? I'm quite alright. What about you? Can it be true? A mermaid? Oh, so many people. Whoa, thanks for saving me from getting digested. I tend to get eaten by sea monsters a lot. This is the 20th time. I have to repay you somehow. I know. How about some octopus fritters? Octopus fritters my favorite. Really? It's 500 berries per serving. You're selling them? I made a mistake. Kami, a Garami mermaid. Dream job, designer, current job, octopus fritter shop employee. You'll really help me rescue Hachin? What the fuck? Let me rescue Hachin. Who is this Hachin? He's one of the owners. He's the owner of the octopus fritter shop. He makes the best tasting snacks in the world. All right, we're gonna rescue the octopus fritters even if it kills us. They agreed. Do you know the location? Grove 40 is just east of the archipelago. If you set a straight course due west towards Sabaudi Archipelago, you should be able to run into a 5 kilometers before the archipelago proper. Okay, from there we can just ask the fish for directions. Alright, we better hurry. Hey! Look at all the fish. Can you show us the way? Apparently they're afraid of the flying fish cans, so we won't be too close by. But they'll show us the way. Amazing. You can talk to fish. I know mermaids could do that. But are we supposed to follow them when they swim underwater? Garan, we could eat all the fish in the world. Shut your mouth. Whoa, bravo. I've never seen anything like this. The fish, they created an arrow in the sea. It's so pretty. We should follow them, right? Okay. Zoro, this is a mermaid. Say hello to Kami, the mermaid. A mermaid, huh? First time seeing one? You just erased it from your memory? Hey, do you already mention to go over how Usopp, Nami, and Vivi took 10 tons in Little Garden, if that's relevant? Took 10 tons? What do you mean they took 10 tons? I cooked them. Goku won versus Iron Mike. Was the map of Sabaody already showed? I think we can say each island's like 5 kilometers from that. No. It just says that you should run straight into it 5 kilometers before the archipelago proper. You guys were having a fucking discussion on the Discord debates thing? Did you guys have it on, debates? Verdicts? Okay, Mike Tyson versus all of fiction. Mike Tyson for 6, fiction for Boro reasoning. Boro was unable to prove that a statue of Goku in real life is a one-to-one replica of Goku himself. 6 countered the point Boro said about the statue being a 3D version of Goku by saying that it is a representation of Goku, not Goku himself. Boro was unable to attack this counterpoint. The debate became circular. Difficulty negative. Ah, this is probably Lapis. Fine, using the logic of Glamour Girl being a pocket dimension with a finite exterior with an infinite interior, they debunk 6 via using the logic of the dimensional stack affecting Dire World via the outside working inward, therefore negating Glamour World with a finite attack. Second point involved the fight between Dorothy and her elf version fighting in Glamour World. And cause it to collapse in on itself. Thine asked the question of why not 2 Glamour Worlds negating each other via the impossible, becoming possible, and then becoming impossible again. 6 conceded after that point. Diff, low diff. Okay. Miss Wednesday did a 10k press on Usopp, didn't get hit. Right! They were biased. Fine, I guess you can crack. I don't know what the... Okay, I'm over that. That's right. Let's go back and see. Usopp did get crushed by 10 tons. That is true. Wait, I have it over here. Function F. Little Garden. 26 meter tall, yeah. Dorian Brocky, 100 years, 6,000 battles happened. Ms. Valentine crushes a dinosaur with her 10 kilograms, or their 10,000 kilogram press, calls the other squad weak, offers an ultimatum or he will kill them, yeah. Usopp and Nami attack 5 and Valentine. His gunpowder star did no damage and he gets blasted by an explosive booger. Then after surviving the explosion, he has a 10k dropped above him. Mr. 3 catches Luffy's leg, intercepts. Golden Week manipulated everyone. Karoo and Usopp are too fast to catch. 5 pulls out a gun, 6-round pistol, round rifle. This is a rapid fire. That is a rapid fire machine. He fills a revolver with explosive breast, blasts Usopp, takes, Valentine and Usopp, progressively increases her weight. Karu outruns gunfire. The crew will die in 30 seconds. Physically, Valentine's trying to kill a group when the Ian team drop. Knock her out in one shot. Yeah, they knock her out. They basically knocked out someone that was falling down with 10,000 pounds. 10,000 kilos. Yeah. No. We already have it written down. Yeah, we'll already have it written down. You said it was chapter 120, page 17. Let's just open up that up real quick, just to double check. Little Garden, 120, page 17. Yeah. She drops the kilo press on them. All the stuffy stuff happens. Yeah. Blast bomb breath. Yeah. Explodes Usopp. Lands a 1-ton press. 100 kilos, 200 kilos. Yeah. Guillotine. I'll drop you guillotine. Press. Huh? Yeah, they knock her out. Yeah, at 126. Yeah, they do. They knock out a woman who weighed 10,000. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, though. Burbo God, I really do appreciate it. If we gave proof of reality over fiction. He just provided ideas, theories, and up for free interpretation. Only Jump Computing didn't mention that part in the debate. I don't know. Not really my, I don't do debates, so I don't personally care. Debate the verdict on the server. I appreciate it, Burbo. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, thank you. That's very kind of you. I tried to do my best to, like, write down every single feat that was, like, relevant within these. The same thing for Naruto, but, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, we just got a lot more for One Piece. Sounded so weak, I've been treating him, yeah. Hachi is such a kind, decent man. It's always a little octopus. Hachi reminds me of that idiot fishman we met that one time. If it's really, we won't save him, but it could be really him. Usually Hachi defeats anyone he goes up against when tourists are involved. They're creating havoc in these parts lately. Their guys, Duval wears an iron mask. He has seen his face without it. Yeah. Anyway, Cammy. We promised to save the octopus fritters. You mean the store owner? Yeah. I actually did provide proof. You can look, but if we grant it didn't burn. In the first place, because you made the assertion, you shouldn't have appealed to it, because it's a rule I made up, or something along those lines you never proved. If you read the rules, you can debate the server verdict once. I feel like if we're appealing the server verdict, then it should basically, you probably should just appeal the server verdict. What impression did you get from Key's Fairy Tail scaling? You've tried to push to me the idea that Fairy Tail isn't, like, you know, multiversal and stuff like that. And many of the things that these guys do, obviously, I think would boil down into hacks, like the whole, like, how do you quantify turning futures and shooting them at someone, and those futures not even blowing up trees, you know what I mean? Is there ever stated that they can manipulate their AoE? Like, I don't know, man. I will say, Key, considering the way that Key scales One Piece, but the way that he also scales other series, I would probably go out of my way to say that I don't want to take, you want them on cash or PayPal, Unk. PayPal. What are you talking about? You are not gonna pay me $10,000 to make an hour-long video about Nick or whatever from Rawl's Playhouse or whatever the fuck it's called. You're not paying me that. I know I gave an extremely disgusting price just because I know that no one's gonna pay that. Master Duval is going to be thrilled. Yeah, I said $10,000 because I don't want to talk about Raldi's Playhouse or whatever the fuck it's called. The fuck is it? Neil from Raldi's Crack House. I'm not scaling Neil from Raldi's Crack House. How far could pre-time skip Usopp go with Naruto's plot line? Usopp, at the very least, I think could genuinely tank. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely think Usopp can tank Kirin. If he gets hit by something like a Amaterasu, I think he's done for, but I also think that Usopp both A, dodges, and B, can also tank Kieran. Like, he at least makes it past the pain arc. He's not actually shooting those dimensions. Those balls are produced by making timelines converge into the main one, but the balls themselves are not literal timelines, yeah. Like, that's the thing, though. It's like, I feel like with a lot of his scaling, I will take a person... Listen, if a person can't... I'll put it like this. One Piece is a series that has so much fucking evidence to back up so many of the things that they talk about, that if you're gonna sit here and tell me that so much of the things aren't true and you're not gonna provide any evidence for it, you're just gonna say they're not because they're not, I'm just gonna take all of the rest of your scaling as... I'll take it with as little of a grain of salt as possible. Like, the tiniest of tiniest grains of salt. It's just cellular, you can't provide proof. That's his win con, so it's just not gonna end. Okay. What the fuck was I gonna time out? Can Usopp tank Can pre-time skip Usopp tank most attacks prior to the war? Yeah. Everything, including the war. Yeah, up until Land of Snow. Yeah, up until the Land of Snow. Tank most non-hacks based. Non-hacks based. Yeah, up until the Land of Snow. Yeah, up until Pain Arc. Nah, he doesn't even get past the pain. Unaffiliated judge for the debate with you in 6. Yeah, there we go. I don't personally think like the actual war arc. I don't think he's tanking everything in the war arc, but I do think at the very least Land of Snow would be fine. He also said Irene could reshape the planet when the spell referencing was explicitly limited to the continent. That's what I mean. It's like, I don't know, man. I feel like with Fairy Tail, it's a little weird. So, Usopp, after he tanks an attack from a continent puller ores, yeah, he's tanking War Arc. Basically, yeah. Basically, pre-time skip Usopp. Guys, let me go get some more water. You guys can change up your positioning. If you guys don't think he even gets past Pain Arc attacks like Almighty Push, that's fine. Yo, that fly that came in here earlier got absolutely fucked up. Where do you scale his durability? The guy can tank a 4-ton bat to the face. He can tank a woman dropping 10,000 kilos. 10,000 kilos? What's 10,000 kilos again in, like, pounds? The guy can tank a 4-ton bat to the face. He can tank explosions, point-blank range. Let me see. 10,000 kilos, 2 pounds. Kilos to tons. So that's about 11 tons. Nami and Vivi can combined slap away a woman who weighs 11 tons. For context. You don't know if that's enough to tank Kieran. He can tank explosions to the face. He can tank that. What else do we have here? He can tank attacks from ores. Usopp runs for salt. Usopp combines an oil star to create a giant projectile. Moria is pissed. Kuma. Brook has saved them. Tells to wait. He trusts that he's Luffy's fight. Deception. What do we have here? He doesn't really do a lot in Enies Lobby, which is why I don't give him any scaling for that. Kieran is just lightning. How big are the explosions? Big enough to engulf his entire body. Coming from characters stronger than Arlong. So, I don't know. You do with that information what you will. He's caught up. Sanji falls while bleeding. He's caught, but Usopp blasts Orb's Firestar. He shifts his attention, switches to throw Sanji away. Zoro tells Frankie, yeah. Ores. He also tanks explosions from Perona, generates shockwaves and explosions from the Special Hollow. He can absorb the explosion of the Special Hollow, which is more powerful. Perona returns to her body, blows up the Special Hollow. Usopp absorbs the explosion with an impact dial. His lieutenant tries to attack Usopp. He uses the shockwave to one-shot the Hippo Zombie. Usopp says his arm feels like it's breaking off, but it obviously doesn't. He immediately acts again. He tricks her with the 10-ton the hammer, but that's not really relevant. Usopp chases Perona, who's being chased by Kumasi. Is there anything else here for Usopp? He's able to dodge lightning. Kieran also destroyed a big portion of the hill. Ooh, I should probably reorder these as well. Land of Waves, Land of Iron, Taichi Pain Arcs. Okay. So there's the top of the hill, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, 6, 7. All right. It destroys 1, 2, 3. So let's go back. Kieran destroyed. That's there. It's underneath that, so 1, 2, 3. Cool. 1, 2, 3. So it destroyed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It destroyed 7 layers of the hill. It destroyed at least everything from this tree line above. Or is it this one? Either one of these 2 tree lines, it destroyed everything from these tree lines above. Yeah. It looks like... No, yeah, you're not wrong. So you see this? So you see right here how, like, these like, I don't even know if I call these hills or mountains, but these, like, formations right here, we'll just call them mountains, I don't really care. So these formations right here, yeah, these formations right here, like the peak of it, right? You can see that. This is like the peak of these, and this one goes up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the top of the thing, which, the top of the building. So it's 5 layers of the actual hill itself. And as you can see right here, it's underneath this. It's underneath that. But this right here was already underneath that anyway. So it's everything from this line right here above. Everything from this line here above, right? I have no scale for the trees because I don't know if these trees are the same trees that like you can see in I'm not sure if these are like the same trees that you can see in like the Gamma Bunta versus are they fighting? This is still within the Land of Fire, right? This is still within the Land of Fire, right? This takes place during the Land of Fire. This takes place in the Land of Fire. I'm not gonna make some random like thing of like, is Gamma Bunta Usopp making it to Pain are comfortable? Only thing beating him is 100% fully charged village destroying Almighty Push. I think that could beat him. I genuinely think that could beat him. Like, honestly, not even to hype up like Pain that much. It's like, I genuinely think that like an attack that could wipe out that much of an area, I think it'd probably take out Usopp. So if it's the same as these trees, then these trees don't even really reach halfway through like, let's say a tailed beast. You could say that each of these locations are at least smaller than 17 meters. What chapter is that? This chapter is 135. This chapter is 391. 135, 391. Right? Like, I don't know. I mean, because the force of the Almighty Push was able to push all of the rubble and foundation of the village to the sides, and it essentially made a giant circle in the middle. Like, if the village is at least, what, 40 kilometers on a low ball? If you think the village is at least twice as big as if you think that the village is at least twice as big as the Forest of Death, which I think is genuinely a reasonable scale for it, if you think that the village is at least twice as big, then it's genuinely easy to just say that the village is 40 kilometers and Pain essentially wiped out about 40 kilometers, right? It's honestly one of the biggest ranges of attacks that we've seen within the entire context of the series that's quantifiable, right? How did Sakura and Hinata and the others survive? Lady Tsunade protected them. She kind of healed them through the entire thing with Katsuyu. Tsunade basically healed them with Katsuyu. So under the assumption that, like, these trees are still about as big as, like, these, again, I don't know, that would mean this would be 1, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, so this would be, like, what, 85 meters tall. This is about an 85 meters tall hill. I would say that this hill is about 85 meters. He also made a pretty massive crater. Yeah, he made a crater going slightly under what the... Not slightly, but he made a crater going under what the village's base foundation is. That is true. That is true. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. But yeah. So, you could say that this is maybe like around 85 meters. So, Kieran wiped out about 85 meters worth of dirt and stone. Assuming that's like the mountain's composition. Yeah, dirt, rock, stone, whatever you want to call it. He basically destroyed about that much of it. Yeah. How dare you? Fine at this. Yeah. Yeah, Kieran wiped out about 85 meters worth of, like, stone and rubble. And that's, obviously, don't take my word entirely for it. I'm just going off of the assumption that, like, each of these are about the same height, and Gamma Bunta would stand easily taller than these trees if he stood, like, right here. I would say that Gamma Bunta would likely stand above these trees. That's under the assumption that it's the same mountains. I think they showed the size of the trees when Sasuke's team met Kisame. I don't know if it's anime only. They showed the size of the tree when Sasuke's team met Kisame? Can you, if you can find the episode for that, I can try to factor that in. Wouldn't that put Painful Power Push be multi-city block level because the village, it's lesser than a town? Well, no, the village would be at the very least... Well, that's it. That's because you're looking at it from the context of it just being named the village. The village could be the size of a city. Do you use the mountain carving statement? For what? The Massive Rasengan? Yeah, I think the Massive Rasengan can be a mountain carving attack. What do I care? Yeah. It'd be I just call it... Like, do I think it could wipe out an entire mountain in one shot? No. Do I think, like, if you slam it into a mountain, it would rip whatever part of the mountain is touching it through? Yeah. Do I think it would rip out the entirety of a mountain out? No. But, alright, at least I don't have nothing to believe off of than simply mountain carving. Carving means you can bash it into it and it will have some effect into it, right? As far as it goes, I mean, there's an image here that shows that the Forest of Death is... I'm gonna probably just separate it myself at some point whenever I find it. Right here. You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this. Leaf Village potential size. Yeah, this is the only one I'm gonna name a little bit differently. Yeah, this one. If you take the size of the Forest of Death, which from the perspective it's a bit far off, just throw it in the center and then just double it in size, you could say that the village is a little over, like, 40 kilometers from, like, this range right here. I would say it's a little over 40, and that's just me giving, like, a very rough estimation. Yeah. What was I gonna say? But yeah, doing that information what you guys will. I don't, right now I don't really think I personally wait, what is in chapter 115 that I didn't download? Chapter 115, Naruto. 115. Why do I feel like I'm always missing so many chapters, dude? Oh, right, giant snakes. Yeah, they were going off. Yeah, that's right. These giant snakes. Giant snakes. I need Naruto. Naruto, give me tuning exams. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Yeah. Ambu. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just download these. Just to have them. I'd rather just have them. Yeah, Gara starts to lose his shit. Yeah. Leaf can be within 100 kilometers since Ino can sense all the village, and you can check the Koji and Delta were standing outside the barrier and didn't sense them until she came into the village. 100 kilometers? You think so? Wouldn't that be Pain's full power almighty put? Oh no, I read that. Can you show me again where that was from, Jeff? What Boruto page? What's up, Invictor? What's up? How you doing? We're doing good. Can you do me a favor and let me know where that statement was again, please? Hokage student. He was formerly a third Hokage student, a rogue shinobi. Shortly after they ran from the village, resented the third ever since, a vendetta. He wasn't human, merely said to have human form. He scared me, just scared me. Giant snakes appeared in the vicinity. Roughly 100 sand shinobis have infiltrated the village. I'm ordering all patrol. Just 100 sand shinobi. That's crazy. Alright. Darn it. The ceremony. Lord Third. Leave it to the Ambu Black Ops. Besides, Lord Hokage isn't to be taken down so easily, for he is Konoha Village's Hokage. That you actually possess some regrets at the thought of killing your teacher mentor. There, that feels better. Just a bit sleepy. Some tears welled up when I yawned, that's all. But as I suspected, I know you're a man moved by hatred. Yeah. Okay. You want to hear my thoughts on how big the One Piece planet is? Sure. Let me have it. Guy can punch a guy through solid stone. That's fantastic. Yeah, as long as you don't push too much, yeah. I'll retag you in it. Appreciate it. Silly Brooke, what you said was unnecessary in the court. I only said you were entitled to your opinion, then you flat out said my opinion is wrong. Yeah, let's not fucking do that. Is Silly Brooke still here? If you can also just post it on the Discord, whether it's on Discord or you give me the... Oh, right. I can't show those. Though someone should not have posted that. Yeah. Eon asked for it, not Vonky. You're right. Fucking Monica. Yeah. By the way, that picture of Steven was specifically for a guy that apparently had thrown up the photo up somewhere on chat, and we just had to ban them from the thing. That was posting the reason for the ban. Anyway, just because I know the context can be a little crazy, but you know, somebody might take it out. All right, just check general. Everything is in there. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Handsome chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Chapter 30, 34, 36. Once you see Delta, still searching for Kashin Koji and Kawaki. I'll detect them now. Thank you very much. Operating your track. Verify chakra signature. No, it's new. Copy that. Nope, can't find him. I've extended beyond the village too. No sign of Kawaki. Could you expand the search for him or a bit more? You know, if he's truly raising chakra, it doesn't matter. Even if he's going, he's run out of his chakra. Likely the village by now. I found Boruto. He's roughly 40 clicks northwest. What does 40 clicks translate? What does 40 clicks north mean? For 1 kilometer? Okay, so it is about 40 kilometers. Okay, so for about 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers. I found 40 clicks northwest. There's someone else whose chakra I don't recognize. 10 sports outside of the village, which means they're already... We'll travel quite long from the village. It should be in Kawaki. It should be beyond Kawaki's race. The mine transfer, in any case, I think about 100 meters around the village. In Ino's case, I think about 100 meters around the village. This doesn't imply that the village itself is 100 meters. It just says that Ino can spread it an extra 60 kilometers outside of the village, right? Outside the village from his location. So yeah, Naruto can still sense about 40 kilometers away from the location. So all we had, it takes 3 days to reach random islands while being sent at the speed of light by Kuma, right? Oh, so you're using the whole, like, Kuma sending them at light speed to say that, yeah. I've heard the argument before then, Invictor. I've heard the argument before. So that's the thing, Jeff. It doesn't mean that the village itself is 40 kilometers, because they're saying that, in Ino's case, I traveled quite a long way from the village. It should be out of Kawaki's range by now. How does the mind transfer jutsu reach? In Ino's case, I think about 100 kilometers around the village. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that the village itself is 100 kilometers. Yeah. It can be within that range, but you can also argue that the village itself is anywhere around 40 kilometers. Which I think would also be consistent with the size of the Forest of Death. Maybe a little bit more, you could say a little bit more, you could say 50 kilometers, but the point still stands that, like, the village itself, it would still stand within the village being under 100 kilometers, and it could still work. God, Usopp stares down the lions, basically 500 AU, One Piece planet. 1 AU is the distance from Earth to the Sun. Ah, got you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yeah, so my estimation of about 40 kilometers really isn't even that far off. If Naruto can still sense Boruto at 40 kilometers outside of the village... Yeah, I don't think it's 100 kilometers. I believe within terrain. I think it's 40 kilometers. So yeah, I think it's fine. Is base Luffy star level or lower? I would personally argue below that, but, I mean, some people try to argue it. No, though, I mean, the One Piece planet is a solar system. Sure. It's not a solar system, literally, but it would be at least that within, length. Work is a bitch, but no one in One Piece is getting past large planet. No, why? They're actually destroying stars entirely. Betray Nobles or debate a Kaido laser. What are you looking for? No, we're done looking for it. It was just a little conversation about how big the village was because somebody before had asked, like, how do we even determine the size of the Leaf Village? Oh, right. I want to ride a flying fish. They can fly for 5 whole minutes at a time. Okay, anyway, there are lots of flying fish, guys, where we're going. We should prepare for battle. What about bringing the cannons out deck? Can I shoot them down? That's the spirit. Okay, the riders have returned. Yeah, you idiot. You know, I wanted to catch them pirates alive. When I think of that, man, feel it. Like a scar in the middle of my back. It's today the day I'll finally kill his hide. The man who ruined my life. Yeah. Duva, huh? With some manners. Ho, Duva. That's funny. Why you... Hey, Master Duval. Hey, you sent for us? Listen, boss. He's a real bumpkin. Listen to him, boss. He's a real bumpkin. Shut up. Yeah. Because it's 24 miles I put into the explanation. I think I knew if we knew where Naruto's house is, we can get our answer. I think it's at best nearly 60 miles. My bad, 50? It's not bad. So what's that, like... So 40 equals 24. What, you think it's like an 80 kilometers? You think the village is like 80 kilometers? I don't think the village is that big. I mean, if the village is 4 times larger than... That would mean that the village would be 4 times larger than, what's his face? That would mean that the village would be 4 times larger than the Forest of Death, and I don't think it's that big either, at least comparatively speaking. Keys Peeper? That's a funny name. Big Mom can probably make Kieran into a homie and make it down. Yeah. The weakest character that can tank Kieran? There's plenty of characters that can tank Kieran. You could genuinely argue. You could genuinely just argue that like Rob Lucci can tank Kieran. You could genuinely argue Rob Lucci tanks Kieran. That's Master Duval. Remember the village was expanded end of series as well. That's right. They expanded the village after it was destroyed by Pain. You're right. You're 100% right. Yep, that's true. Did they capture Cammy? This is terrible. Oh no, the Straw Hats of all people. Hey, you big guy, Master Duval, you dumb octopus. I never thought you'd hear the Straw Hats' names are headed this way. Well, who she brings to her, they'll capture them. Oh, I bet Nami is with them. She must hate me. Of course she hates me. Me and Arlong did terrible things to her. Yeah, I've got to escape before they get here. They'll beat me senseless. What a mess. Let me go. I'll make you some octopus traders, some takoyaki. Forget it. Do you think I'm that big of a glutton? Your number's up. Accept it. Damn, I kind of want some takoyaki, but I can't do it. If you dig a 6-foot hole, how deep is it? Well, that depends. Are we talking, is the hole 6 feet deep, or is the hole 6 feet wide? Damn it, I didn't display my comment. Pre-Rob or post? Pre. I could argue pre-Rob can tank it. Oh, my conversation sucks. I meant roughly 70 kilometers, not 50 miles, which is 80 kilometers. My bad for the confusion. Yeah. Yeah, 70 kilometers. I was about to say, that would be like 70 or 80 kilometers, right? Yeah. No, you're fine. Can we argue that Toneri can fight Law one-on-one? Law is Flash to Toneri's Superman. Law slower than Law drastically, but he does outstat Law by feats, though. I mean, who cares if you outstat Law by feats? You don't have hockey, you just automatically lose. The fuck's he gonna do? The fuck's Toneri gonna do to Law? Like, in a 1v1, Toneri just loses. It's like 20 feet. What's your waist to hip ratio? I would probably say that my waist is only slightly larger than my hips. I'd say it's probably like an inch larger than my hips. Like, I'm not fat, but I do have. I would say that I do have like a moderate low amount of like body fat around my waist mostly. The rest of my body is honestly like pretty thin, all things considered, at least from like my height. I think Ian is right. Hybrid form Lucci may tank it, but with iron body, maybe not. No, I'm not saying that he's gonna walk away from it without damage. It's still a fucking lightning bolt. I'm not saying that he can't. Issue is that Superman can race Flash, as far as I know from the movies. Damn, does Law have Ryuo? He doesn't need it. He just slices him into pieces. What does he need? Why does he need to do Ryuo? By the way, Ryuo is just armament hockey. There is no difference between Ryuo and armament hockey. There is no fundamental difference. What they call Ryuo is what the people of Skypiea call mantra, which is just observation hockey. There is nothing in Toneri's arsenal that beats Law. There is no technique, no ability. Law sets up a room, curb stomps Toneri. Toneri tries to shoot a giant beam at Law, Law swaps with Toneri. If Toneri tries to shoot a giant beam, Law slices him up. If Toneri tries to shoot a TSO, Law swaps with the TSO. Toneri still has internal organs. There's no argument that he has more durable organs than the average person. Gamma Knife, there's no argument that says he has regeneration. Gamma Knife destroys him. Radio Knife destroys him. Amputate just completely immobilizes him. Toneri loses in every single facet. Speed is such a massive difference between these two verses that there is literally no argument you could possibly make to convince me otherwise. Even if we said that Naruto's KCM is like 100 times Zamp and Stage 1 is a 10 times Zamp on top of that, and we give Naruto the light speed stuff from like that one not data book, from the novel that says he was sick and he dodged a beam, a laser beam or whatever. Sure, even if you say Naruto's 1,000 times the speed of light, I still can get Law on a massive low bolt to at least 9 times faster than that. On a low bolt. I have to sleep. Can you check my Discord argument about Key's video? Where'd you post it, please? Bro, real talk. Whoever posted this knows fucking ball, bro. Yeah. So what was the thing? What was the argument, Aster? Which thing did you put it in? Can you tag me in it? Fairy Tale Feats. Got you. Isn't carrying just the lightning bolt? It is just a lightning bolt. It is just a lightning bolt. A bolt of lightning. As Key used the sense of creating a massive moon, and regardless of what you think of creation feats, this doesn't even fall under that. Naruto and Urza are hurt bad. We'll handle these two ourselves. Okay. What's going on? The moon, how did it get so big? As we've seen multiple times, the moon is just a visual, not an explanation in how it's an environment. I'm hopeless. I need a world to be distorted, hideous. Ellen tears, perfect, all kinds of things in twist and form. Please stop. Oh, just imagining all the ways I'll tear that place apart. Stop. Please don't destroy our world. Okay. You're special and I'll play with you a little bit. She turned into a dragon. What's happening? Why is it so dark? It's suddenly nighttime. Welcome to Elentier. Elentier. What's going on? The moon is coming closer, but that's not possible. What the hell? Boom, is everyone okay? Huh? First it was nighttime, now it's the middle of the day and everyone's gone. They'll be fine, I'm sure they will be. What was that? A moon inside of our guild? Kiria, she's gone, damn you. I haven't killed her. I simply sent her to another dimension. I don't have anything against the impulsive good woman, so she can send people to other dimensions. Cool. Cool. So, how does this prove that they didn't create a moon or whatever? I think Nami's massive Raite in chapter 1129 makes the fake sun god scale higher than Sasuke's Kirin. 1129? Let's check that out. I'm home, so I want to join the Discord for fun. You want to join this Discord, the debates one? I thought you were already in it. Are you not already in it, Tamori? 1129? Sure. You believe there's no verse equalization, right? So without hockey, you're like effed by, say, Logia or Devil Fruits in general? I mean, within the world of One Piece, objectively speaking, within the world of One Piece, characters do struggle against Logia users. This is a thing. Even within One Piece. How many Discords do you have? I have a debate Discord, and I have the actual Discord server. The debate Discord server is just for people that just would like to join in. This is just for people that would like to join in. Here is a 5-use copy link. You can have it. You can join up. Just please respect. Yeah, you can't join the other one unless you either become a member, get a gifted membership, or support my Ko-Fi for only $2. Tell them about the Feet Discord. There's no Feet Discord. I just named it that because Fairy Tail is just annoying as fuck and I wanted to make a play on words. Yes, Fairy Tail Feats. Yes, we are talking about Fairy Tail scaling here. Yes. Which unfortunately does go into the realm of all that other crap that I don't like. See, I understand Star Level Fairy Tail. I just hate the series too much to begin to argue about it. Did you know that Neil Solo's Luffy? No, I didn't. Okay. Master Sun God, please quell your anger. Aha, your live dolls, and to my pets, I mean to my servants. Why is this guy so freaky? Jump Cat, Lord Ishkat. Let's see how big 26 meter tall building. Okay. So this guy is about this big, right? So here's the entrance. This is what a normal human would be like. This is what this guy's like, right? Just to be clear. Why is this guy getting freaky? All this built up stuff. Wait, Iscat, why are you helping them? Meow. Hitching a ride on a cat that took us to the end of the world in no time. He keeps going? He would have to be way larger than this, though, right? That doesn't make any sense. How is he only 26 meters tall? How tall is... is Road One Piece? Can I join the feet Discord? No. 26 meters. It doesn't make any fucking sense from this shot. Whatever. Alright. Oh well, they actually don't look that small in comparison. Yeah. Okay. If you're like Final Madre, can the slow fruit still affect you because you don't have hockey? Yes, the slow fruit will still affect you. Whether it's living creature, liquid, or gas, they will slow down. A night sky appears inside of a building, disappears right after with no effect on anything. There's no reason to believe that they use the calc they used for the calc is different. I guess that's fair, yeah. I love how you only showed the verdicts channel since everyone else would drive people away. Yeah. What's your point? Olens, yes, Madara's body would still be affected by the slow fruits. Yeah, that's fine. Mysteriously burned away. Yeah. Okay. Sun God, yeah. Just before the cracks appeared, a cursed day. Impossible, the vicious carnivorous rabbit. Did they? My glut bunny. We found it just like that. Defu. Alright. Skull bomb grass. So an explosion that from far away completely dwarfs a guy that is 26 meters tall. It only broke the mirror. Okay, I've been thinking plenty. Hey, Usopp, natural disasters aren't anyone's fault, right? I mean, sure, earthquakes, floods, lightning, you can't blame those on anybody. Well, I think we've been through plenty enough terror for one day. I'm sick of this guy. I get it, but we don't want to get the Owen anger the Giants. I know how you feel, Nami. I feel the same rage towards that jerk. I just can't get the thought of my mind of him changing your clothes. I won't rest until I crush him to bits with my foot. You mustn't do that, Sanji. I won't worry. He'll get divine retribution. Okay. You realize what happened when they were asleep? But Nami, Defu, she's my Oshi. Okay. I need to go back to sleep, and when I wake up again, Defu, you'll simply go missing in this world. What is that? Are you ready, Suze? I'm positively cracking Nami. Lightning blast. Okay. You giant, take that, you giant perv. Yeah, so what about it? 875 is already dwarfing the 85 meter. Okay, you said chapter 85. 875. Just out of curiosity, what do you mean? What do you define as dwarfing? As in it is larger to a moderately decent extent to the point where if you put them both side by side, one is way bigger than the other. This explosion takes place farther away from Road, which means the explosion, if anything, up close would have Road be smaller, comparatively speaking. 875, right? I was under the opinion that under verse equalization, if you were to say Goku in physical stats, that's because the gap in power hacks wouldn't work. Yeah, but they're both feats in the channel, mostly the second one. No, it's not mostly the second one. If it's mostly the second one, it's because of you, because nobody else scales fucking Fairy Tail. God damn. Because people like Rouge without Hockey, having trouble light fruit, attack, better than say Hawkins. Yeah. I mean, durability still makes a difference, yeah. Yeah, Big Mom kind of just casually tanks that shit without a scratch and then just walks. A 60-meter 1,000 Sunny's in the foreground of the attack. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, Big Mom kind of just tanks that shit. I wouldn't say that Kizaru's attacks are hacks. I would not say that. Yeah, this attack would definitely dwarf that. Okay, yeah, and to be honest, with the 1,000 Sunny being this far away, with 1,000 Sunny being that far away, this is Tamari on main. Cool. What's up? What's up, Tamari? How you doing? Oh, shit. Okay. Man. Okay, Sabatti's gonna take forever if I don't, like, actually try to, you know, speed blitz past this. Quite strange. Hey, none of this matters. None of this matters. You're pitch black. Did you get burned? I never imagined. Keep getting caught. Yeah. How could I forget that voice and then tell it? What do you think, Nami? Something suspicious. I know. I think I know what. Sasuke, how's Arlong doing? Oh, Arlong? He and Chu and Kuribu were all caught by the Navy. I'm the only one who escaped. Now I'm running an octopus shredder shop of my dreams. Oh no, I said it. I knew it was you. What is it? What's this? Oh, we've run into them before a long time ago. These fishman pirates called Arlong gang ruled Nami's hometown. The octopus was the first mate in that gang, an old enemy. But of course, I led Luffy and those guys to raid them, and we defeated them. Wow. The first of the fishmen were arrested by the... looks like escape. Hey, so you're Hachin, the octopus fritter chef? You're the octopus from the Arlong? No, we're not rescuing you. Before that, tell me, are your octopus fritters really that good? Don't you think with your stomach? This is stupid. Are you guys watching? Friend? He's not our friend. Nami-chin, Kami, I had no idea he was your friend, so you won't help rescue him? Hachin, it's okay. We just got... This is a trap. I'll rescue you. I'll always rescued us. I had no idea the pirates were so cold-hearted. You jerks. I won't desert you, Hachin. Wait for us. Wow! We caught Kami. You two aren't as tough as you pretend to be. Wahaha, we're rich. Can't save us now. Kami, Papagu. Anyway, that attack is basically what Nami can do now, essentially, since she controls Zeus, and you can give him any amount of snacks. See you later, Aster. It's not my fault that most feats also have feats in it. Yeah, but you don't have to post the pictures of the feat. You know that, right? I think hockey is the hacks resistance. I guess durability is. Whitebeard taking lava clean to the face. That's durability. To be fair, because hockey was also very weak at that point. See you later, Aster. Oh, it's alright. He's actually innocent. Besides, we promised Kami. Hachi's alright. He's actually innocent. Income. We should at least save her. Let's set Hachi free too. If you want, we'll save the octopus too. His eyes turn into octopus fritters. Yeah. It is hard, which is why scaling One Piece is very clunky. With scaled or calced. Yep. Straw Hat, Luffy, thank you, you're awesome. I'm in your dab. Cut the rope of the octopus cage. Okay, we wanted to fight too. By sea or sky, whatever, bring it on. Bring it on, skyfish, here they come. The freshest fish, I caught him. Gash bombs, okay. Sanji kicks away explosions. Sure. The crew fights the flying fish pirates. Sanji kicks away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kicks away. 8 bombs. He talked to high fish. Tie up the sails, they'll get in the way. Trade places. Well, this is great. Splish, stop messing around, Luffy. Why did you two jump in after him? Sorry for causing trouble. At the end, we have to save 3 guys who can't swim. We're in danger too, idiots. Don't make things harder. Okay. Would you in Crossverse assume Haki is Hack's rejection or first, or specifically Devil Fruit rejection, like Big Mom could reject Shambles? I think it's Devil Fruit rejection entirely. Until I see enough information that says that Devil Fruits just counter all kinds of hacks, I just don't agree with it. It's one of the things why with certain verses, unless I see, like for example, if you have a certain verse that, like, for example, right, has an ability that counters, let's say, a power system in the verse, that, for example, is like magic, it's stated to be magic, but then you have another power system that's much more similar to Ki, where it comes from within, blah, 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 blah. And you have an ability that counters both of these. Or if you have an ability that says absorbs all kinds of energy, and the energy could be life energy, it could be Ki energy, if it specifies that it's spiritual energy that it could absorb, if you have ghosts in there as well. Like, if you have a ability or a power system from a verse that is specifically stated to absorb, negate, or do it to multiple different kinds of verses, to power systems, etc., then yes, I am okay with it. Otherwise, no, I will only say that it only affects it. Hot take, but Naruto characters that can do what Don Krieg did, throwing a ship with one hand in the sky while wearing 50-kilogram golden plates all the time, are very few. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's not even a hot take in this place. That's a pretty average take. That's a very average take. Most Naruto characters aren't just blasting through walls without some kind of explosion or jutsu through and through with just raw physical strength. They're not doing that either. That's why you rarely see any Naruto character even bring down entire buildings on their own. They just don't do it. I agree. If Aizen's illusion hits Big Mom, she laughs at him in Haki because Haki does negate nonsense powers like law. I don't agree with that, though. Look, you got some multitasks. You got some multitasks sometimes. Yeah. What's up, Julio? How you doing, man? You guys came to rescue me. Gal, look out. This is home turf. The Flying Fish Riders are going to make a fortune out of you. Okay. Roronoa, you need to follow through, Zoro-chin. Leave it to us. You guys stay back. A million thanks, Roronoa. Sorry about before. I really hurt you with my 6 sword style. I don't recall you hitting me even once. Huh? Really? Here they come. Did you see them? Rest in peace. Will someone do a 0 fight? I'll play 1 million for medical expenses. You got it, boss. I'll do it. Out of my way. A big guy's coming. He's swinging an iron club. Wonder what they're talking about. He said something about medical expenses. He's not holding a candle. Crash on that speed. The ship won't hold if he hits us. Okay. At this speed, your falling boy causes as much damage as a meteor. At this speed, a falling body causes as much damage as a meteor. Duval tells one of his men to drop to... What did he say? Will someone do a 0 fight? To do a 0 fight? 0. This is usually where me and you disagree. Devil Fruits are basically like quirks, natural abilities. So in my eyes, Haki negs natural powers, but of course not robotics. I think Haki just negs things if strong enough. That's fair. Like, again, it just takes a lot for me to say, my ghosts, who we robbing? We're not robbing anybody. It just takes a lot for me to say that something just naturally works on powers that aren't inherent, that don't inherently exist within a verse, right? Like, if magic doesn't exist within One Piece, I wouldn't say that Haki can negate magic, right? I know that this is where you and I disagree. I think it's completely fine. Either way, I don't think it's, like, the biggest deal to really bring up. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. I feel like they got so dirty. I don't know. Bro got so sticky. Nah, it's just one of those things where like when you're kind of what's the word? When it's humid enough, like how do I put it? When it's humid enough, it's not like you could be like not doing much of anything, but like there's like how do I explain it? It's like your hands don't get like sweaty, but like you definitely like feel like they're not, you know, washed. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a little feeling that like kind of bothers me. I just want to like just hydrate them real quick. I'm not saying hockey is shutting down something key or something like Anos, but hockey can definitely stop illusions and other things with you, but not things thrown at you. Fair enough. Could a fire dial absorb a fire jutsu since it isn't natural fire? That's one of those weird interactions that I feel like you just have to ask the authors. Maybe. Maybe. Is that a rose toy in the back? What the fuck are you talking about? Tells one of his men to do a zero fight where they charge straight at the Sunny wielding a large iron club the size of his body. Get ready, at this speed, a falling body causes as much damage as a meteor. Nope, he's gonna veer aside. So he's flying, so he'll take even more impact than normals. He says at this speed, a falling body causes as much damage as a meteor. They mean the buzzing in the background. Got you. I can't control what my neighbors or people around my community do, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Luffy and Sanji jump in. Luffy and Sanji jump in to stop him by kicking him off the flying fish and stopping it with balloon. Yeah, sorry about that. Somebody's working with that. There's tonight's dinner. They're even bigger up close. I guess you won't be... Okay. I guess you won't be falling so fast. There are dozens of them. How do we beat them? I want to ride one. Oh. Nothing I gave up just because of last time. Give it up. I won't rescue what's wrong the first battle with the Straw Cats. What a dishonor if I prove to be useless. I wonder how many flying fish I can take out. I may not have much skill, but I'll do what I can. Here I go. Whoa, what a jump. What's with the skeleton? I'll take him out with one thrust. Lullaby parry. You fell asleep. Not you too. Okay. Music is power. Pardon me. Yeah, I fell asleep. What did that creep just do? Some kind of dirty trick. It's not a trick, it's music. Brooke jumps into the air to parry. To stop 3 flying fish guys and puts them to sleep. He then runs on water in order to finish them off. Just so in order to finish them off as they are falling. Good job, bro. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna go too. Alright, I caught him. He's asleep. Hey guys, well, we crashed into the boss's room. What? It's you? You know me. Uh-huh. Huff, huff, huff. As they're falling. Brooke loses momentum. And so Brooke loses momentum as he reaches his limits. I think my feet are cramping, not that I have muscles. Good job, Brooke. You took out quite a few of them. I need to be useful, but first a short break. So you're still injured. Not enough to lose to these fish. Don't worry about me. Guard down, 6 sword style. Oh, right. Zoro also performs this. He is still suffering from his injuries. What were you guys talking about? Okay, everyone uses versus battle wiki. I mean, I don't care if they use the versus battle wiki template. I don't agree. I don't have to agree with their template just because karma can't absorb chakra, only natural elements. You're doing a forum where all verses are pinned against each other. You have to compare their powers this way. Hockey negates powers. TSO negates powers. You give them both hacks negation. You don't have to do that. There's no rule that says you have to. Trying to do roofing or something because I used to do roofing. It kind of brings back some PTSD for waking up at 6 a.m. in the morning and leaving work at 7 p.m. That sounds terrible, dude. I'm happy you're past that point. Your favorite food are goth femboys? What the fuck? You're a cannibal. So you can just have the powers work how they work. Only thing is that people have meta powers, aka those that manipulate or negate power systems might be worse off. They won't work out of the verse since they negate ninjutsu specifically. Ninjutsu is a very specific thing in Naruto. Devil fruits are so fucking general in terms of how they work. 6's biggest stalker. What's up, Yon? I'm new sub here. I hope you're feeling well, good friend. Oh, good friend, I have a question to ask, but I'm kind of hesitant about it. What's the question? 6 is also replying here, so what the fuck is the bit going? There's clearly a bet that complicates things. It doesn't complicate things. It's going by what... You know what the problem is? I think the problem that people have with that when you don't use verse equalization, you're forced to think about things to a higher extent. And I think that's what people don't like. So often I hear the same thing that people say about verse equalization, which is like, it just makes things simpler, but it's like, I'm not here to make things simpler for myself. I'm here to figure out how powerful these characters are. And I think the problem is that a lot of people usually want to take the easy way out of things and just say things work the way that they're intended so they don't have to think about it. And I just don't fuck with that, you know? I really just don't fuck with that. Yo, what is that name? Oh, sure, so it's not a bit that you're part of. That's just edge cases. If someone spits fire, he spits fire regardless of the power system. Just deal with the fire, not the power system, exactly. You saved me. You guys are spacing out. Ha ha ha. Hachin. Hey, die. Fishman. Please excuse us. Okay. I thought I was going to die. Like I said, follow through. Morgan interrupted your rant. I don't know. You're still here, One Smart. How you been, man? How you feeling? A woman, it's too bad, but it's orders to kill everyone. Hey there. Attack information. Think you can kill my guest. Huh? What? Too bad, Mirage Tempo. Watch out for that storm cloud ahead. Nami drops 2 storm clouds. Do you ever participate in the last chapter of the One Piece title? Here's my question. I'm kind of shy. Can you scale? God damn it! Is this Bro, is this Leon Aldrich? No, I'm not gonna fucking scale it. God damn, you made a whole extra fucking account just to... Bro, no, I'm not... You know what? I will do it. I will scale Neil from Rowdy's Crack House if you pay me $1,000. Pay me $1,000, I'll make an entire video on it. I will do all the research. I'll put everything on hold and make that shit. Only negate ninjutsu. We've seen it time and time again. The nature and chakras are different. You can use ninjutsu on nature, though, but not neg or absorb. Yeah. Even that's kind of weird. A fireball jutsu, one that Sasuke uses, is not real fire. The distinction is made very clear in Naruto and even Boruto. Zaza? I will drink the fuck out of Zaza. For example, Asta negates what's called magic in his verse. Do you take that away from him against Harry Potter or, I don't know, Natsu? His whole thing is negating magic itself. You can argue it for characters like Harry Potter and Natsu. I will scale Rowdy's Crack House if somebody pays me. Bro, been asking for that scaling weeks now. That's what I'm saying, bro. God damn. I'll do it for $1,000. That's my price. I'm not doing it for anything under that. Dos Manos Clutch. Cloven Diamond. Don't break formation. What the hell is this? Guns don't work on him. But also hot, sheds light, and is gaseous. How could it be close to 99% of cases? Sinks. A Thunderbolt. On the enemies. And the others finish off. I'm not gonna write any more of that. None of this matters. Can you play Rowdy's Crack House on stream once? Maybe it'll change your mind. No, I'm not buying the game either. Frankie, take us to the dock right at disadvantage. Out here in the middle of the water. You know they've got the upper hand. Wants to move the ship. Look out. Run for a big one. The guy with the mask cow. A cow? It sounds like a Motobaro. You let them swat you, you fools. What the hell is that? You ain't mosquitoes or flies. You're flying right. If you're flying fish riders, he trampled his house. If he killed the straw hats, we won't need this hideout anymore. I'm sorry, boss. We'll draw them into the sea. I don't care about that fishman. I want to run. I kind of like... I don't kidnap folks because I like to. You know that, don't you? Of course, boss. Today is a happy day. I always managed to dream to killing. Blackfoot Sanji. Long time waiting. He shoots harpoons at them. Don't play dumb Blackfoot. It wasn't long ago. Okay. Long ago. So my scorpion harpoons are full of poison. If they so much as touch you, you'll go to the next world in 3 minutes. Duval pulls out poisoned harpoons. Duval pulled out a poison. Pulls out scorpion harpoons that if they touch you will kill you in 3 minutes. 3 minutes! I've got 3 minutes in the cage. How much is the game? They're behind me, aren't they? The game is a mod of Baldi's Basics. I'm not playing this shit. I don't want to. Actually, yes. Listen, if you send me the money to buy the game, I'm not buying the game. I don't want to play it. I don't want to watch. I don't want to. You know the extent of my wrath, and I'll kill you and your friends for good measure. Careful, Nami, that jerk. I don't remember who you are. Under the mask, who is it really? Him too. Ra kicks it off. That punk. Cut his head. Huh? I could just cry. I've been waiting for this day. Resolved. Sanji Blackfoot. I found him. It's not me. I swear I don't get it. He's a pirate. Yeah. I don't care. That doesn't look good. Believe it. What the fuck? Okay. I need to adjust one thing real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Duval's face is revealed. The riders are holding a giant metal anchor that is about the size of the Sunny. Chicken Voyage. Frankie uses Chicken Voyage to have the Sunny sail backwards, avoiding it. They dodged it. I've heard of a sailboat that could go backwards. Get in the prow, get in. We can win this by dodging. What is this? How many possible? Get as many as possible inside the circle. I got him. Pull the lock and lever. Gao cannon. The Gao cannon then blasts through the majority of their hideout. Why are you guys even arguing about this at this point? Guys, just leave it be. I'm saying TSO and Hockey are compared in versus Battle Wiki, not to defend them. To have these people fight against each other, making their fight so separate, you consider how each power works, you compare. Yes, you figure out how the powers work. You look at what the abilities are, you look at the statements, and then you say, okay, does this work on everything? No? Okay, then leave it at that. It's that simple, dude. It's really not. Mines was banned, sorry. The ship got a Kamehameha feature? I agree. I've seen an episode of Black Clover Dispel Magic. If you can get the base game for like $10, if I remember correctly, the mod is the name your price, so I guess that part is free. Gotta fear the higher dimension landscape. What's the argument? They're basically trying to argue that, like, I think Olens is just trying to push the idea that verse equalization, that abilities like the TSO and Hockey should just work cross-verse regardless of verse equalization. I think they're just trying to say that it just makes things easier or whatever. Yes, they both negate hacks, thus they're placed under hacks negation powers together. You can have them fight, I think. No, it doesn't work that way. One negates devil fruits. The other negates and nullifies ninjutsu. It's not the same thing. You can't just say something is the same thing just because they negate a power within the context of their own verse. Again, within the context of their own verse. There's no actual space-time dimensional scaling in Black Clover. Y'all magic dimensions aren't the same as space-time. Alright, now he just basically brought on 6 to now. Yeah. The moment you said that, now you're gonna have like a 20-minute back and forth with 6. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now you just got 6 talking about this. Alright, whatever. If Eon will scale Rowdy, I'm only gonna scale Rowdy's fucking crack house if you pay me $1,000. I'm not doing it. I don't care if you guys said 1 gifted membership. Gulio, thank you so much for the 1 gifted membership. Slippery, if you check your membership perks and stuff, you can get access to our main Discord. W gifted. Can we get some W's, please? Can we get some W's for Julio? If we can equalize that, we can equalize title. So Whitebeard is the world's strongest man in Naruto. Kidding, of course. Listen, I'm not saying that you can't use... Listen, Olens, I'm not saying you can't use verse equalization. What you're describing is just verse equalization. We don't verse equalize. We take what is inherently implied within the story, and we use that. We use that as a way to explain and express how the characters and abilities work within the context of each story. With verse equalization, do whatever the fuck you want. We're not arguing from verse equalization. If most people use Versus Battle Wiki's setup or metric of versus battles or whatever for verse equalization, that's completely fine. But we're not going to push that here. And the objective reason is because verses have Different power systems, different abilities have different limitations. You have to consider those limitations. You have to consider those limitations. They're not the same kind of limitations. Just saying something is a hack's negation, just throwing it all into the same category, removes any of the context that these series have. That's the problem with verse equalization. We don't do that here. You can use it, you can talk about it from that perspective, but at the end of the day, it boils everything down into more headcanon because things now become much more complicated. Verse equalization, if anything, makes things more complicated. It doesn't make things simpler because you have a bunch of more questions that now arise from it. How does Asta's anti-magic work on fucking Ace's Devil Fruit? Does it just negate it straight up? Does the blade itself negate his Devil Fruit abilities? Is it just like a walking sea prism stone? What the fuck are we talking about? You know what I mean? So now characters from across the verse have to have a fucking chakra network just for Genjutsu to work? That's what I mean, man. It's not that hard to understand. It's not about making things easier. It's about finding an answer. Also, since the author never stated it can poly to a specific verse equalization then becomes headcanon. Yes, verse equalization essentially becomes headcanon because so many interactions essentially boil down to now what you choose to believe. I have a whole video on why we don't do this here. You can choose on Twitch, but you can't on YouTube. It's annoying. They should allow you to pick someone with the gifted stuff or a random person. Yeah, it's complicated when you don't verse equalize, is all I was saying. No, if anything, it can make things even more complicated, especially if you try to be more in-depth with it. Did you see that? It's the Sunny's true power. It shot down nearly all the flying fishmen. Yeah, you got good aim. Not bad for your first time such power. Good job, Lion. What do you hate more, beans or Raldi's crack? I don't even hate Raldi's Krakau's. I just don't want to scale it. It uses 3 barrels of cola energy up front so as not to blow the ship away. I fire a 2-barrel coup to burst and back. It takes a ton of cola so we can't use it very often. Yeah. I tangled up in the net. I thought I saved him, but there's blood pouring from his nose. A nosebleed. Is he going to die like that? Let him die. He looks happy. Arg, he's alive. You lost the men. Then I'll show you the terror of Motobaro. Countless have fallen prey to his powerful horns. It was his horns that put air holes in the village dam, put him in a cage, and he breaks free. It's thanks to these horns that I escaped from the Navy alive. Alright, I'll stop when people call them the heart-ripping horns. Alright. The horns don't matter. Yeah, the horns really didn't matter. It was a waste of... It's a waste of time fighting you. Here's 2 more for you. I appreciate that, Julio. Guys, can we get some W's for Julio? Can we please get some W's? Izuel charges with his bull. Luffy stops him and says it's a waste of time fighting you. I guess I'll call him a cow. Content for free? No, because Luffy hasn't proven he can copy spiritual techniques like Big Mom's soul manipulation, maybe Brook. Would you allow Luffy to copy shadow clones? Jutsu, since he has chakra now and having a habit of copying moves? I think it's not really complicated. The powers are described in a story. They should make them work as they are described in a cross-verse. TSO negates ninjutsus. They can't negate other powers. It's very simple. Equalization makes things harder because you have to establish every reaction between power systems. You do. It doesn't make things easier. It is a very casual take, in my opinion, that it makes things simpler because it essentially is trying to remove any kind of actual thought from the conversation, just saying things work as they should be. Here's another deal. How about you play the game instead? It's completely free on Game Jolt. It's a great mod, Baldi's Basics, plus it has Neil in it. I'm gonna look up what it is. I'm gonna look up a YouTube video of what it is.
the fuck is that?
Welcome to Rowdy's crack house, bro. I can't look. That's starting off great. Oh, not being able to look.
You want me to play this? You want me to play this? You want me to play this bullshit? Why?
I'm dancing, bro.
Oh my god.
I fell in love. Yo, let's go. Pop off, Baldy.
They are trying way too hard to make this funny.
No. Obama, I don't know what I'm doing.
What is going on?
Oh, so this is basically just. Huh? This is basically just
No,
body full of.
for a lot of... Here's the thing. So, okay. This is anecdotal, sure. But the reason why people use verse equalization, and you can find this, and if you bring up this topic of discussion in like any forum post, the reason why people, especially on a more casual level, like verse equalization is because it makes to them, it makes coming to a conclusion much easier. Why consider, I don't know, Itachi having to rely on his attacks when he can just genjutsu someone, right? The bear, it basically removes the idea and thought of having to actually put in a character in a position where they now have to consider tactics or abilities that don't normally work because their opponent doesn't have the same power system. It removes that thought process, that idea. It removes that thought process, that idea, and essentially says, oh yeah, no, it just works, right? Yes, you are right. I do agree that there are different factors that then do have to come into consideration. But at that point, those factors become things like, okay, so, verse equalization. Is a devil fruit equal to chakra? Or is haki equal to chakra? Now we're getting to a point where now we're asking, okay, which of these two is supposed to be the case? You could try to say, well, you could say that devil fruits are equal to haki, right? So does that mean that now chakra quantity, chakra quality now just cancels devil fruit abilities? What is the equivalent to a devil fruit then? Because there's two power systems. You could say nature energy, but how does nature energy, how does sage mode equalize to, let's say, a devil fruit? You could say, well, nature energy more so equates to haki than chakra, and chakra equates more to devil fruit because of the powers, but then does that mean that a character like Ace can now perform Amaterasu? Does that mean that Ace can now perform all fire style jutsus if he wants to? Does that mean that does it mean that Ace's fire isn't real fire like chakra, or is chakra real fire, or is fire style jutsu now real fire like Ace's devil fruit? These are questions that now start to delve into the point of headcanon, right? Now you could say, well, who's to say that it's either though? Why can't we just say that it's the same thing? At that point, because if you're equalizing the verses, if you're making them the same thing, these are the questions that comes up. These are the questions that eventually, and I'm just thinking of something off the top of my head. I'm just taking off I'm just taking the idea off the top of my head. You could throw in any random versus battle and at some point, it's going to devolve into something as pedantic as Ace's fire isn't real fire like chakra, or fire style jutsu is real fire like Ace's devil fruits. It creates situations where now we have to basically make shit up. Which of these is the case? Because under verse equalization, it's either one or the other. What do we equalize to? What takes precedent? What doesn't? Does it take precedent if it contradicts scaling from the actual series, or does it not? That's my point. That's the problem in general with verse equalization. It removes the thought from the most casual level possible. It removes the thought of things actually having to work in any other way, and you can just write off X hacks ability counters everything in the verse. And if you actually go out of your way, to think about things through and through, you know, you're not just removing the thought from it, you're actually saying, okay, well, Itachi puts this guy under genjutsu. What if you put Itachi against a guy who has no organs? Who is quite literally a walking specter? Not a ghost, not a spirit. No. An individual, a character out there who has no physical body, no physical contact. What are we going to say? Itachi can still put him under the genjutsu? So we're saying now that a guy who has no chakra, who has no organs, he now has an entire organ inside of his body because he must now have chakra in order for Itachi to put him under genjutsu. That's the issue that I'm coming from. That you have to go through so many mental gymnastics in order to just say something works, when the answer is simply it doesn't. TSO do not negate devil fruit abilities. They do not negate haki. They do not negate spiritual pressure. They don't negate hakudos, bakudos, fukudos, rakudos. Consider the manipulation of real fire, which chakra can also do. When have you seen a shinobi? How often do you see shinobi take real live fire and then make a jutsu out of it? How often do you really see that? Kashin Koji had to summon fire from a specific location in order to do that shit. And he wasn't even manipulating. He was just summoning the fire. Let's not do that. Would be considered the manipulation of real fire, how often within the context of Naruto do you see a massive flames that just spurt out of nowhere, and then you see a character make a fire style jutsu from those flames? Shinobi don't manipulate fire like that. They don't. Maybe water style because there's a direct source of water. Maybe earth style if they're literally bringing the ground off of them. Yeah, man, those Naruto scalers would have pushed the agenda they set to such a high level, if not for verse equalization, yeah. They made him like this. He's fun to play. I stand grapplers. A Sonic the Hedgehog and Lom Baby collaboration. Lom Baby is a studio specialized in biotechnology and creation of artificial life forms. They have previously collaborated with Capcom and Resident Evil to create an actual yet inactive T-Virus replica. The fuck do you mean created an actual T-Virus? I think the government needs to get in the way of our video game companies. Anyway, so it's for fun, it seems. You have to bog it down and you have a parody of a power and you call it a hacks negation, a pin it to other verses, bog down hacks negations. You're basically bogging down the other verse and this verse into basically saying there's no differentiation between them. I would say if we verse equalize Kekkei Genkai are most like Devil Fruit dies, that means that a Kekkei Genkai user can't swim and gets weak from water or sea stone now. Like, that's my point, right? Mirai did it with a lighter. I was just going through the manga yesterday to get some images of the Ghost Samurai. Got you. No, the fuck you are not. No, the fuck you are not. You, of all people, have said that surviving a Resident Evil zombie apocalypse is completely fucked. You're just appealing to evidence? Yeah, I'm just appealing to evidence. My bad, man. I'm just appealing. Regarding the TSO, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's still tiny spheres of matter annihilation, right? I would say they destroy things if you set the function up. There's a function to destroy things. They destroy things if you set the function. That's what I will tell you. Otherwise, I don't really personally care. TSO can only negate ninjutsu. They don't erase matter. That's headcanon. They have the power to destroy a forest. I didn't see him do anything. It looked like Luffy wowed him into unconsciousness. Stops him. It's a waste of time. Then the cow backs away in fear until it passes out. I'm like a banana, just appealing. Yeah, that was funny. Yes, they destroyed Minato's arms as a spirit. They didn't destroy the arms. They negated the ninjutsu. The soul of the arms are stuck inside the ninjutsu. Oh yeah, we have no chance, but I ain't going down without capping at least a few heads. Gonna need a liquor to kill me, or like, you absolutely would get curb stomped by the first zombie that comes your way unless you somehow find a way to get a gun. Do you have a gun? Eon got a broke naked body pillow? You mean a skeleton body pillow? What the fuck are we talking about? To equalize Madara from the Cradle novels and Chakra from Naruto, since these systems are very, very, very similar in their mechanics and effects, but nothing that is very different. The body of Benito is a ninjutsu. They erased a part of his body, not his spirit. Finish you off. I'm sick of the trouble. I don't want to see chip scribbles. Perez shot. Hey guys, young master, who's that? I guess it's me, handsome master. Is that him? Tastes good. I changed his bone structure. Now he can't complain. Sanji kick his Duval. Duval in his face. And changed his bone structure. How the fuck do you even do that? I can make a Straw Hat crew that joins... If you could make a Straw Hat crewmate that joins pre-time skip, what would it be like for chat? I know you asked us for chat. What does the Straw Hat need at this point? I don't know. I don't know what pre-time skip character would be good at joining the Straw Hats. Young Master Blackfoot, you kicked me in the face and I woke up. Imagine my surprise. You made me handsome. I can't take my eyes off myself. Girls won't be able to stay away. I'd like to go back to the countryside and take it easy. I went back saying thank you. Okay. Okay, the crew reaches Sabaody Archipelago. Sweet. But when he was floating, he had one arm. He had no arms. And that is because, again, the jutsu was nullified at that point. The point of Edo Tensei, the point of the jutsu, is to trap the user's soul inside of another body. If it's negating the jutsu, then it's negating the part of the body that is being negated. It is negating the part of the Edo Tensei that was attacked by it. That means that the part of the soul that was stuck there is just stuck back on the arms or went up on its own off screen. It's directly under Mary Joie. You dive to the seafloor about 30,000 feet down. It's a good place. Wait, wasn't Skyline about 30,000 feet up in the sky? What do you mean we can go to the seafloor? I'm gonna have to cross-reference this real quick. The crew reaches Sabaody. Sabaody Archipelago. Hachi says you have to go down 30,000 feet to the sea floor in order to get to Fishman Island. And Zoro adds that the Sky Islands were about 3,000 feet up in the sky. Sweet. The fuck is Casey texting me? What did he say? T-virus infected are no different from regular infected. Just go for the brain and it should be fine. It's the bioweapon you need to worry about and the animals. I'm going to purposely catch whatever version of the virus that kept Jill as young and as hot as she has been for decades. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, correct me, bitch. And she was infected with the base version of the T-virus. It is, in fact, the T-virus antibodies that keep her looking young, which she received from the T-virus vaccine, which, and its raw form, no longer exists. That's why Jill is often a high priority. T-virus this, T-virus that. How about you go get some bitches? There we go. What the fuck is appealing to evidence? Where do these TSO bits even come from? From interpretations, basically. From people's interpretation. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's just people interpreting it in a different way. That's it. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. It's just somebody said it. Somebody said that they erase matter or their existence erasure or whatever. People went along with it. People took it in, and now that's what they argue. It's really not that deep. It genuinely isn't that deep. Is under the assumption that spiritual magical dimensions equate to mathematical ones, yeah. You think who has more soldiers? Gojo? You think who has the most soldiers? Gojo or Itachi? Itachi is history's biggest glazed character. Gojo is the modern day's biggest glazed character. Also, you still haven't answered me. Where the fuck are you getting a gun? So the Chiesa doesn't interact with the spirit at all. As far as I'm concerned, it has no interactions besides it negating the jutsu that traps a soul inside of it. If the jutsu trapped a soul inside of its body, you can just argue that when they nullified it, the part of the soul that was stuck on the arms is still stuck on the arms. Your boy's talking like he ain't getting clapped minute 1 of the T-virus outbreak. Yeah, apparently, like, there was a collaboration that they made with, apparently, like, some pharmaceutical company made a collaboration with, whatchamacallit, with Resident Evil to make an inactive T-virus. And now two of my friends are here yapping about surviving the fucking, or I guess not surviving and capping a couple of the zombies that would cause from the outbreak. I don't know. Essentially accepting a fact as a fact because the fact hasn't been disproved. This sounds ridiculous, yeah. Multiple characters get stabbed by TSO rods and parts of their body are never erased. Yep, their souls aren't erased either. To be fair, it's only the Edo Tensei that are erased, which doesn't really help even remotely for the argument. It doesn't help out whatsoever. Do you know what mangroves are? The tree. Okay, I'm gonna read all of this. Okay, 496 onward. 496 onward. We're just gonna download these. 496, 496, 496, 496. I would rather have a C virus. Look up C virus aura farming. That's my case. No, I'm not doing that. The Resident Evil stuff kind of grosses me out. Your destination about archipelago could live. Yeah. This is good tea time. Tension about the only way across is to pass Mary Joie. Yeah. Tuning exams. No, wait. Okay, good. I have nothing here. One Piece. Sabaody. There we go. 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 Delete that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I think I'll just leave it with this chapter. 496 onward. 496. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there, guys. At least as far as, like, the streaming goes. At least as far as, like, the research goes. I'll just leave it there. We can definitely do it tomorrow. It's not gross, it's just a C-virus zombie unnecessarily aura farming. C-virus Resident Evil. C-virus zombie. These things farm aura to you? What the fuck about these things even remotely farm aura? The progenitor, the T virus, T Veronica, Abyss Phobos, C virus, Ouroboros, G virus, yeah, virus this, virus that. In an apocalypse, I'm sure there are plenty of gun stores that I can straight up pillage outside of that. Bro really said, how the fuck are you pillaging? So you're just gonna go to the first place that everyone is gonna go to, and that the owner is likely either gonna lock up or probably defend? Outside of that, I can loot one off of a body. And yes, I am sure I can survive the common infected for a while. There are slow and no different from common infected in other zombie media. None of us are surviving the nuke, though. Now, they'll just give us a few days to get out. I believe Jill had 48 to 72 hours, and she was unconscious most of that time. Yeah, I don't think that they're getting out of this. Guys, do you think my friends... Do you guys think my friends are going to be able to make it out of a T-virus Resident Evil apocalypse? I don't think they are. I don't think my friends can pull that off. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, man. So when will... I'm not... You're annoying. Quick question. Can we theoretically verse equalize domain expansion from 30k to the virtual world created by Crypto Luigi? I'm not fucking doing it, bro! No, I don't know. We're not doing this fucking Rally's Crack House thing. God damn. When we doing the femboy tier list on stream, we're not doing that. No, but he means spiritual dimensions. Obviously, he's talking about the Reishi power gap. No, specifically a YouTube short about one aura farming. Sure. Let's look that up real quick. You guys have me for like 20 minutes. So much to tackle on your Mata versus Sukuna matchup. Oh, Lord. All right, go ahead, Resident Plantoy. Go ahead. What do you want to tackle on it? You're more than welcome to. So what do I have to type in? Memento, what the fuck do I have to type in? Naruto versus Luffy is on August? Yeah, if I ever get it done. Your homies are cooked? I believe that they are! I think that they are. They're telling me here that they're gonna fucking break into and pillage a fucking gun shop. In what fucking world? No Bonanza today. We'll do that closer to Friday. Can you look at Homelander getting beat up? No, I don't want to do that because I don't want, even in the slightest bit, to spoil myself from anything that might happen in the finale. I don't want to look up anything even remotely close to the I don't want to look up anything that's even remotely close to the boys right now. I want to keep myself as far away from it. My first part is to get to a hotel. Both of you assume that everyone is going to go there. Literally anyone who doesn't have a gun and has seen any form of zombie media knows that they need to go for a fucking gun store in the first place. General public is panicky. Not all of them are going to gun shops. Most would probably seek a way to escape. Yes, but they would also... Is Eon into look maxing? No, I've been watching this guy named Coach Colton. I was watching at first. It was something about, like... At first, I think I watched something that had to do with, like... I think it was, the Tiger King? Not Tiger King. It wasn't Tiger King. It was, the Liver King or something like that. It was, like, a video regarding, like, Liver King, and I kind of went down the rabbit hole of checking out some of this, like, steroid stuff. I kind of wanted to check out this one right here. I did see this one, like 20 years old is too big. Basically, it was just been interesting. It's just been an interesting form of media that I've been checking out. He talks a lot about, like, people who do... He talks a lot about, like, people who do, like, steroids, people that basically fake bullshit about, content regarding, like, fitness. About how a lot of these, he goes into, like, a lot of the science of it. Why, like, a lot of kids that are doing, doing steroids recently, how dangerous it can be. This guy right here completely destroyed his face. I just like drama stuff. I know you were watching it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching The Boys right now. I'm watching The Boys. I'm actually in the last chapter. I'm just waiting until the episode comes out. Well, until I watch the episode. No spoilers. I'm watching the finale season this week. Yeah, I got my girlfriend into it too. Yeah, he basically just goes into a lot of, like, the science behind, like, steroids and, like, why a lot of people go through, like, virilization. I was watching one earlier about, like, a fuck do you call them? A female bodybuilder that essentially, like, basically transformed herself into, like, a Barbie doll, but, like, her face looks completely different from before. And he was kind of going into, like, explanations in other videos about how, like, steroids, especially depending on the type that you are using, can end up increasing the fat Or like, I think it's like the fat receptors in your face or whatever that essentially cause swelling and actually change the bone structure. It's kind of crazy. Like, I didn't think I was gonna be that interested in this kind of stuff, but I just find it interesting. I don't personally care. I'm not the type of guy that even goes to the gym in the first place, but I do think that the guy like does have a very genuine approach to this kind of stuff because he doesn't attack anybody about it. He doesn't attack anybody about it at all. He just says, like, I just don't... People can do whatever the fuck they want with their body. He just doesn't agree with, like, the notion that, like, you know, kids especially should be taking these chemical substances to this extent. I think it's interesting. So wait, Memento, did you ever type out what the... Oh, it's C virus aura farming. Okay, C virus aura farming. Is the guy here the... By the way, Resident Plant, are you here to, like, give me what the problems are with the video? With the, I'm fine to also shorten your lifespan and shorten your meat. Your adjusted Mada's mountain slicing feat doesn't scale to the Kurama's Biju bomb. That's alone planetary. It's not planetary, which is very strange that you hypeball Sukuna to anything above city. Well, to be clear, a Biju bomb is not even remotely planetary. Kurama is not a planet. It's not a planet buster. Kurama has a statement that says he can turn the world to ash, and if you go by him blowing up mountains, yeah, sure, over a period of time. By actual statements and feats within the context of the story, there is nothing that Kurama even remotely displays within the entire context of Naruto that blows up anything larger than a couple of mountains. I don't have a reason to entertain it, honestly. Steroids are absolutely terrible for you. They are. Especially if we're talking about it from like an early developmental age. Farming, you said? Blood doping, by the way, is basically steroids. Gear 2 is essentially a steroid. Yeah, he did call it a doping. What the C virus does to a person? Jesus Christ, I'm crying. Yeah, I don't want to look like this if it means having my face look like that. I do not want to look like this if my face has to look like that. Fuck no. Fuck no. But yeah, Madara slicing up 2 mountaintops. Cool, I guess. Hey, good friend, how are you again? No. I am not going to do Raldi's Crack House. I'm not going to do it. You'd be right if you didn't look at the fact that you believe the Whitebeard's world statement. I don't really care for the Whitebeard world statement, but the Whitebeard world statement comes from a source material. The Whitebeard world statement comes from a reputable source within the actual context of the literal source material manga. The databook statement comes from an inconsistent and often hyperbolic series of pages that aren't even remotely backed up in certain cases, like Amaterasu being as hot as the sun, within the actual context of its own source material. So yes, I can believe that Whitebeard can destroy the world, whether it's society, the world itself, or whatever the fuck kind of translation you're going to use the mental gymnastics to try and convince yourself. And I know I don't have to believe, even in the slightest bit, that Kurama can blow up the planet because all it ever blows up is mountains. Did that make it clear? Did that make my position clear? I don't have to... I can agree with one because it comes from the source material. I don't have to agree with the other one because I don't genuinely care. What's your last comment, Julio? $1 million per backshot? How many until they run out of fucking money? At that point, I genuinely don't care. At that point, $1 million per backshot? $1 million per backshot. I am abso-fucking-lutely destroying the economy, bro. There's no economy after that. I'm gonna be the world's richest man. As long as I can continue to get money, I am taking as many back shots. After that, I'll use surgery to seal my butthole shut. What do they say? Oh, others like Michael apparently would seek shelter or to fortify someplace. Hotels are perfect because they'll also sets of tools, tons of hiding places. They're usually stocked up with non-perishables, and fancier ones even have their own generators. And what if a hotel's already overrun? What if the gun shop is bare and no one asking what ifs? That's just a negative. That's just negativity in already worst case scenario. Fair enough, I suppose. Plus shelter, duh. I hope you know how to maintain a generator. Then I hope they kept the manual. I hope you know how to use a gun. Actually, be honest, you probably won't last long to learn how to maintain the generators, considering we're all more likely getting nuked, like you stated earlier. Yeah. That's my goat. Imagine Image Brooke fully coated in Armor Hockey like Virgo. That would go hard. A black skeleton would go crazy. A black skeleton would go crazy. Chapter utilizes the 6 paths with Kurama's able to match and steal Kaguya. If Kurama's chakra wasn't operating on a planetary scale, would have vaporized by Kaguya's abilities. Chapter 629. Thank you for giving me a chapter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That should be War Arc 6. The fuck are we talking about here? Oh, right here. What do we have for this? So 626. What is any of this even remotely scaled to planetary? You said 626? You mean the fight between Hashirama and Madara? You mean Hashirama and Madara? This page, these pages. Where is it stated anywhere here? Let me see. Waffles, waffles, waffles. Why don't I have these? 1 second. Let me just get these again. Why the fuck don't I have these? Weird. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There we go. There we go. Nope, don't need that. Ah, don't need that. 629. Cool, 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 cool. Right. So where's the planetary stuff? Where's the planetary stuff? Where's the planet? Where's the planet being destroyed? Show me where exactly any of this is even remotely destroyed. Yeah, it did irreparable damage to the Naruto community because they believe is focused burn. Not really a good example given how it works. You one smart. You remember, so if you join my guidelines, we've already had this discussion, but if you read the guidelines, Eon's #1 fan, I love you too, Eon's #1 fan. If you read the guidelines, if you're going to make if you're going to say that it's focused burn, provide evidence right now. We're not doing this, one smart. We already went over this. You have absolutely and objectively speaking no evidence within the entirety of the 700 chapters of Naruto to even remotely imply that Amaterasu. Your videos make me very happy and assert. All right, fuck you. Hey, what's good, Zod? We have already had this discussion. There's nothing that implies that they are as hot as the sun, and it's nothing that implies that the heat doesn't spurt out of the fucking fire, dude. We're not doing that. Your boys are getting rolled hard. You got the first hour to dip, staying in a T-virus infested city of certain death. He's saying guns are easy to use, safety off, pull the hammer, aim and fire. A gun isn't a fire extinguisher, Michael. If you don't brace yourself correctly, you'll misfire. You know, because of recoil and shooting anywhere except the head is a waste of a bullet. How the fuck do you think I'd hold a gun? Touch. Burning the toad stomach? Okay, that doesn't imply that it's as hot as the sun. It implies it's hotter than normal fire. It doesn't imply that it's as hot as the sun, dude. By far the best virus to take is the prototype T-virus that Wesker took. Makes you a superhuman and lets you look human plus cool eyes. I'm the #1 Eon Glazer. I can promise that you two, that the moment you fire a Glock, it's gonna fly out of your hand. If you're not holding it with at least both hands. What I'm saying is that part 1 Sasuke pulls a fireball so hot afterwards the ground is fucking gone. It evaporates the ground. Usopp dies? Why are you saying that it evaporates the ground? Kurama turned the world to ash and Ten Tails has endless chakra, completely lobotomized the data book's reputability. So yeah, is the dude gonna say, so like what, is the dude gonna say anything or not, right? Did we make any point here? Did we just stick to, yeah, chapter 629, what about it? What about chapter 629, dude? Because, again, none of this means anything to me. Fantastic. It tanked lightning bolts, tornadoes, and an earthquake. Fantastic. He's describing a city block level fireball. By the way, that shit is garbage, and I have the calc. Also, you're describing it as a city block level fireball or a town level fireball, when we know for a fact that that's not even stated in the series, so it genuinely doesn't mean anything to me. To be honest, any kind of fire, higher caliber, is probably going to be harder to get. You guys have limited resources. Our best options are to literally leave, like Michael said. I would get my car. I would try to pick up anybody near me. That's my friend. And we're getting the ever-living fuck out of this place. Alright. I'm saying the vaporization of a small area of the ground. Alright, yeah. I'm talking about when the selective burn part, we can leave the heat unknown, but I'm talking about how that works. You can't really refute the claim of heat. I can refute the fact that it's as hot as the sun because it literally doesn't burn trees, bro. It literally doesn't instantly incinerate trees, and it doesn't instantly incinerate the fire around it. It literally does not incinerate the trees. It doesn't instantly incinerate the water around B. What are we talking about? Dude, One Smart, don't do this shit where you're just trying to sit here and trying to just give it the scaling that you think that it is just because you believe that, oh, well, the data book said it's as hot as the sun, therefore it needs to be as hot as the sun. Don't do this, man. There's nothing within the context of the story that proves that the heat of an Amaterasu is actually the hot as the sun, bro. Nothing within the entire context of the series verbatim proves it. There are things that don't even instantly burn out. I don't give Bleach the slightest bit of flowers, but at least when they're trying to depict heat, Yamamoto's Bankai, stop using facts to prove a fact. When Yamamoto literally uses his Bankai, the entire water from the Soul Society just starts to evaporate. If they were literally that hot, the trees that Itachi lit up in flames would have been already on fire, would have been already incinerated by the time that we get to the point of, by the time that we already get to the point of Kirin. Let's not do this, bro. Like, come on, man. You know what? Agree to disagree. There it is. Anything else you guys would like to discuss? I got a couple more minutes. Oh, I never sent it. That is the best option, which everyone else is going to do it. That's why in most zombie media, you see packed highways full of empty cars. I'm not saying it's wrong, though. How about we all get on a boat? That way we can live out in the water. With how much food? How much fuel and food does this hypothetical boat have? Alright, I'm having like the dumbest discussion on the side. Rex exploding. Who wins, Mike Tyson or Ippo from Hajime no Ippo? I don't know who Hajime no Ippo is. Would make me the number 2 fan. The voting was about if Usopp could survive attacks from up to War Arc. No part 1 fireball evaporates him. No, it doesn't. Usopp's literally been lit of flames before. Usopp's literally been lit on fire before pre-timeskip. He's literally been blasted by explosions. He's literally been blasted by explosions and just survives it. Assuming it's as hot as the sun, I'd like to say Luffy can still tank it. Lightning is 5 times hotter. It's not. Lightning's not 5 times hotter. You need to read? I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read that series. It looks dumb as fuck to me. More to the point, none of us know how to drive a boat. I can drive a car, so I can drive a boat. So I can drive a boat. It is literally like driving a plane. It's A to accelerate and left stick to turn, duh. That's what I'm saying. Hold R button to drift. The fuck? Car and a boat are not the same thing. It is literally the same thing! It has a wheel, you turn left, you turn right. That's all it is. Willing to run it with anyone? Alright. It's 5 times harder than the surface of the sun, but not the core. Yeah. Eon. Usopp doesn't have heat resistance above stone or dirt patches. He actually dies to a singular fireball jutsu from Sasuke. Nobody's died to a single fireball jutsu from Sasuke. Search the heat of lightning. Heat of lightning. How hot is lightning? Okay, 50,000 degrees, 5 times harder than the surface of the sun. Alright, well I guess the National Weather Service just proved me wrong. Fuck it then. Water versus land? They are the same? I agree. I can fly a plane. If I can drive a car, I can fly a plane. I promise you. You know what? You're right. My fault. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? It's like that 1 billion Mandy skit. The Tyrant would be so cool, though. No, the fuck it would not. No, the fuck it would not. Has anyone been harmed by a fireball jutsu that didn't come from Madara? The fireball jutsu itself, not Majestic the story from the fireball jutsu itself has 0. It's literally 0 and 6. I've literally counted the number of times that jutsu has been used within the context of the manga. That shit has failed every single time. The only time it slightly worked was a different iteration. I think it was a different iteration of the jutsu. I think it was like the flame drag. It was a flame bomb, and all it did was burn Orochimaru's first layer of skin off. Seeing gun for boar. I guess the surface of the sun proved me wrong. Holy shit. Heat that makes stone into mist is anything we've seen Usopp survive. He straight dies. Heat that turns stone into mist? When the fuck has stone been turned into mist? When the fuck has that happened? Orangetown buggy tanks tanks a part 1 fireball. It's fucking bad. Yeah, it is. As a whole is rather useless. I've literally done the research. The fireball jutsu is trash, dude. I've done the research. Are you using calcs? How the fuck are you getting it to... How are you even reaching that conclusion, my guy? Naruto literally blew it away. Can you react to Rex exploding? Sure. Rex exploding. So which one am I watching? Because if you're watching this, I've already seen it. And I don't think other people are...
Somebody ought to teach you some motherfucking what? I'm exploding it. I'm exploding it so good. You have to goon, Mark Goon. Oh, my skeleton. Somebody ought to teach you some motherfucking what? I'm exploding it. I'm exploding it so good. You have to goon, Mark Goon. Oh,
wow. The first short?
That was pointless. Kinda like your entire life.
Ouch!
I'm gonna pop your head off, and then I'm gonna catch the others and skin them alive. If you're worried you're gonna bleed to death before I kill you...
Ask your boy how he deals with liquors. Chat wants to know how you would deal with liquors. I had to change that. Argument is Sasuke's fart rod demonstrates it. One, it leaves a hole in the ground. Fantastic. Okay, what does that? That doesn't mean anything to me. That literally does not mean a single damn thing to me, dude. Fantastic. He left the hole in the ground. Cool. Land of Waves. Yeah, right here. Fantastic. Land of Waves. Cool. Wow. Fantastic. What does that mean to me? Where's the statement? Where's the evidence that it's actually as powerful as you're saying that it is? If we're going off of calcs for an individual feat, city block lever, if we're using extremely generous calc stacking, caps at island to large island, yeah, I don't go by calcs. Click the third one. I already did. We're not dealing with liquors.
I'm exploding it so good. You have to goon, Mark Goon. Oh, my skeleton.
You're worried you're gonna bleed to death before I kill you?
I don't know, man. These aren't funny. These aren't funny to me. Anyway. I guess people survive because it passes through us quickly, but in reality, if it stayed more than a second, your insides are immediately fried and you drop dead. Okay. That short is my expression when Six kisses my neck. Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure Usopp was pummeled into a bigger crater in Alabasta. Yeah. Also, just straight up tanks explosions. Literally just straight up tanks explosions. Alabasta... Arabasta, 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 Basta, 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 Arabasta, Basta, Basta, Basta. Literally, right here. Literally, right here. Yeah, you tell me a tiny little fireball beats that. Which is why I know it's fucking broken. His lightning blasts are much longer than a second, yeah. Liquors get created after a regular zombie practically starves. Should they carry a mutation of the T-virus, they become liquors. But burns through fire, metal, lightning armor, and flame through toad selectively. Got interrupted while typing it. Agree to disagree on this one. Burns through trees, right? Burns through... Where does it burn through metal? When does it burn through metal? And the lightning armor? And the flame-proof toad supports selective burn? Are you referencing the moment when they burn this? What, you're talking about the clothes that, not this one. Sorry. Right here. Land of Iron. When does Sasuke fight that fucker? That's definitely previous to that. When does it burn through metal? Burns through the lightning armor. You mean how it got caught in fire? How his arm got caught on fire. And he's not even yelling, oh no, it's as hot as the sun. Come on, man. Technically does burn through metal. Use it against the ninja wire to burn Orochimaru and the fire did burn through the wires. That's it. Fantastic. So it burned through some wires. Fantastic. Cool. I don't see this armor melting. I see him rip off the clothing. I don't see the armor itself melting. Man, it's almost as if, oh look, his arm. It isn't instantly incinerated. Do with that what you'd like. Do with that what you'd like, One Smart. Do with this what you'd like. Show me where this, show me why this arm isn't instantly just burning into nothing. It burns Shin's metal blades. Fantastic. I'm thinking Sasuke evaporated Shin's blades that he pulled from Sakura. Cool. Fantastic. It evaporated metal blades. Cool. Fantastic. It's not as hot as the sun. I don't care. Listen. I don't care. I do not care. What I am saying is it as hot as the sun? No. It is not as hot as the sun. Heat that is equivalent to that as the sun? No, it is not. None of that proves that it is as hot as the sun. There you go. That's my argument. It's not as hot as the sun. It can burn through whatever kind of fuck-ass metal you want me to turn me to. Unless I see it burn as hot as the sun within the context of the story, I do not care. That data book statement means nothing to me. Again, the data books are not indicative or objective in comparison to what the source material is showing. There we go. Liquors are super blind. As long as I'm quiet, I have a shot. It's not guaranteed, but I have a shot. You quiet. The fuck is that supposed to be? You think I can't be quiet? Not quiet enough. I'm turning back if I think there's a liquor. I'll be fine as long as I crouch walk. A guy your size is not even remotely crouch walking without making a sound, bro. You would have to literally touch nothing. Bump into nothing. In a situation, and hold your breath in a situation where there is a thing that will attack you as soon as you make a noise. Can just walk off Genjutsu? Yes, because Genjutsu quite... Oh, thing is, Madara can cast a Genjutsu. I don't know, man, you should know this. Are we talking about Genjutsu? You know, the thing that I cover in that video? Oh, wait, we're talking about Genjutsu, right? We're talking about Genjutsu, right? That one thing that I've already covered in the video. Madara's durability, AP Sukuna, battle IQ, analysis, wrap up, weapons, domain expansion, Izanagi, CT burnout, divine flame, final clash. Where the fuck did I... Oh, Genjutsu, right here, literally. Right here. Genjutsu, right here. If you're caught in Genjutsu, try your best to stop your chakra flow. While Genjutsu, the chakras in your head can be controlled by your opponent. The more power to disrupt your chakra flow, you cancel out Genjutsu. Placing your chakra into yours disrupts the flow. Genjutsu is something that works on the opponent's 5 senses. To control the chakra flowing through the linking cranial nerves, a jutsu required a high level of intellect.
Flow without a...
They can all be debunked? No, they cannot. Prove to me that Sukuna has a chakra network. Prove that Sukuna has a chakra network then. Come on, go ahead. Fantastic. It can burn anything. Cool. It doesn't mean it's as hot as the sun. I don't care what it is. It's not as hot as the sun. Nothing proves it. It doesn't even burn through trees quickly. Through tree leaves. Regular tree leaves. Not all Genjutsu requires the chakra network. Which Genjutsu requires the chakra network? Which genjutsu doesn't require the chakra network? Proving light and sound canonically don't bypass infinity. Yeah, I don't know. Lightning isn't hotter than the sun. It's as hot as the surface of the sun. The core is hotter. The only for a very short time. Not a great applied heat for damage. No, because fire style is... Izanagi? I'm just gonna completely ignore what you just fucking said. Bro really said Izanagi. Bro, Izanagi uses the creation of all things, is a technique that requires you to have Uzumaki and Senju... Sorry, not Uzumaki. Senju and Uchiha DNA... And Izanagi, all it does is give you a reset. If you want to be pedantic about it, yes, you're right. Yes, you are right. Izanagi doesn't require the opponent to have a chakra network. But it's not literally a genjutsu that you apply to another person. Bros, just like, are we just trying to be pedantic here? Sure, fantastic. Not all genjutsu requires the chakra network. Specifically, the Izanagi, Infinite Tsukuyomi affected all life on the planet, including animals. You know, animals, plus there's some really good light novel statements, but I'll hold off for that for now. Yes, animals have chakra networks as well. Yes, even the summoning animals have chakra networks as well. Literally stated in Boruto. The Otsutsuki are parasites who come to different planets to plant the divine trees. The divine tree sprouts and then it absorbs all chakra, thus killing all life. So in order to kill all life, in order to absorb all the chakra from the planet, that means animals as well must have chakra networks. Frog Song Genjutsu also affected corpses. Corpses literally being infused with chakra that still have a chakra network. That one doesn't work. Corpses that literally have chakra flowing through them. Nagato's chakra, but chakra nonetheless. And also, you would have to prove that the corpses, for whatever reason, don't have a chakra network, which you cannot prove. So incorrect on that one, my friend. Incorrect. Hey, anything is better than trying to fight it. They will tear your ass into Swiss cheese. I need like a shotgun. There's no way I can fire one without dislocating my shoulder, as I do not have the arm strength. Let them have a Matarasu at sun heat. Look at my last comment. Quick reminder that Nell's 200 million volt attack would be 5 times hotter than the source of the sun. The surface of the sun. Sure. Eon be lying? What am I lying about? Ah, yes, the bullshit genjutsu, a technique made specifically to counter characters outside of the Narutoverse. Why would it work on those cats but not Sukuna? They're the closest things ever, put it, because I don't verse equalize. Because I'm not going to give Sukuna an entire internal organ in order for a genjutsu to work. That's disingenuous. And I don't go by verse equalization. If you cannot understand that, that's not my problem. That's not my fault either. They're separate power systems. Chakra isn't born from negative emotions. Most chakra is not born from negative emotions like cursed energy. Cursed energy abilities, cursed energy users can't just use random different nature abilities as a normal thing. No, you have to have a cursed technique that's specific. People with chakra can't generally just fucking regrow entire limbs unless they do a specific version of... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's raining outside. And CT aren't even close to similar. It's more like Nen. Sakura versus Sakuna. Only hands and regen. Sukuna has 4 arms. She has 2. Immobilizes her and punches the shit out of her. So even if Amaterasu is hot as the sun, current Usopp should be more durable than in Sabaody, hence minimum 5 times durable enough to tank it. But I'm not going to give it to them because I have no reason to, but both are spiritual-like. I don't care if they're both spiritual-like. They are not the same. Are you telling me that cursed energy and chakra are exactly the same? Are you actively telling me that from an objective standpoint, cursed energy users have an entire internal system that allows them to flow cursed energy from within? Are you telling me that cursed energy users just have an extra organ inside of them? No, not absolutely. Okay, so if it's not absolutely the same, then I'm not going to give you the argument. I don't verse equalize. What you are asking is for is verse equalization. If you want to argue from a verse equalization standpoint that Madara puts them under genjutsu, I don't personally care. I genuinely don't personally care. When did Kashin Koji put the genjutsu on the environment? What the fuck are we talking about? When the fuck did Kashin Koji do that? Kashin Koji? There's a Kashin Koji Neo? Oh. Powers and abilities, physical jutsu, nature transformation. There we go. Nature transformation, senjutsu, shinjutsu, ninjutsu. Where the fuck does it state here that he knows genjutsu? Fuing jutsu, surveillance, shuriken jutsu, surveillance, big ball, sensing barrier, shadow clones, kitten, nature transformations, and blood. With earth release, he can morph the ground into the area. With yin release, he can use a genjutsu to project an image of himself talking to people across a distance. He can also use genjutsu to obtain intel from people, large-scale illusions to camouflage that area. To camouflage the area. I don't need genjutsu, whatever, man. As long as Madara overpowered... No, he did not overpower the Ninetales! He didn't even do that! You're wrong! You're just making shit up! He never overpowered the Ninetales! You remember 447 when Gege self-insert himself, explained the Cursed Energy Network while retconning how Infinity works for the 9th time? Yeah. Boruto episode... I don't give a shit about the Boruto anime, dude. What's this? Boruto... Episode 81, and then Boruto Chapter 13, page 10, 2 Blue Vortex. Let's see that. Boruto Chapter 2 Blue Vortex. Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, Chapter 13, page 10. Ninjutsu, you're a lucky man. Yeah. Stand nearby. Finally found you, Boruto. Roughly shinobi, you're trapped. I can't search party without engaging in small talk. Let's not hear first. Toad back. Isn't the time to waver. Summoning jutsu. Yeah. Orochimaru near the land of one of Orochimaru's bases. Suspicious. Scientific ninja troll. Structured. I manipulate him using my chakra. Who are you? Kashin Koji. An artificial creation into being. Yeah. Even with Sukuna had a chakra number, he's capable of using a barrier-less domain. A feat that's like painting there. Verse equalization is bullshit. Sukuna would be better at chakra manipulation. These shinobi use a very advanced form of technique. Probably Dabura. Bro really said... Yes, it's raining outside for me. Bro really said that Madara literally... Just like that, his physical strength is above Sukuna. He didn't even overpower the Ninetales. That's literally a fucking lie. Yes, it's raining for me. Sorry about that, guys. If you need me to bring up the chapter, I can also literally just do that for you. Here. Right here. Where the fuck is it? Right here. Literally. She defeated and made Kurama submit to his will. No, he didn't. This is literally the only page you will find. The Ninetales. This transient form is nothing more than a nodule. You're only a piece of yourself. You're ignorant, unstable power, all those who shall guide. You are the Uchiha. The Biju are simply servants of those with ocular power. Now obey. He put him under Genjutsu. My guy, just stop making shit up. Jesus Christ. Anyway. You haven't debunked anything. You haven't added anything to the conversation. You basically try to come at me by saying verse equalization, but I don't even remotely consider it because it is headcanon. You've made up a bunch of random bullshit. You haven't actually given me an actual feat that Madara presented besides him splitting two mountaintops. So again, you haven't really done much for me here. Anyway, Resident Plantoid. People are difficult, man? Yeah, you're very difficult. Yeah, you're being very difficult here. You're out here making up shit. But anyway. I've had enough of it. Guys, it is 6 p.m. I am done for the day. I will catch you guys all tomorrow. If you want to bring this conversation up, join up tomorrow. I don't know, man. I don't personally care. You're not... Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I hope you guys take care of yourself. Peace out.